Chapter 1 Shock. The work of 100,000 a year is actually. In 2014, Huaghua, Jinling City. The sun in June roasted the earth, as if to evaporate the last trace of water on the asphalt road. Looking at the pedestrians coming and going in the street, listening to the noisy car whistling in the air, standing in front of the Unicom Business Hall, Lu Shou, staring straight at the street. Although the air is floating from time to time, it can be said that the thick cloth is installed, so that he does not feel the gift from the air conditioner. Ask him why he is standing here? Of course it is because of life. Okay, let's talk. In the summer vacation, the Unicom Business Hall cooperates with the mobile phone manufacturer to promote the business. As long as the puppet is standing at the door, it is 60 in an hour, almost twice as much as the leaflet, and it doesn't have to be blind. In addition, the outdoor temperature exceeds 30 degrees per hour and there is a subsidy of 10 yuan per hour, which is 70 per hour. As soon as he heard the salary, Lu Shou did not think much, and immediately he did not hesitate to take it. A rational analysis of the wave, an average of 5 hours a day, 350 yuan a day. If you work for 30 days a month, it is 10,500 yuan. Who can think that the position with an annual salary of 100,000 was originally at the door of Unicom's business hall? Of course, Lu Shou also knows, let alone the Vivo, even if it is a wealthy Warwick, it is impossible to promote every day. But even if it only lasts for a week, it is 2,600 yuan in revenue. Just when Lu Shou was bored and had several leaves on the phoenix tree at the beginning of the door, a fat man with a slightly darker skin, while wiping his face sweat, walked over to Lu Shou. This fat man is called Wu Dahai. He is the same as Lu Shou at the Department of Mathematics at Jinling University. However, he is 2 years older than Lu Shou. He is a junior in junior year and a senior in a few months. As the leader of these part-time students, this work of wearing a cloth is the introduction to Lu Shou. Lu Shou, can't you do it? If you don't want to find someone to change jobs, you go to the business hall to rest. Because it is a hot body, Wu Dahai is like a fish from the water, all over the body. It was wet up and down. Although I really wanted to rest, Lu Shou shook his head. I am fine, I can still hold it for a while. I said, are you really okay or fake? You are standing for an afternoon. Wu Dahai said with a bitter face. He is really afraid of this guy's heat stroke. I really have nothing, you don't have to worry about me, Lu Shou shook his head firmly. I still have an hour to get off work. Anyway, I have been standing for so long, and it is not bad for this hour. Are you saying that? Wu Dahai hesitated and looked at Lu Shou and said, that. I really don't care about you. Well, you are going to your busy day. Seeing that Lu Shou is so determined, Wu Dahai will no longer insist. In fact, his heart did not have a trace of luck. After all, in such a hot weather, it is not easy to arrange individuals to go to work. Although there are quite a few people who work part-time in his hands, there are not a few people who can be killed like Lu Shou. If he is not good, he will have to wear this big cotton jacket himself. Looking at the back of the fat man, Lu Shou took his eyes back from him and continued to stare at the phoenix at the door of the business hall. Just then, he suddenly felt that some of the scenes in front of him were not right. The pedestrians on this street. How are you flying in the sky? The legs were soft and the whole person fell backwards. With the remaining consciousness, he vaguely heard the rushing footsteps and shouts in the business hall behind him. The mascot at the door is hot. Hurry, pick up his headgear and take a cup of water. Hold the grass, Lu Shou, your kid can't have anything. No response, hurry to the hospital. Go on my car. The last rays of the field of view are cut off, and the ensuing is the boundless darkness. Lu Shou, an undergraduate student in the Department of Mathematics at Jinling University, is now a freshman. In a few months, he is a sophomore. When I first filled in the volunteers, he originally reported software engineering, but because of the difference in scores, the results were subject to the unpopular mathematics department. Sometimes Lu Zhou can't help but ask himself, what is the use of this egg? What is the use of the painful professional 4 years? It seems to be an unsolvable answer. The regular way out of the mathematics department is nothing more than two, either continuing to study, going abroad or studying, or transferring to another major. In fact, there is still a stay in school, but this stuff is not considered by undergraduates unless you have a special relationship with the teacher. However, even if it is left, it is not a good thing to stay. It is better to study directly at the school. However, for Lu Zhou, the postgraduate examination is still somewhat unrealistic. Lu Zhou's hometown is in Gangneung. Although it is only 1 word away from Jinling, the geographical location is 100,000 miles. His old man worked in Gangneung Iron and Steel Factory. He was an ordinary worker. As for his old lady, he had already been laid off at home, and his physical condition has not been very good. He did not spend any money to see a doctor. The family's income depends on his old man, not to mention that he still has a high school sister, and when he is admitted to the university, it is a small expense. Although the old man means that he does not have to worry about the money, it is best to read it all the time and try to read a doctor. However, Lu Zhou is very clear that this is impossible. He has already stepped into the society and has to consider more practical problems. More specific, it is the problem of money. He didn't want to be a burden on his family, and he didn't want to drag his sister, so he has been trying hard to be financially self-reliant since he started college. When others are participating in community activities, singing songs, or studying hard in the library, he is more likely to send flyers, install routers, and send takeaways. Sometimes he can't help but ask himself, what is the significance of such a college life? The work that I am doing is unskilled. Even those who graduated from junior high school can do it, even better than themselves, at least not standing outside the air-conditioned room for a few hours on heatstroke. But this question is the same as the previous question, the way out of the mathematics department, and can't find the answer. Now he fell down. Consciousness returned to the day. Standing in the daytime, Lu Zhou looked at the eyes with amazement. Where is this? What is it? No one answered. The vague memory tells myself that he seems to be fainting in the heat of the door of Unicom's business hall. Later, it seemed that he was taken to the nearby hospital by a good-hearted person, but there is a little hospital in it, not even in the real world. Just as Lu Zhou began to feel anxious about his situation, suddenly a translucent screen suddenly appeared in front of him, scaring his whole person back. Black technology, system? What a ghost! Looking at the black-faced text that gradually emerged from the translucent screen, Lu Zhou was shocked and immediately fell into ecstasy. Could it be? I was selected by the legendary system? He has seen the online novels. Swallowing and spitting, Lu Zhou asked, System. That, you have some functions? However, there is no mysterious voiceover to respond to his question, and the translucent holographic screen appears to be self-evident. Black Technology System. This system is committed to improving the level of Aboriginal civilization. Regarding the secrets of this system, the holders should explore it on their own. Now, the system holders will be explained in detail for the functions of this system. The main interface of the system is described below. Main science, the backbone of the technology tree, focusing on the theoretical direction. The upper limit of the level is 10, the experience can only be obtained through the task, not through the points. The technology tree will be full of points to unlock future era options, and giant engineering tasks. Odd mathematics, the basis of all disciplines, determine the upper limit of the remaining major scientific level. B of physics, it helps you recognize the universe. C biochemistry, it can help you recognize yourself. D engineering, transforming tools, transforming the environment, and transforming the world. E materials science, materials and engineering are inseparable. F energy, from fossil fuels to 3, from solid-state lithium-air batteries to antimatter batteries, from wireless transmission to ultra-long-range laser transmission, life feeds on negative entropy, the end of energy development, in the distant stars. G. Informatics, genetics is the code of God, and the ultimate goal of the code is to create God. Branch technology, for the branch of the technology branch. After unlocking a specific branch technology, the experience required for the upgrade can be redeemed by 1 point equivalent. For example, genetics LV1 requires biochemistry LV1, which can illuminate genetics LV1 0/1000 by consuming 100 points. Genetics LV2 needs to meet the 3 conditions of biochemical LV2, engineering LV1, and experience value of 1000, and the genetic LV1 can be upgraded to genetic LV2 0/. Technical drawings, as the name implies, the technical drawings are easy to understand. Small to a nanochip, large to the giant construction Dyson ball. Under the objective conditions required for production, production can be achieved in accordance with the drawing steps. Points can be used to open reward tasks, or consume 200 points to re-random tasks, can consume points to solve technical problems. Consumption points are determined by subject level, technical difficulty, and problem-solving difficulty. Task, each time there are 3 random tasks, you can select one of the tasks as the target to perform. When you complete the task, you can get the corresponding reward. The task panel will be reset as soon as the task is completed. At this moment, Lu Zhou did not know what to do in expression, and he regarded it as a chicken-ribbed mathematics. In this system, it seems to have reversed it and become the father of all other disciplines. The taste of this salted fish turned over and it really made him speechless. Even more so that he is unable to spit is still behind. After the description text disappears, his properties panel appears. Black Technology System. Host, Lu Zhou. Main Science. Odd Mathematics, LV0, 0/1000. Biophysics, LV0, 0/1000. C. Biochemistry, LV0, 0/1000. D. Engineering, LV0, 0/1000. E. Materials Science, LV0, 0/1000. F. Energy Science, LV0, 0/1000. F. Informatics, LV0, 0/1000. Branch Technology, none. Technical Drawings, none. Points, 0. Task, not received. I am also a 985, but I can't count on the school after I come in, but this bunch of 0 eggs. Is it too much to look down on me? Looking at this string of thorny eggs, Lu Zhou thought with a smile. This system is definitely wrong. Just as Lu Zhou thought about it, there was a sudden shaking on his shoulder, and his consciousness was pulled out from this pure white space. Chapter 2 The Life of Xu Ba does not need to be explained. Lu Zhou, wake up! The shoulders were violently shaken again. Lu Zhou slowly opened his eyes, and it was the fat face of Wu Dahai. Rely! You finally woke up. With a sigh of relief, Wu Dahai took his hand back from his shoulder and smiled embarrassedly. Don't mind, I don't want to bother you to rest, that is. Seeing that you are all playing, it's okay to think that you should be fine. Lu Zhou glanced at the white walls around him, and the bed with the curtain hanging. Where is this? You don't remember? You have a heat stroke at the entrance of Unicom's business hall. Wu Dahai sat back in the chair and sighed and patted his thick thigh. Hey, I said let you not force you. Don't listen. You are doing part-time work, and you are not doing this. You are so desperate to be a figure? You look at you now and put your health into it. Do you think it is worth it? Lu Zhou smiled reluctantly and asked. The doctor said. What happened to my body? Nothing, there is some dehydration. Wu Dahai pointed to the bedside table with his chin. I will give you this water, remember to drink more. The throat was moving, and Lu Shoucheng said, thank you. Don't thank me, how do you say that you are my schoolmate? I am a senior. and it is also necessary to take care of you. Wu Dahai waved his hand. You have a good rest. If you have no problem, go back to school. Part-time fee I have already transferred your Alipay, pay attention to check. There is no need to worry about medical expenses, no money, I have already paid for you. How nice this is, Okay, don't be a mother-in-law, your work is arranged by me. You have some responsibility in addition to the problem. Standing up from the stool, Wu Dahai said, this is the case, you have to do these days. Take a break and don't rush to work. Lu Zhou still wants to say something, but finally did not say anything, just nod and said thank you. Wu Dahai put his hand on it and said that he did not thank, he left. Leaning on the hospital bed, Lu Zhou sighed at the ceiling. It seems that I have to find a part-time job again. Out of such a big problem, Wu Dahai will probably not let him go again. What's more, he is also embarrassed by himself. He has caused such a big trouble in others, and he has to ask for help. Turned over in thought of the previous strange dream, Lu Zhou closed his eyes and whispered. System. No response. Black technology system. Still not responding. Lu Zhou's cheeks rose slightly. Dry your uncle. It seems to be a dream. However, Lu Zhou thought so wide open his eyes, but in an instant it was shocked by the scenery in front of him. The flawless white, covering the entire innocent space, the translucent holographic screen, and the property panel that is full of eggs, everything is so real. After a brief surprise, Lu Zhou immediately squeezed his fists and his heart fell into ecstasy. Ha ha! This is real. This is not a dream. At this time, a semi-transparent holographic panel suddenly appeared a line of reminder text. Please host the task. Efforts to calm the excitement in my heart, Lu Zhou went forward and reached out and selected the icon of the e-task on the screen. Then, a translucent dialogue appeared in front of him. Task 1, keep fit. Explanation: if you want to do a good job in scientific research, you must have a good body, run the journalist, beat the zombies, and continuously explode the liver for 72 hours. Exercise: there is no time to delay, please start from now. Requirement: complete a 5-kilometer jog in 1 hour, start the meditation task, and start timing. Challenge: failure can repeat challenges. Reward: 20 points of random subject experience, 1 lucky draw opportunity, 100% garbage. Task 2, develop connections. Explanation: engaging in academic research is not a treat for dinner, but if you want to mix into the academic circle, you must learn to manage your network. Requirements: Professor Lu Fangping, the head of the Department of Mathematics at Jinling University, has developed a good sense of friendship, i.e., a good sense of 30, and the detailed value of the task target will be displayed after the start of the task. Reward: 100 points of experience in mathematics. 400 points. 1 lucky draw opportunity, 97% garbage, 3% black technology sample. Task 3, the life of Shuaba does not need to be explained. Requirements: the library hangs up for 24 hours, and the meditation task begins as a task start. Reward: the specific value of the subject experience is determined by the type of reading book and the value factor. 100 points. 1 lucky draw opportunity, 90% garbage, 9% sample, 1% drawing. This system is quite real, and the explosion rate is written. What kind of ghost is this long run? The lottery is also 100% probable to explode? Potholes, this is. And what is the ghost behind the development of the professor and the professor? Invite to a meal? Direct gift? No matter which one, I feel that I have to spend a lot of money. The last one seems to be a bit more normal. Although it is not directly written how much experience can be gained, the probability of the lottery is the lowest. According to the idea of online games, this task should be the so-called best strategy choice? What's more, hanging up in the library for 24 hours sounds like no difficulty. After thinking about this, Lu Zhou no longer hesitated and immediately chose task 3. The life of Shueba does not need to be explained. After the task is selected, it cannot be changed. It is not limited to the completion time. It takes 200 points to abandon the task. The current score of the host is 0. Do you confirm the selection? First reminder. Lu Zhou did not hesitate to say, confirm. Selective success, good luck. The white light flashed. In his attribute bar, the line belonging to task changed from none to task 3. Take a deep breath and close your eyes and quit silently. When Lu Zhou opens again, the ward is still in the ward. Lying on the bed for a while, Lu Zhou spent about 5 minutes to slowly digest the information in the brain. Although it is not clear why, in short, he seems to be the host of the black technology system. Reminiscent of the previous Wu Dahai woke himself up. The system space should be deep in his own consciousness, independent of the real world. And when you enter the system, the time inside and outside the system space should also be parallel. To be honest, even now, Lu Zhou has no real feeling about the system. But these don't matter. It's a conspiracy of an alien, a joke on April Fool's Day, or a problem with your head. In short, the task has already been received. You will know when you finish the test. Thinking of this, Lu Zhou picked up the cup on the bedside table, drank the water inside, and got up and got out of bed. After taking the temperature on the nurse on duty and confirming that the body was not overwhelmed, he left the hospital and went to the nearby bus stop to take the bus back to the school. When he returned to the dormitory, only Lu Rui was in the dormitory, and the other two should go out online. I noticed that Lu Zhou came back. Lu Rui put down the reference book he was reviewing and pushed the glasses to ask, Lu Zhou, I heard that you have a heat stroke? Well, but there is no big problem. Lu Zhou smiled and walked to his bed. This 4-person bedroom has a desk and a cabinet underneath the bed, and his various magnetic cards are usually thrown into the drawer. After looking for a while, I finally turned to the borrowing card. Lu Zhou sighed and grabbed his shoulder bag and walked outside the bedroom. On the road, the evening breeze smashed through the treetops of the phoenix tree and made a rustling sound. On the road illuminated by street lamps, students and professors holding books come and go. On the runway of the playground not far away, some people walked with their hands and some people went for a night run. This campus seems to be so lively and full of life. It's already 8 o'clock. Looking at the brightly lit library, Lu Zhou's heart is both strange and uncomfortable. How long has this place been? Taking a deep breath, with a restless mood, he stepped up and walked into the library. Chapter 3 Real Shueba never does nothing. Task begins. Closed his eyes and meditated in his heart. He was not enough again, and Lu Zhou read it twice more. Open your eyes, the line of translucent words appear in front of you. Task 3 starts, the current time is 0 hours, and the time stops after leaving the hall. The text that suddenly appeared was shocked, and Lu Zhou looked around in disbelief, until a classmate who came on the face, if nothing happened to pass through the translucent text, he was relieved. It seems that the text of the system is invisible to others. In short, look for a few professional books in the library, and finish the task after 24 hours. I was bored when I was idle. Lu Zhou stepped up to the bookshelf of mathematics classification. I was about to take a random look at the book. Suddenly my eyes were spent, and I saw a line of numbers marked on the book. Not only that, the color of these values also shows a certain rule, according to the size of the value from high to low, in turn red to gray gradient. D. Digny Modern Analysis Foundation, 10. Linear Algebra, Grub, 0. Mathematical Analysis of the New Zhang Live Version, 100. What the hell? When thinking about it, Lu Zhou suddenly recalled the reward of the third task, and the subject experience of the final reward of the task seemed to be determined by the value factor of reading books. In other words, just staying in the library and completing the hang-up in the literal sense, even if the task is completed, only one lucky draw chance can be obtained. A real schoolmaster is not going to do nothing in the library. Thinking of this, Lu Zhou swallowed. However, he still doesn't understand why there are some books in the mathematics world. The value coefficient of this system judgment is rather low. However, those materials for beginners have a high value coefficient. Especially the basis of the modern analysis of D. Digny, but it is a masterpiece that is highly recommended by their high generation teachers. It's just that it's hard for them to get through, at least they have to understand the basics of consolidation and general functions. At this moment, he suddenly remembered his own property panel. The mathematics level seems to be LV0, and his face immediately appeared a trace of gloom. That's it. Is this so-called value coefficient assessed according to his current level of knowledge? The so-called value is two-sided, taking the Riemann conjecture as an example. For the academic world, the Riemann conjecture has far-reaching significance. Thousands of mathematical formulas are based on the establishment of the Riemann conjecture, and its value is naturally high. However, for Lu Zhou himself, let him understand the Riemann conjecture is still not difficult, and his education will naturally not help. Its value is naturally zero. After thinking about this, Lu Zhou no longer hesitated to take the new mathematical analysis of Zhang Shengsheng edition from the bookshelf. It happened that after 2 weeks, I had to take a mathematics analysis. To some of the hard-to-understand knowledge points that he still knows a little about it now, and the right is a review. Sitting next to a seat, Lu Zhou took this mathematics analysis and talked about it. Honestly, he doesn't like to study mathematics very much, but this book can be seen unexpectedly. I don't know if it is the role of the system. Gradually, Lu Zhou feels that he has entered a state of high concentration. It's like completely forgetting the foreign objects, the only book in the world, and nothing else. In the past 10 minutes and a second, there were fewer and fewer people in the library. Lu Zhou did not notice it, and still immersed himself in the sea of books. It wasn't until someone patted him on the shoulder that he was awake from the ecstasy state. "Classmates, it's 10 o'clock, I have to close the library," said the librarian. After returning to God, Lu Zhou quickly got up and stuffed a bookmark into the book. "Oh, sorry, forgot the time, I will pack it up." "It's okay, Auntie has been working for so many years, and is the first time to see such a focused student who can see math books." The library aunt sighed. "Can I still borrow books now? I want to borrow this book back." Still immersed in the experience of the previous immersive reading, Lu Zhou's heart is quite unsatisfactory. He has never been so fascinated with which math problem, research. It is as if it was not a reference book, but a novel that records the life of a certain number of novels. "Perhaps it is polite to see this student, then the library aunt is not too troublesome," said boldly. "Nothing. If you want to see it, borrow it. The computer has not been shut down. I used to help you register. Do you borrow the card?" Lu Zhou said sincerely. "With it, thank you very much." Thank you. The borrowed reference book was tucked into the backpack, and Lu Zhou quickly left the library. The timer of the mission paused as he passed through the holographic panel. However, Lu Zhou's attention at the moment is not at all. He does not want to delay for a minute or two, just want to quickly return to the magical reading experience. When he returned to the bedroom again, the other two roommates returned and were playing League of Legends. Hearing the sound of opening the door, Huang Guangming, who was playing the group, was nervous and screaming at the big move. He didn't scream at the head, idle, come? The sound of that word dragged long and exaggerated. This is the secret code of their bedroom gathering the Summoner Canyon. "I still have something. I won't come today, let's play." After playing a wave, pushing Shangting on the opposite high ground, he looked back and saw Lu Zhou take the reference book from his backpack and sat on the seat. He suddenly shouted, "I rely on elbow, do you love learning so much?" As soon as I heard that Lu Zhou was reading a book, Lu Rui's question was not brushed, and the line of sight drove the table of Lu Zhou. Lu Zhou smiled and felt that it was too much trouble to explain. He just found a reason to say, "Is this not an exam? I don't know a lot of knowledge. I don't have time to review it." I have to wait for you to test it. Happy. Testing a chicken and licking a donkey, just pass the pass. Huang Guangming madly clicked the mouse and slammed the defensive tower at the enemy's crystal door. He also said this at the end of the last period, but if Lu Zhou remembers correctly, his high number 1 is 89 points, only 1 point lower than the schoolmaster Lu Rue in the bedroom. Everyone works hard where they can't. Lu Zhou smiled and said nothing. He turned to the page of the bookmark and focused on the book. 10 seconds passed. A minute passed. 5 minutes passed. Behind the sound of victory, he turned over 2 pages and turned it back, but he quickly turned back to the origin because a word could not be seen. Silver 4, lousy advanced. Huang Guangming leaned back in the chair and laughed loudly. I am not taking you with you, you are a little garbage. Shi Shang also leaned back in the chair and stretched out. Whoever brings it to clear, spring water seconds ad, Lousy's enchantress just asked you to show you a pippy shrimp, fish ponds and fish are still so much shit, and quickly climb out of the pit. Lousy opened the trumpet every day to bring you to silver. Yesterday, the first win was forgotten. No, it can't be completely concentrated. It's not because the roommate is too noisy, but because his attention can't concentrate on the book. Now that he is reading the book, he is very similar to the state when he was reviewing in peacetime. The outside world can shout his own chaotic thoughts. However, when I was in the library, even if someone talked, even if someone walked, he could completely forget the immersion into the world of books. Lu Zhou sighed and put down the new argument on mathematical analysis in his hand. Sure enough, is that the power of the system? Chapter 4 Others brush my question, brush the book. At 6 o'clock in the morning, I felt the bedboard vibrate slightly. Lu Rue licked the eyes that had not yet woken up, looked around for the source, and just saw the other side of the boat sleeping on the other side of the boat and climbed down the ladder. Then he asked, Idle, how early? Afraid to quarrel with the other 2 roommates still sleeping, Lu Zhou whispered back. Okay. Lu Rue does not ask questions. Do you still work part-time? Lu Zhou hesitated and shook his head. Don't go, rest these days. Where did you go so early? Library. Lu Rue is not sleepy in an instant. When I went to the sink, I brushed my teeth. Lu Zhou turned to the toilet. After I came out of the bathroom, I saw that Lu Rue was also crawling under the bed. I asked strangely, you are not sleeping? Review. Lu Rue picked up the brushing cylinder and came to the balcony to wash the pool. Looking at his roommate, who was like an enemy, Lu Zhou's heart was a little bit dumbfounded. He shook his head and said nothing. He put on his shoes and put the bag on his back. Jinling in June is like a stove, except for 5 or 6 in the morning. The air is mixed with the fragrance of the dew, occasionally in the breeze of the cheeks. There is no heat, it is all refreshing. The 6 o'clock campus is like a quiet young girl. It comes from the morning sun, and it seems like 2 worlds in the evening. I went to the cafeteria and bought 2 steamed buns and a cup of soy milk. After the morning, Lu Zhou slowly went to the library. Jinling University is not only a famous institution of higher learning in the country. At this point, the staff of the library have not come to work, and many people in the open space have been reading in the morning. I also followed the 4-level word book for a while, although not in the library, but under the influence of the surrounding learning atmosphere, the effect is still okay. Lu Zhou waited until 7:30 in the library door, only to see the library staff late, and finally opened the door. As the library door opened, the postgraduate examinations flooded into the air, and soon the open space at the entrance of the library was clean. As the crowd surged in, Lu Zhou did not rush to start the ocean of the book, but went to the bookshelf to pick the Higher Algebra Tutoring edition, and then went to the corner of the library to find a secluded location to sit down. Lu Zhou estimated that in the immersive reading state, it takes about 1 hour to 2 hours to get through the knowledge points of a unit, including knowledge points memory, brain calculus, and problem analysis. Judging from the current number of pages, this book, New Argumentation on Mathematical Analysis, can support up to one morning. By the time of the afternoon, he intends to use this opportunity to supplement the knowledge of higher algebra. Taking a deep breath, Lu Zhou turned the new argument on mathematical analysis to the position of yesterday's bookmark and continued to focus on the book. Soon, he once again entered the state of yesterday. The whole person forgot the foreign objects, as if the only book in the world. Time passed by, and at 11:30, Lu Zhou took a breath and put down the books in his hands. This new arithmetic of mathematical analysis is completely read, and its value coefficient has dropped to 5. This also justifies Lu Zhou's speculation that the system's evaluation of the value coefficient of books is not based on the academic world of the world, but on his own level of knowledge. As for why it is 5 instead of 0, it may be that there is still a place in the book that he is not completely immersed in. If you want to be completely immersed, you may have to read it again. However, Lu Zhou obviously will not do this. In order to mine the 5-point value coefficient and waste precious deep reading time, it is a loss-making business. It was just time for dinner, and Lu Zhou put down the books in his hands and walked outside the library. As he passed the main entrance of the library, he glanced at the holographic image at the door, and saw that the remaining time of the on-hook mission had become 18 hours. Lu Zhou suddenly felt that the task should not be completed as soon as possible. In the past 6 hours, he felt that he had learned more than he had last year. I thought of the high algebra that had not been opened on the table, and Lu Zhou, who was on the way to the cafeteria, touched the chin. At the end of the period, there is still a C language exam. Do you want to stop looking for a book in this C language? There is also English. I don't know if there is a value coefficient in the English book. There is no English newspaper in the library. Anyway, this black technology system seems to have a strange prejudice against the liberal arts major. This is not very good. I used a meal card to brush the bowl meal. After I finished eating, Lu Zhou hurried back to the library. I went to the counter and went back to the book I had read. Then I went to the shelf and took the C language detailed 5th edition from the shelf and put it under my arm and returned to my seat. After the lunch break, the people in the library have regained more. With a heart to look at the high algebra, Lu Zhou is planning to enter the next knowledge point, and suddenly feels that his arm has been poked by something. Looking sideways, I saw a girl with round glasses and a single ponytail, a handsome girl, holding a pen in her hand and embarrassed to look at herself. "Classmate, I am sorry to bother you, can you ask questions?" Lu Zhou nodded generously and said, "No problem, ask." Although he was interrupted by brushing his book, he was not angry at all. "Ask why." "I have to say that human beings are an aesthetic animal. In the interaction between people, it is really important to look at this value. Why is this girl not looking for someone else, but looking for me? It's not because you are more handsome than others." Lu Zhou likes to talk to such a visionary, honest person. It's not awkward, just like it. "Thank you." Xiaosheng said a thank you. The girl gently lifted the chair, sat next to the Lu Zhou, and handed over the pen and draft paper intimately. Lu Zhou was also welcome. After taking the pen paper, he blinked the subject. "Let me see, ask for the limit. Try to find the positive numbers a and b so that the equation x0 lim 1 / x sinks integral t2 / square root a plus t2 dt equals 1 holds. The upper corner is marked with x and the lower corner is marked with 0. It seems that I have not done this question, but when I read the book, I seem to have seen similar questions. Just looking at the high generation, the strength of the system under a little test is good." Habitually turned the pen, Lu Zhou thought for a while, not yet a minute, and said, "Solution. This will be solved?" Chen Yushan looked at Lu Zhou in disbelief. "He said that you haven't even written it yet, so you can solve it." Lu Zhou took a look at the girl, and said that the amount of milk is really inversely proportional to IQ. But to be honest, he himself was shocked by the speed of his own problem solving. Although he did not solve this problem before, he would never solve it so easily, so smooth, even the draft paper did not. Use, the process of solving problems will be clear to the heart. I don't know how to make a fuss. Lu Zhou's words don't talk about the pen, and he writes the problem-solving process on the draft paper, and writes it while explaining it, typical 00 type unfinished, directly using Lobita's law. Well, the first step is to take the points apart. Isn't it difficult? By x0, lim, 1 cos equals 0, you can get b equals 1, and then bring back the original. You can solve a equals 4. You look at the answer and see if I solve it right. Chen Yushan stared at the draft, only to think that the speed of solving this problem is faster than the speed of listening to it. Especially when the last two answers were written, her mind was still stuck in the step of solving the points. With the feeling of doubt, she opened the answer and her eyes suddenly widened. This is really the answer. I noticed the expression on the girl's face. Some of the smug-looking Lu Zhou smiled and turned to the pen and said, "The simple Lombard rule application, the calculation itself is not difficult. Say you are a freshman? What profession?" Chen Yushan blushes and whispers, "I am studying." As soon as the words were finished, her face was redder. Not shy, it is mad. Too angry. Isn't it a solution to the math problem? I haven't touched this high-level knowledge for so many years. What happened to the teacher? Really a little demeanor, live this single dog. Live a person to soak the library. Thinking of this, Chen Yushan was a little relieved. As for herself, she is also a person who soaks the library, but she is selectively ignored. Hey! Lu Zhou's expression was awkward. He thought that he was in the same grade as himself. He didn't expect to put it on the head of his senior school sister. I just wanted to say sorry, a heavy cough, coming from the front row of the two. Realizing that the voices of his two speeches disturbed other people, Chen Yushan had a red face, spit out his tongue, and returned to his position with the exercise book and draft paper. This Lu Zhou thought that there was no chance to apologize, let alone question the name and the micro-signal. Sitting there for a while, he shook his head and continued to pick up the high algebra that had not finished. How is the sister important to learn? Interpersonal relationship? Sorry, I really don't need that stuff. Raising mathematics to LV1 means having the whole world. Soon, Lu Zhou entered the state and left this matter completely behind. It was only a small episode in the library. Chapter 5 on the importance of washing your face before the draw. Closed at 10 o'clock in the evening, a Higher Algebra Tutoring edition, a C language detailed 5th edition, the two books are all finished. When leaving the hall, Liu glanced at the taskbar and saw that there were only 9 hours left in the remaining time. Unconsciously, it took 15 hours. When he was reading the information book for the first time, he felt that time had passed so fast. After a whole day of study, he found a problem. When he finishes a book, not only will the book's value factor fall to single digits, but other reference books similar to the book's knowledge points will have different degrees of decline in value. In contrast, the quality of the original information books with low value factors and even equal to 0 has increased in different degrees. For example, the Daidini Modern Analysis Foundation initially remembered that the value coefficient is only 10, and now it has become 30, which has doubled. Walking on the way back to the bedroom, Lu Zhou couldn't help thinking, if the mathematics level of that system changed from LV0 to LV1, what kind of changes would happen to him? Omniscient? Get the second solution of the title? Or to say, put those brains that you have never heard of, and put your brain into your own brain, and turn yourself into a level mathematics bull of Chen Jingrun? Thinking of this, Lu Zhou's heart was not a little excited, but rather awkward. The human brain has limits, just like holding a 1 TB hard drive, you can't stuff it into 2 TB. If the operation is forced through the power of the system, he is somewhat worried that his brain will blow up first. Of course, Lu Zhou is also clear that he is worried that this is meaningless. What will happen, and only the system knows it. Anyway, the answer will be revealed tomorrow. Now he just wants to take a good sleep and relax his overheated brain. Congratulations to the host to complete the task, the first time to complete the task reward, an additional lucky draw opportunity. Task completion is as follows. Reading books during the on-hook time, there is a value coefficient of 100 for the new analysis of Zhang Dasheng in mathematics, 100 for the value of the Higher Mathematics 2 Boyan edition, and a value coefficient of 100 for the 5th edition of the C language. Nikolsky's mathematical analysis translation version of the value coefficient of 57, English for Lebelzhindi detailed value coefficient of 0, cumulative mining value coefficient of 357, evaluation B+. Task reward, 500 points in mathematics experience, 100 points in information technology experience, 100 points in points, 1 lottery chance, 90% garbage, 9% sample, 1% drawing. Another day of hard work brushing, Lu Zhou finally completed the on-hook mission. Thank you, congratulations. After coming out of the library, in the excitement, next to the open-air basketball court with black lights and bonfires, Lu Zhou found a blind spot that could not be seen by the surveillance. When he saw no one, he took a deep breath and opened his own property bar. Black Technology System. Host, Lu Zhou. Main Science. At Mathematics, LV0, 500/1000. Biophysics, LV0, 0/1000. C. Biochemistry, LV0, 0/1000. D. Engineering, LV0, 0/1000. E. Materials Science, LV0, 0/1000. F. Energy Science, LV0, 0/1000. G. Informatics, LV0, 100/1000. Branch Technology, none. Technical Drawings, none. Points, 100, 2 lucky draw chances. Task, not received. Although there was no upgrade, Lu Zhou was a little sorry, but when he saw 2 lucky draws there, he had no idea to complain at once. What good things can the Black Technology System draw? He is looking forward to it. The chances of the 2 lucky draws are different, especially for the lucky draw option for the first mission award, with a note of 75% trash, 19% sample, and 5% of the drawings. As for what is the sample? Lu Zhou did not know. However, according to the urinary guess of this system, it is not a toy car or a small water gun. It has to be compared with the Black Technology, which shows the difference with the garbage. Of course, he hopes that it will be a little blacker, but don't be too dark, give him a star-studded ship. Don't say that he didn't stop, even if there is, he doesn't know how to use that stuff to dry up. Can't you always take a mosquito? Closer to home, start the draw. Start with the lowest prize rate award draw. I smoke. A roulette floats in front of you, and what words are written on it, you can't see clearly, you can only see the blurred colors. Holding his breath, he stared at the wheel and tried to keep up with the trajectory of the pointer. Suddenly, the aura of the brain flashed, and he followed the metaphysical feeling and shouted, "Give me a stop." The pointer turned a few laps according to inertia and finally stopped slowly. Congratulations, pumping garbage. Get a bottle of cola, I hope you don't feel discouraged, keep up the good work. Grab the grass you owe. Forget it, it's useless to break the system, it's important. Looking at the cola, garbage, with notes in the back of the score, the impetuous Lu Zhou quickly left the system space. Once again, I confirm that there are no people around. He stares at his own hands and is silent in his heart like constipation. Cola Coke Coca-Cola. Duong. Without the slightest omen, Lu Zhou only felt that his eyes were blooming, and a can of Coke appeared in his own hands. The next moment, his expression became unspeakable. Holding the grass? He feels that the worldview has been impacted, and the law of conservation of quality is facing unprecedented challenges. How to explain the existence of this can of cola using existing scientific principles? Lu Zhou does not know. Perhaps only the Black Technology above the LV10 can explain. In short, seeing this can of Coke, this time he is finally convinced that this system is not made up by his own brain, but is real, able to interfere with the material world from the depths of his own knowledge. I don't think about these for a while. Pulling open the aluminum ring, Lu Zhou poured a big mouth and gave a sigh of relief. What? Although it was systematically evaluated as rubbish, this taste is really nothing to say. Even Lu Zhou, who does not like to drink carbonated drinks, is still trying to lick his lips. Future? Is there a brand of cola? No, no matter what. Lu Zhou shook his head and threw the cans into the trash can on the side of the road. He has repeatedly checked it many times. This is an ordinary aluminum can. In addition to the magical effect that makes people feel comfortable, there is no place for black technology. Even its design and packaging are full of retro-nostalgic style. The waste recycling station will be its only destination. Going to the pool next to the basketball court, I washed my face, and Lu Zhou turned back to the shadow and sat down again, and entered the system space again. In the face of this last lucky draw, Lu Zhou took a deep breath, like a red-eyed gambler, and did not hesitate to press it. I smoke. Give me a stop. The pointer began to slow down, and the heart of Lu Zhou mentioned the eyes of the blind. The pointer stopped, and Lu Zhou's heartbeat seemed to stop. Congratulations, draw the drawings. Lu Zhou is ecstatic, and sure enough, this wash is not the same. The probability of 5% is in the middle, and it is appropriate to get rid of it. Get the drawing, the exact formula of the distribution law of Mersenne prime number and its proof method. Lu Zhou lived. WTF? Chapter 6 Answer to a Proof. As a student of mathematics, Mersenne prime is something Lu Zhou certainly knows. After all, when it comes to the Mersenne prime, you have to mention a great Chinese mathematician and his Mersenne prime number distribution law published in 1992, which makes the Mersenne prime number a formula that can be expressed by mathematical symbols. It is also the Zhou guess that is commonly used in the world. Previously, although the British mathematician Shanks, the French mathematician Trotta, the German mathematician Berly Hart, the Indian mathematician Raman Nuyang and the American mathematician Giris, both had speculated, but the speculations have one thing in common, that is, they are all presented in approximate expressions, and the closeness to the actual situation is unsatisfactory. The exact formula of Zhou's guess is very simple, that is, when 2 to the power of n, p less than 2 n plus 1, and p is 2 n plus 1, minus 1 is a prime number. It looks very simple, isn't it? I am okay? However, such a speculation has not been proved or proved to be a well-known mathematical problem, which has plagued the entire mathematics community for more than 20 years. However, this thing is like the Riemann conjecture. Although it cannot be confirmed, it does not prevent future generations from assuming that he is established and uses it. Of course, even with an accurate calculation formula, even if the job of treasure hunt is given to the computer, it is not an easy task to find the Mersenne prime. As of now, 2015, the mathematics community has found a total of 44 Mersenne prime numbers. What is the use of this Mersenne prime? It seems that it is useless. If you want to say it, the RSA algorithm counts 1. Every time you buy online, you have to thank the big prime numbers that are hidden in the password. At the same time, large prime numbers are also used to test computer performance. For example, the Intel test chip uses the GIMPS program, and the Skylake chip has also discovered the BUG. In addition, it is meaningless to tangled mathematics. Many times the motivation of a trained mathematician's action is not necessarily how much economic gain can be obtained by solving a formula, but because it is there. Too big to say that human beings can't only have the ambiguity in front of them, but also have poetry and distance. However, Lu Zhou is not happy. He doesn't want any poems and distant places. What he wants is the embarrassment in front of him. Moreover, why is it the proof of Zhou's conjecture? Give me a Riemann guess. Or Bill's conjecture, which is a little lower, is okay. Aside from the academic value, Bill's conjecture has been turned over to $1 million, which will be provided by the well-known Texas banker Bill himself. As for Joe's conjecture, there are many people trying to prove it, but it seems that no one is rewarding this stuff. Seeing that a house has just flown away, Lu Shou's mood is not beautiful at the moment. But think of a good place, even if it is only Joe's guess, if you can give it to prove it, it is also a good thing to be able to name in the history of mathematics. As for the material rewards, although there is no reward for this speculation, but I would not be ill-treated to the school, at least the scholarship for the next 3 years is stable. The sophomore, who proved that Sitapan's conjecture is not the best evidence. It is said that Nanda directly gave 1 million people, of which 500,000 is for research funding and 500,000 for improving life. Jean DeHeo can rank in the top 10 in the country. Although the mathematics department is weak, even if it is for the face, can't it be compared with the Nanda who is outside the country? With this in mind, Lu Shou feels a little better. After calming down, he took out the proof process and swept his eyes. Unlike the cola that is labeled as waste, the Zhou's conjecture proof, which is a large category of drawings, is not specifically presented on paper or electronic files. When you want to see it, as long as you meditate in your heart, the whole set of proof steps can come to mind directly in your mind. I don't understand it at all. It seems that it takes a while to get through the process of proof. Lu Shou thought in his heart how to handle the proof process of the head. First of all, the light will be useless, you have to understand it. Second, you have to pack yourself into a schoolmaster. Don't say anything else, you even Joe's guessed that this kind of mathematics problem can be solved. Can't you get a high number, a few points and even a perfect score? If you want to lose a 1-point volume, then you have to get 99. However, this Lu Shou is not very worried. In the past 2 days, he has completely thoroughly understood the 2 courses of mathematical analysis and advanced algebra. University tutors are generally not deliberately difficult students, and the knowledge points of the study are definitely in the textbook. The cooked duck will not run anyway, as for the proof of this Joe's conjecture. Lu Shou is ready to wait until the summer vacation is over. During these 2 months, he will make every effort to pack himself into a real school and maximize the benefits he can get. It is necessary to find more tutors to exchange academic questions. Math LV1 is a must. Staying in school during the summer is also a must. At that time, I have to call the old lady, and I may have to go through the next year. The rewards came to an end, and another problem came out in Lu's heart. Will the drawings obtained from the lottery be related to subject level? This issue is critical. Otherwise, why is it so clever, and if you don't draw anything else, will you get a special answer? Instead of the first prize space battleship? As soon as this thought emerged from his head, he couldn't linger, and the more he thought, the more likely he felt. The most urgent task is to upgrade the subject level as soon as possible to raise mathematics to LV1, unlock the upper limit of LV1 level in other disciplines. In the meantime, the chances of the lottery will be picked up first. However, if the lottery is not used, the task list cannot be refreshed, and the lottery opportunity is hoarded. Not realistic. He also clearly remembers that the task list became gray after receiving the mission reward. Until his 2 lucky draw chances were exhausted, the options in the task list were reselected. In this regard, you can only wait for a few more prizes to know. If the prizes are the answer to the proof questions, then the guess is that they are correct. In addition, the new task seems to be available. What could it be? Thinking about it, Lu Shou was silent in his heart. Open the task list. A translucent holographic screen floats in front of you. Task 1, the art of fish in troubled waters. Explanation: the fish in the mud is also the art of the door. If you can lie down, you will earn money. Why do you have to work hard in the laboratory? Requirements: clever use of language arts, name on scientific research projects with millions of investment in research funding. In the principle of not contributing to the power, the greatest energy is obtained with the least energy consumption. So, try to fish as much as possible, juvenile. Reward, obtain disciplinary experience. Experience type is determined by project type. Empirical value is positively correlated with research project funding value, and negatively correlated with host contribution in project. 1 lucky draw chance, 100% garbage. Task 2, practicing basic skills, physical. Explanation, Rome was not built in one day, and the scientific building was not completed in one day. Requirement, untie 200 college physics exercises. The book is provided by the system, for the host knowledge reserve, tailored for the host. Reward, the difficulty coefficient of the title is *2, 50 points. Props, deep learning time, category, special. Effect, effective time 24 hours. Reading the book for the duration of the effect can enter the deep reading state, and master the knowledge of the subject. Task 3, academics begin with thesis. Explanation, the thesis is the basis of learning. A scholar who can only write a thesis does not necessarily have to do a university question, but a scholar who can't write a thesis must not ask the university. Please do not raise the bar with this system, the system is the truth. Now, publish a sci paper and start your academic career. Requirements, publish a sci paper. Reward, subject experience, determined by academic value. The lower limit is 100 experience. 200 points. A lucky draw opportunity, 95% garbage, 5% sample. Seeing the last mission, Lu Zhou's expression was a little weird. The experience of rewards is determined by the academic value of the paper? If I send the argumentation process of this Zhou guest to the Sci Journal, I don't know how much experience I can change. With such a thought, the idea is quite tempting. Chapter 7 In front of the real school, all mortals are slag. In the end, reason still defeated greed. Lu Zhou dispelled this unrealistic thought. A freshman student published Sci itself as nothing. Anyway, the domestic Sci Journal irrigation phenomenon is also very serious. As long as your English skills are okay, irrigation like this, then you can't pass. This kind of phenomenon, so that a good person, listed a number of well-known irrigation journals in China. The top-ranked, Applied Mathematics and Computation, AMC, is famous in the field of irrigation. Speaking of Shanghai University alone, in just 4 years, hundreds of mathematics papers were sent on AMC, and some irrigation users poured more than 20 articles a year. In order to ensure the academic quality of the paper, those old-fashioned journals with regularity tend to strictly control the number of papers published in 1 year below 100. This Big Mac is a very skinny, with more than 1,000 papers published each year, plus cross-externalism and other factors, the impact factor is going up. Even due to the existence of a large number of pseudo-reviews, a certain editorial board issued more than 100 articles on it. Other SCI journals, Lu Zhou, are not necessarily confident, but AMC's words say he is confident and say that he is inflated. In short, Lu Zhou feels that the problem is not big. However, when the Zhou cognitive proof is published in the SCI journal, the problem is big. It is not a question that can't be passed. It is definitely possible, but the key is whether he can hold it after passing. In the end, although Lu Zhou chose the third task, he was not prepared to use Zhou's conjecture proof method, but to write a paper on the task. His understanding of the two courses of advanced mathematics and mathematics is no less inferior to graduate students. Coupled with 4 levels of English, the distance between writing English papers is only a few professional terms, and these can be solved by looking up the dictionary. On the other hand, the other 2 tasks, the first one he did not have that network, also recognized that there is not such a high emotional intelligence. The second one, the freshman has not yet opened the big class. I am afraid that the system will brush out the high school physics exercises. The ghost knows how difficult the coefficient is. Moreover, the physics level is not so attractive to him. The name is only used in the late stage, and it is not too late to practice when necessary. After selecting the task, Lu Zhou took a shot of the fart. The grass clippings on the stalk stood up and sang in the direction of the dormitory. I have been delayed for a long time outside, and I will not go back. I am afraid that Lu Rui will be insane. This kid is very strange, although it is usually very generous, but only in this aspect of learning. Be careful to make people speechless. Take a look at the notes and chase you 2 streets. Asking a question can slap you a dozen or so eyes. It is probably this type of person. In his eyes, it seems that the world is his competitor, and what he is chasing is probably not academic height, but the first in the eyes of teachers or classmates, or the status of study. Is this kind of person a schoolmaster? Lu Zhou does not think. In the eyes of the real school, all mortals are slag. How about showing your notes to you? Zhou guessed you would? You can't understand it before you pose. In Lu Zhou's cognition, there seems to be only one person who meets the conditions of Shueba. Well, that's right. No doubt, he is talking about himself. Pushing open the door to the bedroom, no more, just 10. Lu Rui is holding the problem book to brush the questions. The other 2 are not in the bedroom, probably playing cards next door. Shi Shang is a person who usually listens to the lectures at the end of the period. As for Huang Guangming, it is probably the legendary of learning. He usually does not listen to the lectures. He holds the Buddha's feet before the exam, but the scores are high and the words are not like words. Throwing the backpack on the table, Lu Zhou put his hand into the drawer to find his own bath card. At this time, Lu Rui put down the exercise book on the handle and asked for the direction of the I-boat. Elbow, how hard? I have to work hard. I haven't touched the book for half a semester. It's too late to work hard. The bath towel was thrown on the shoulder, and Lu Zhou stood up from the chair. Seeing Lu Zhou going to take a shower, Lu Rui suddenly said, I can't do it here. Can you help me? Oh, it's amazing. And what questions can you not do? Take it up. Lu Zhou reached out and Lu Rui pushed the glasses and handed over the problem book on the handle. He pointed to the circled topic and said, this is the way. Integration problem? This stuff should not be difficult. The subject swept his eyes. The accident was a question that had not been seen. Lu Zhou came to interest, and did not rush to take a shower. He took the exercise book and sat back again. On the chair, pick up the pen and start writing on the scratch paper. If it was before, it would be difficult to live with Lu Rui's question. He must not be able to solve it. I don't know why, at the moment, there is no such thing as impossible in his heart. Looking at Lu Zhou for a while, Lu Rui was relieved, and his heart secretly despised the sentences still learning slag, and then how to pretend to be a slag. Regarding this question, he can't solve it without falsehood, but in fact there are reference answers, and there are detailed solutions on the answer. The reason why I asked Lu Zhou is not because I am open-minded, but just want to sniff the enemy. If you have to retreat 10,000 steps, even if you want to ask math problems, he will not find Lu Zhou. Thinking about it, Lu Rui said, would you like to copy the questions? I will ponder the next question. The latent meaning is that you will not write anyway. I will not waste your time. However, Lu Zhou's reaction was unexpected to Lu Rui's. No, it's unlocked. Solution, unlocked? Lu Rui's eyes widened and he was surprised that his eyes were protruding. Well, you didn't get it wrong. Turning the ballpoint pen in his hand, Lu Zhou explained to the formula on the draft paper. The typical double integral problem, the first step is to convert the Cartesian coordinates into polar coordinates and start the operation. Due to the interval symmetry, this part can be reduced to COTS2 by calculation. Finally converted into CSCX 2 points. Then substituting into the original function. Lu Rui's pupil slightly shrinks, keenly see through the core idea of this solution. In the next step is like pushing the boat, it is okay to count down, no any difficulty. Damn, I didn't think of this step. Bingo! Correctly. Lu Zhou smiled and nodded, saying that the scorpion can teach. Thank you. I borrowed the draft paper and I took the research. Get it, You're welcome. Lu Zhou waved his hand and stood up and walked to the bathroom. The draft paper with Lu Zhou returned to the seat. Lu Rui pushed the glasses and stared at the subject. The brow wrinkled slightly and fell into meditation. Although the solution is novel, the process of solving the problem is clear, and the knowledge points involved are not super excellent. Even without Lu Zhou's explanation, he can easily understand it. Just let him not understand what happened. How did Lu Zhou think of it? And still in such a short time. Was it done in the past? Lu Rui thought about it and seemed to have only this possibility. Otherwise, he really couldn't imagine it. This day and night, he was busy doing part-time school scum, and even crushed his recognized class in the speed of problem solving. Turned to the back of the exercise book, Lu Rui looked at the answer solution, the whole person stunned and muttered to himself. Impossible. The answer is completely correct, but this is not the point. The point is that Lu Zhou's solution is even simpler than the standard answer solution. The answer does not take into account the solution of the Cartesian coordinates into polar coordinates, but the direct application of the formula to the second split of the integral, which results in an extremely large amount of calculation. And this is one of the solutions he considered. How can this be? Lu Rui bit his lip. Suddenly I feel that I have some doubts about my life. Chapter 8: Optimal Inversion Theory of Linear Operators and Linear Functionals. Since the system was in place, Lu Zhou felt that his life was regular, and he took his second-hand notebook early in the morning and went to the library. For him, this experience is unprecedented. Still the old place, Lu Zhou opened the notebook and found a power plug on the wall. After conceiving for a while, he knocked out several characters on the Word document. Optimal Inversion Theory of Linear Operators and Linear Functionals. Abstract: several kinds of inversion problems of linear functional and linear operators are given when giving all and part of information. The basic results of the optimal inversion theory are introduced, especially the construction of the optimal inversion method. This topic was thought of when Lu Zhou was lying on the bed and turning notes last night. Their mathematics analysis teacher, Professor Tang, gave a sigh of mouth when he talked about the Fourier inversion formula. Not on the top, but on the frontier. Combined with the information on the internet, Lu Zhou made this topic. How to solve this problem? Okay. With his level of knowledge, there is absolutely no solution, so you have to use some conventional means. If he remembers correctly, the black technology system's points can be used to solve real-world technical problems. He tried to prove the Riemann conjecture, and the results did not react. Thinking of it as either the answer is beyond his mathematical level, or the point consumption is an astronomical figure that he can't afford. With this level of problem as the goal, the system should always give a reaction? Thinking of this, Lu Zhou concentrated his attention on the computer screen, and began to meditate on the system. Okay. It seems that nothing happens. Okay? Suddenly, a warm current slammed the sky from the back. Lu Zhou only felt that the brain was hot, followed by a bang. A huge stream of information blasted in the sea of knowledge, followed by a line of text from as it floated in front of my eyes. Points consumed 65 points. Based on the mathematical LV0 level, the optimal solution is being given. That kind of feeling does not hurt, but it makes people feel a little enjoyable. When Lu Zhou suspects that he has become M, he wakes up in a flash. Staring at the white computer screen, Lu Zhou looked at his hands and looked at the keyboard, muttering with a hint of excitement. Solution unlocked? Really unlocked. If he is not in the library, he is only excited to cheer out. As with the proof of Zhou's conjecture, the core method of the whole subject is printed like a soldering iron directly in his brain. From the process to the answer, every number, every symbol, and even every punctuation is so concise, full of mathematical beauty. The only fly in the ointment is that this kind of beauty is too bone-like, and it needs to use language to enrich its connotation and turn it from pure theory to a thesis. A paper that can be understood by others. In the midst of it, Lu Shou seems to understand something about the meaning of the black technology system. What he can't understand is why is this all? At this time, a ballpoint pen stretched over and poked his arm gently. That, classmates. Chen Yushan blushes and asks embarrassedly. Can you ask a math question again? Originally, she didn't want to find him, but she had asked about the questions before and after, and no one had solved it. No way, people are under the roof and have to bow their heads. Chen Yushan chose to bear the burden of humiliation and decided to forget the humiliation he had on himself the day before yesterday. After returning to God, Lu Shou said, "Oh, let's take the topic." Chen Yushan sighed with relief and moved her chair over and sat next to Lu Shou. Lu Shou smashed two eyes and found that the difficulty of this topic was a lot harder than the previous day's question. Probably the question that Lu Rui asked him was a grade. But no matter how difficult it is, it can't escape the big framework of higher algebra, especially for him. As long as it is the problem on the exercise book, there is no such thing as a solution. Picking up the pen, Lu Zhou began to write and draw on the draft paper. When Lu Zhou was doing the problem, Chen Yushan secretly glanced at his side face. Although this person's personality is not beloved, but the serious look is unexpectedly very good-looking. Just when Chen Yushan was bored waiting for Lu Zhou to solve her problem, she suddenly noticed the Word document on his computer screen and whispered, "Classmate, are you doing graduation design?" Graduation design has not been completed until June, and it is really a personal talent. Lu Zhou, who was solving the problem, replied casually, "No, that is a thesis, vote for science." Upon hearing this, Chen Yu deleted her face and revered. God, this is the big God. I really didn't see it, it looked so young, it was a graduate student. And when I graduated, I started to vote for Psi, great. Chen Yushan asked with a look of respect, "School, what professional are you?" Lu Zhou, who was already making a faceless expression, heard the word of the senior, and suddenly smiled with a shy smile, "Hey, mathematics." Mathematics, my God, can make mathematics good as a god. Chen Yushan sent a heartfelt feeling, and the worship in my heart is more obvious. She is a business school, although the knowledge of this major is quite okay. The only thing that can be raised is the mathematics class. I am about to be a senior, and the postgraduate examination of this mountain is in front of me. I can ruin her who still wants to continue her studies. Untied, the process and the ideas I wrote on the paper, you should be able to understand what you think. Pushing the draft paper to Chen Yushan's side, Lu Zhou said softly, "Mathematics is based on talent, and secondly, under the pen, unlike other sciences, it is useless to listen to people. After all, it is a library, not suitable for the topic. There is nothing wrong with whispering two sentences, but if you keep talking, you are afraid to get a lot of eyes." Therefore, Lu Zhou stopped his words and gave the girl himself to think about what he needed to understand. Chen Yushan quickly said thank you, after the draft came directly, and then took out the mobile phone, embarrassedly whispered, "That. Senior, can I add your WeChat?" "I will not answer the question, I want to ask you." "No problem." Lu Zhou did not think much, took out his Lo with Xiaomi, and swept the girl QR code. "Thank you, I will invite you to dinner next time." Chen Yushan replied with a red face again, moved his stool and moved back, and continued to write. At this time, Lu Zhou suddenly returned to God, and he seemed to have forgotten to clarify a misunderstanding. "Where is the graduate student?" "It is a freshman. Although it will be a sophomore in a few months. However, after thinking about it, I ran to clarify this matter. It seems that there are some neurotic diseases, and others are embarrassed. This misunderstanding is still waiting for another opportunity to talk about it next time." When he thought of it, he shook his head and left the matter behind him. His eyes continued to stare at the screen, his fingers tapped on the keyboard, and he began to concentrate on writing his own papers. Although the system is based on the solution given by the mathematics LV0 level, Lu Zhou can be sure that the knowledge points used in this solution must not be based on his own knowledge reserve, but from the database of the system itself. The knowledge that came out. While writing a thesis, Lu Zhou also took notes on the handwritten notebook next to him, listed the knowledge that he could not understand, and put a question mark on the step in question. Others write papers, like squeezing water from a sponge, but for him, it is like using a plastic pipette to drop water into a sponge, which is more like an input process than output. Throughout the day, Lu Zhou was soaked in the library, and even lunch was solved with buns bought in the morning. Looking at the papers on the screen with thousands of words, and the 2-page notes, he leaned back on the chair and stretched out. The rest is to thoroughly understand the knowledge on the notes. You can check the information as much as possible. If you can't find the book, ask the teacher. There is also a place where the argumentation in the paper is too cumbersome, and it can be slightly simplified. When it comes to the search of the network, the things that have been proved by other papers, directly delete the proof process label reference. The last thing is to check. I shouldn't have a problem for me. After all, every word can be written by myself. Or the system is written, it is not bad anyway. It was not early, the stomach had begun to bark, and Lu Zhou stood up from the seat and walked outside the library. Is dinner continuing to eat barbecue bibimbap? Still eating curry rice? After a while, I finished my dinner and went to the old Tang's office. If Lu Zhou remembered it correctly, he should be on duty in the senior exam room. Well, it's such a happy decision. Chapter 9. I am afraid I have read a fake university. The answering room is full of seats. The juniors who are interested in the postgraduate study are concentrating on reviewing. Sitting next to the desk, Tang Jiwei, a professor of mathematics at Jinda University, saw that he had put down his newspaper at the moment and was staring at the topic on the draft paper with meticulous attention. The fingers of his right hand flipped the pen cover of the pen. Standing on the side of Lu Zhou is very clear. This little action means that he is trapped in thinking. What did you get from? Staring at the calculations on the draft paper for a long time, Tang Jiwei suddenly asked. The reference to the Fourier coefficient is mentioned in the reference book. I went to the library and looked up the relevant information. I found that there are several variants about the Fourier inversion theorem, as well as several variants. Application: I tried this derivation, and found that this step cannot be solved. Lu Zhou embarrassed smile, a look of trouble with your expression. Tang Jiwei looked at Lu Zhou and his eyes continued to turn to the draft paper. This time he put down the pen cover and picked up the chalk. He walked over to the blackboard and reached for a draft on the blackboard. Lu Zhou stared at the blackboard intently, perhaps because he had done this in advance. He found that he could keep up with the rhythm of the teacher. The chalk squeak on the podium attracted attention. Sitting on the top of the junior high school seniors who studied the high numbers, they looked up from time to time, looked at the calculations on the blackboard, and then quickly turned their heads. Buried down. M. What do you write about this? Time passed by, and the entire blackboard was filled up unconsciously. From the upper left corner of the blackboard to the lower right corner of the blackboard, Tang Jiwei stopped writing, looked back and looked at Lu Zhou and asked, "Do you understand this part?" Seriously staring at the blackboard, Lu Zhou nodded, understood. Tang Jiwei's eyebrows were picked and asked, "Do you really understand?" Lu Zhou said, "I really understand." Tang Jiwei did not speak, picked up the blackboard eraser, wiped off the things on the blackboard, picked up the chalk and continued the book next, and the evaluation of Lu Zhou in his heart was a half point. He hates two kinds of students in his life. One is to ask for a change in his gift, and the other is to ask for a super topic in front of him. Especially the latter is pure waste of his time. Obviously not interested in mathematics, but also to show their own research, look disgusting. This kind of person only wants to be close to the teacher all day long. He hasn't figured out what he is learning for. At the end of the writing, there were still a few lines left to write. Professor Tang Jiwei suddenly stopped and looked back at Lu Zhou. He suddenly said with a smile, "I have calculated this step, should you understand?" Lu Zhou nodded, understood. "Thank you, teacher." sitting in the first row of corners to review the high number of Chen Yushan, has been secretly watching the two men on the podium, listening to the two people's "I don't understand?" Understanding. The exchange is full of fog. What did you understand? What are they talking about? Realizing that they could not understand their dialogue, Chen Yushan felt desperate about her mathematics. Is it? I am actually a student? Hearing Lu Zhou's answer, Tang Jiwei smiled and put the chalk on the desk, went back to the chair and sat down, picked up the thermos and drank the tea, and said slowly, "Do you understand? Then you come and finish the rest of the steps for me." You know a fart. When I wrote it, I stood there like an idiot. I didn't even do a single note. If you can understand this, I will eat this cup. A look at Professor Tang Jiwei's expression, Lu Zhou immediately understood. The professor is skeptical that he did not listen to it, test himself. Thinking of this, Lu Zhou was crying and laughing. Heaven and earth conscience, I really understand. He didn't know why, when Professor Tang was calculating on the blackboard, the formula of that article was so familiar in his eyes. He always felt that he had seen it before, but couldn't tell where it was. Is it because the knowledge of system point redemption covers this part of the knowledge point? Or is it because of the increase in the value of his own mathematics experience that he has improved his feelings about mathematics? In short, he did understand it. Lu Zhou didn't know the specific reason, but now it is obviously not thinking about this time. Professor Tang is still waiting for him to perform there. In order to publish the paper in the next semester, he can't make a slap in this section. I saw Lu Zhou confidently smiled and picked up the chalk and walked to the blackboard. Professor Tang's eyebrows jumped and he said that this kid wouldn't really write the rest of the steps? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Even if he has completed most of the proof process, the calculations of the remaining lines can never be completed by a freshman undergraduate. It is the graduate students he brought, and he has to repeat his proof process several times from beginning to end to understand the doorway. And this guy, but when listening to the lecture, even the notes are not done. Time passed by, and the strangeness in Professor Tang's heart has turned into a deep shock and eventually turned into praise. All the suspicions are like the snow on the spring, and the snow melts at the moment of the sun. When Lu Zhou wrote the last symbol on the blackboard, Professor Tang, who stared at the blackboard, nodded his approval. Not bad, well written. The solution of the last few steps is slightly different from his thoughts, and it is a bit cumbersome, but it is also a novel idea. This shows that he not only listened to what he said, but also incorporated his own thoughts into it. And this is the most valuable and valuable. It seems that he is wrong with him. Thanks to the teacher's advice, if it is my own, it is definitely not this step. Lu Zhou smiled embarrassedly. In this sentence, he did not lie. In the calculation steps given by the system, many places similar to A equals B did not explicitly tell him why the two could be drawn equal. And he asked Professor Tang for the specific proof of this part. Don't be modest with me, I can see your level, covered the lid of the thermos. Professor Tang continued to ask, which class do you have? A big class, Lu Zhou. Lu Zhou answered truthfully. Lu Zhou. Professor Tang nodded and meditated several times, as if to remember the name. It turned out that the schoolmaster called Lu Zhou. Chen Yushan, who was sitting in the corner and secretly nodded, suddenly felt that something was wrong, and then he reacted. Big freshman? Thinking of calling him a half-day senior, Chen Yushan's face was red, and the whole person was like an ostrich, and his head was on the table. The heart is full of shocks, not only Chen Yushan, but also a few junior high school seniors in the first row of the question room. They also looked at the school brother with a look of enthusiasm, and rushed over 10,000 alpaca. Are the freshmen nowadays so arrogant? Also let no one live. Want to test the high generation? How about reviewing? The review is almost the same, I want to see some extracurricular books. Lu Zhou smiled. Oh, let you test the paper, I am afraid that it is a little bit of you. Tang Jiwei laughed and joked, would you like me to give you a separate paper? Don't be a teacher, it will be dead. Lu Zhou couldn't help but laugh. Hey, can you still be a dead person? I don't believe it. Tang Jiwei looked up and down a few times, and nodded with approval. Good, very good, I rarely praise a student. If you don't see you. Freshman, I really want to say hello to the people in the office, and transfer you to my office for research. Teacher, you have lifted me up. I still need to learn more things. I really want to do research with you. It is definitely dragging your hind legs. Lu Zhou knew that Professor Tang was joking and said modestly. Tang Jiwei snorted and criticized, hey, let me come to those who have a lot of words, and the people who do the study will learn well. Don't always put those scenes in your stomach. Although inexplicably criticized, Lu Zhou knows that Professor Tang is not really angry, but truly regards himself as his student and teaches himself. When the old gentleman was angry, it was definitely a smile. For example, when I was on the blackboard, I thought that when I was pretending to do fake teaching, he would definitely not be angry. The teacher is right, I know. Looking at Lu Zhou's sincere expression, Tang Jiwei nodded and relaxed his tone. He continued, it's a good thing to be interested in mathematics. I hope you can continue to keep going. Also, you choose the right direction, although it's not a hot direction, but it's easy to produce results. If you have any good ideas, you can do it boldly. If you don't understand, you should read more questions. Learning is like this. If you don't know, you can find someone else. Things that can't be found. After a pause, Professor Tang continued, the mathematics department of Jinda is not strong, but the physics department still has nothing to say. In the application of Fourier transform, in spectrum analysis and data compression and orthogonal frequency, the application of submultiplexing is still quite extensive. If you make a difference in this area, I believe that when you are a senior, several professors in the physics department next door will definitely want you. Speaking of this, Professor Tang smiled and said, learning more, seeing more, practicing more, and studying more. I will talk about nonsense here, and you will continue to ponder and ponder. I will not delay your time. Thank you, Professor. Your words are in your heart, and students keep in mind. Lu Zhou said with a sincere heart. Don't you talk about some scenes, I just told you about it? I want to thank you for saying thank you. I will hurry and finish, let me get up and send you. Tang Jiwei smiled. Lu Zhou smiled and turned the paper out with the draft paper and pen. He also took the door of the answering room. Looking back at the blackboard, Tang Jiwei sighed inside, and felt a sense of emotion in his heart. Jinling is not the ancient capital of the 6 dynasties. Stood on this dragon vein, it really is a talented person. The undergraduate students in the audience looked awkward, looked at the dazzling calculations on the blackboard, and looked at their own exercise books. I am afraid I have read a fake university. Chapter 10 I have 2 girlfriends. Male bed, room 201. Under the desk lamp, Lu Rui, who was brushing the question, suddenly stopped the pen and squinted at the door of the bedroom. He did indifferent, careless, and did not care about it. You said that this elbow has not come back yet? Huang Guangming, who was sitting on the bed and playing The Legend of the Knives, did not lift it. He said, I don't know. You care about people doing this? Do you want to do it? Drivers are really disgusting. Go down. Do your ass. Share. Lu Rui sighed, jumped up and reached for the ladder shaker, scared Huang Guangming's mobile phone did not look, and quickly hugged the railing for mercy. Lu brother Lu go, I am wrong, I am wrong. Don't shake. To die. In fact, people can't die at all. The bed is connected in 2 rows. There are so many books and clothes in the cupboard, which is to hang the weight of Lu Rui's whole person. It is impossible to put such a large cuboid. Reversed. These two life treasures are so busy that they have almost become the daily life of the 201 bedroom. At this time, Shi Shang, who was reviewing English, suddenly looked up and said coldly, "But to speak, the elbow has not been working part-time recently. I haven't seen him at night, and I have been in the library all day. Is it wrong?" Lu Rui raised his ears. "Don't you talk about the object?" Shi Shang asked in an uncertain tone. Lu Rui. Huang Guangming. "Hey, why don't you talk?" "I found myself cold," Shi Shangyan said. Lu Rui and Huang Guangming looked at each other and exchanged their eyes and looked at Shi Shang together. Lu Rui said seriously, "Fei Gu. Looking at the trough, call me flying brother and you are anxious." Huang Guangming is a serious man, Fei Gu, he is a mathematics department. This logic is too perfect. For a time, Shi Shang was speechless, and he did not hang 2 lines of tears on his cheeks. The proportion of male single dogs in the Department of Mathematics is definitely the top of the list. Other engineering institutes can also choose a class to spend, and they are here. I want to choose a class to spend. I am afraid I can only convince the squad leader. As for the outside class, the first reaction was to hear, "Oh, the group of single dogs, speaking about love, doesn't there?" Generally speaking, girls are not very fond of talking to people who have no feelings. It is absolutely rare to be able to take off a single. Otherwise, how to explain, like me, Yushu Linfeng, handsome, will play basketball, and Rukawa Feng, a level of male god, why haven't they gone out yet? Oh, reality is so cruel. Shi Shang Wangshan. At this time, Lu Zhou happened to return to the bedroom, and opened the door and smiled. "You are noisy? I am listening to the light in the corridor, where the wolf is crying. I am going to find a girlfriend, and I am afraid of something going on for a long time." Huang Guangming looked serious. "I have asked you a very serious question," you answered truthfully. "What?" Shi Shangyi said in a serious way, "Do you have a girlfriend?" Lu Zhou is impatient. "There are 2. Envy? Do you want me to borrow you?" Roll. The 3 people have the same voice. Lu Zhou squatted down, didn't expect them to be so synchronized, suddenly realized what, smirked and smiled. Are you thinking about it?" "I am talking about Gaia Daiji and the score too. I took notes on it. You want to see it and just take it, remember to come back." It seems to be cold. In the morning, Lu Zhou started a morning bed as usual, washed his face and brushed his teeth, and went to the cafeteria with his notebook. The cafeteria has just opened its doors, and there are not many people in the hall. Just as Lu Zhou walked in, the fresh buns just came out, and the smell of the floating face could be smelled from far away. "Auntie, come 3 cups of soy milk, you have to pack it." "Well, the young man is coming so early, Auntie gives you a big one." "Thank you, Auntie." Lu Zhou's way is very sweet, whether it is for classmates or teachers, or strangers. This is the truth that his oldest teacher taught him. If he is good with others, he will never suffer. Of course, the words are not so absolute. He has been a worker in the steel factory for so many years, and he has suffered a lot from the losses he has suffered. Lu Zhou himself, even if he is concerned about his teachings, he will occasionally be unable to control his own mouth, and he should not be able to talk when he should not speak. The buns were installed, and Lu Zhou took out the meal card and posted it on the card reader. However, the next second, his expression will be paralyzed. Insufficient balance. I saw the shackles of Lu Zhou. The aunt of the cafeteria smiled and said, "Nothing, you can use money. I can find 0 here." Lu Zhou touched the pocket, touched the wallet, and his expression was even worse. The wallet is empty, just a bank card. As for his Xiaomi mobile phone, he was also charged in his lost bedroom, and he couldn't scan the QR code. This canteen is probably not a bank card? System. Under the consultation, can the points be redeemed? Lu Zhou whispered a word in his heart, but unfortunately, the system did not want to care for him. At this moment, it was like a scream of the sky, and the card reader rang. Lu Zhou immediately turned around and saw a girl with air bangs standing behind him with a smile on his face, and the right hand holding the meal card shook. "Oh, early." "Early?" Lu Zhou squatted and nodded. "This person. Who is it?" "It's too much, you don't even know me." Chen Yushan saw at a glance that Lu Zhou did not recognize who he was, and he got angry and picked up his lower lip. "Oh, sorry." "Thank you, or do you want to add me to WeChat?" "I will go back to you?" "No, it's only 2.5, I don't have that deduction, and we have already added WeChat." He licked his hair. Chen Yushan grinned and extended his right hand. "Re-recognition, my name is Chen Yushan, business. The school's Lu Zhou primary school brother, I can call my sister later." Lu Zhou didn't know that she wanted to bite the word school brother so much, and she didn't know why he had to add a small in front of school brother, not to know how she knew the truth. However, when she heard the sentence she said and added WeChat, she remembered who she was. This image change is a bit big. Under the waist is a refreshing denim shorts, and then a pair of long legs that don't know where to put your eyes, and a pair of white sandals. The upper body is a cool white boat collar small t-shirt, but she was wearing a geometric three-dimensional sense. The face is painted with a little makeup, the lip gloss is fresh and bright, especially the round glasses are removed, probably replaced by contact lenses? Looking at Lu Zhou's absence from talking, Chen Yushan's heart was slightly proud. Originally, the roommate tried to dress her up with great care, and made her a little annoyed, but now she feels that the time wasted is not too bad. Of course, this is also because her own conditions are good, usually it is just not used to trimming margins. Even if the average person is trying to dress up, she will not have half of her effect. What's wrong? Elementary school brother? Chen Yushan licked her long hair in the ear, looked at Lu Zhou with a mischievous smile, and used his eyes to signal that he would not say anything. Lu Zhou was silent for a while. He looked at Chen Yushan up and down and wondered if he should say it, but he couldn't stand the conscience of the conscience. He whispered, "The air conditioner in the library is very big. You will catch a cold." Chen Yushan suddenly felt that it was too stupid to have an expectation of his speech. 3 buns ate one, and the remaining 2 tightly packed plastic bags were put in the bag. Chen Yushan, who was sucking the noodles, glanced at him curiously, but said nothing, only when he was a good habit of not wanting to waste food. The two finished eating at the same time and walked to the library together. Still in the old place, Chen Yushan sat in the position next to Lu Zhou, and turned out the problem book to work hard. The revision was just to change the mood, but also to meet the interest of the roommate, and did not bring any changes to her review rhythm. Lu Zhou took out his notebook and continued to edit his thesis meticulously. The calculation method that Lao Tang showed him yesterday gave a great inspiration to his thesis. In the spirit of playing iron, he intends to select the important part of the argumentation process and write it into the paper. As a result, there are only 3 remaining difficulties that need to be understood, and then a little more effort, to get the whole paper before the end of the month. The review of SCI journals is very slow. It doesn't matter if you drag it for 2 or 3 months. Even if it is AMC, it is impossible to get there. He didn't want to drag on for half a year to complete the system's mission. In this way, time passed without knowing it, and soon it was noon. After brushing the question for the morning, Chen Yushan stretched out and squinted and sat down next to Lu Zhou, stood up and walked over, and poked his arm and said, "School brother, do you want to go have lunch together?" The term school brother seems to be addictive, and it is not enough for one time. She even called it twice. Lu Zhou hesitated and shook his head. "No, I am not very hungry, you should go first." On Sunday, the person who filled the meal card did not go to work. His mobile phone was lost in the dormitory. What more embarrassing is it? Is it really not needed? I invite you. Chen Yushan asked. Lu Zhou swallowed and thought of the barbecue bibimbap in the cafeteria. In the end, the temptation of food still defeated rationality. He was embarrassed to nod. That, go together, I will ask you next time. Anyway, the buns are cold, and it seems to be the same at noon or at night. Ah, I can remember this. Let's go, then go to the dining peak later. Chen Yushan stood up, and the back of her mouth turned up, her face was sullen, and she sighed. What about IQ? Still not to be suppressed under the mature and elegant sister temperament of this fairy. However, Lu Shou, who walked out of the library next to her, did not notice the smugness on her face, because at this moment he was thinking about a serious problem. Is it a bit of a sip? Still eating black pepper flavor? Chapter 11. Even if you are a tyrant, there are things that you are not good at. As the days passed, Lu Shou basically maintained the 2-point and 1-line life of the library and the dormitory. In addition to eating, he went to the cafeteria. When there was a problem that could not be understood, he would go to visit Professor Tang. His life track was basically changed. Since entering the campus, his life has been so regular for the first time, and it has lasted for half a month. All this is what he never thought of. Finally, on the day before June 15th, Lu Shou completed the editing of the paper and translated the text into an English manuscript. It is worth mentioning that a few days ago, when discussing the problem with Professor Tang, I learned that Lu Shou was studying the problem of derivative function and derivative of function when giving partial Fourier coefficient, and after the findings were written into a thesis, Professor Tang showed a considerable degree of interest in his research and said that if he didn't mind, he could help him modify the paper. On this point, Lu Shou still quite believes in Professor Tang. Aside from good character and style, others have been professors for so many years, and the papers published are only afraid of more books than he has read, and they are not guilty of remembering a paper written by an undergraduate. Not to mention that this research topic itself has nothing particularly prominent. Even if it solves the problems that have plagued the world of mathematics for many years, Tang Jiwei will only be proud of teaching such students at most. In other words, some of the pheasant universities or the mentors who are not able to mix the titles of the professors will be able to hold graduations as a keynote, and remember the research results of the students. Lu Shou did not know that there was no such academic scum in a higher education institution like Jinda, but one thing he could be sure of was that Professor Tang must not be such a person. An experienced instructor is helping the staff, and the rate of submission of his papers should be much higher. In the choice of academic journals, I believe that Professor Tang can also give valuable suggestions. Therefore, Lu Shou intends to wait for the high number, then take his paper to Professor Tang to help. As for now, it is natural to hold the Buddha's feet. After all, in addition to the high number, there is a modern history program to test. The most irritating thing is that this year's special thing is closed book. Lu Shou has always been unable to understand, what is the use of this thing for himself? Can you be a successor if you learn well? But even if there are tens of thousands of complaints in the heart, the school still has to learn, and the back still has to be back. How to say that is also 2 credits, the impact on the grade point is still very large. In this way, Lu Shou was patient, sitting in the empty bedroom, and slamming the textbook. The results can be imagined. I can't see it at all. Sitting in the bedroom, Lu Shou, who had a morning book, only felt dizzy and threw the teaching materials on the table and gave up. When people are free, they want to fish, and they look at the ceiling of the bedroom for 2 minutes. Lu Shou touched the phone. Coincidentally, someone sent a message to himself, and he opened WeChat. Chen Yushan, school brother, why didn't you come to the library today? I don't have a question, can you teach me? Chen Yushan, picture. Lu Shou thought about it, edited a message and sent it. In the bedroom, the modern generation, wait a moment. Zooming in on the problem picture, Lu Shou blinked his eyes and put the phone on one side and snorted from the chair. I took a piece of draft paper and picked up the pen to write and draw on it. In less than 2 minutes, he got it. Taking out the mobile phone and taking a photo of Zhang Jiafa, Lu Shou looked at the modern history lying on one side and sent a heartfelt feeling. Sure enough, math is interesting. Indulge in fish, do not want to endorse. Lu Zhou picked up the phone to continue to brush friend's circle. I brushed it and saw that my roommate had made a message. Lu Rui, I haven't reviewed it at all, it's hard to count high numbers. I have to hang up the T.T. Lu Zhou felt that he should probably shield the friends of this product. However, after meditation on dozens of times in good people and social harmony, he finally gave the show a good compliment and then quickly passed. Brushing the circle of friends one by one, quite a feeling of reading a chapter. Time has passed without knowing it. At this time, the door of the bedroom suddenly opened, and Shi Shang, who was sweating, walked in with basketball. Is it in the ditch? Lu Zhou gave him a look. What kind of ditch? Play. At the end of this month, after the English test is finished, I have to play the class competition. The squad leader pulls us to the training camp. A fart, the stock sat on the chair. Shi Shang opened the mineral water bottle and slammed his mouth. He said with a sigh of relief, his grandmother, the center of the second class is so special, you can go to the pole. You are not reviewing? Reviewing a squat, I have seen it in peacetime, and I will review it again. 90 points are unrealistic, 80 points are strong, 70 points are stress-free. I want to get high scores, I have to watch Laotong's hands. Using the textbook to say the wind, moreover, mathematics is important in mathematics. Sports only have a few grade points. Lu Zhou was unable to vomit. Lu Zhou. Shi Shang looked at Lu Zhou seriously. As soon as this guy looked seriously, Lu Zhou was uncomfortable. Dry. Do you have only a grade point in your life? Shi Shang, you asked. What else? I am changing the way, do you want a sister? Shi Shang asked seriously. Okay. Lu Zhou felt that he was not hungry. He was thirsty to that extent, and from a rational point of view, with his own objective economic conditions, he himself could not afford the cost of love. He is a person who is afraid of trouble, and a person who does not like to trouble others. Although he believes that he will become rich in money in the future, he will have more money than anyone else, but he does not want to delay the youth of others. Of course, I think so, maybe because he hasn't met yet, a person who wants to love everything. Who will say well in the future? What is okay? Lu Zhou, as a bedroom chief, I must teach you some experience in life. Shi Shang holds the chair back, and in turn sits and speaks with a heavy heart. You imagine, when you dribble into the free throw line, facing the encirclement of two big-shaped big men, suddenly a three-step layup, get-up dunks. What will happen next? I don't dunk. With the height of Lu Zhou, it is no problem to jump up and touch the basket. It is still too far from the dunk. If you really want to put the ball up, I am afraid that it will be covered badly. Shooting will always be. A three-pointer is in the middle of the bullseye. Shi Shang hated iron and said, let's think about it. Shooting is still possible. Lu Zhou thought for a moment and said, is the ball in? There are only these? Patterns. Mori broke. Shi Shang patted his thighs and his tone became more and more excited. It's cheering. Think about those flying balls, think about the cheerleaders who cheer you up, think about those who are super short. The long legs under the skirt, they are madly shouting your name, the girl's flush on her face. Stop first. Lu Zhou frowned, interrupting Shi Shang's fantasy, our class. Is there a girl? Don't say that we have no class. There is no second class opposite. The silence in the bedroom was filled with death. In a sense, it is a genius to be able to talk about death in one sentence. Shi Shang sighed and looked at the sky and said, I don't have a common language with you. Lu Zhou sighed in his heart and said that he said to each other. Chapter 12 is my wall separation. Time passed by, and the high number 2 exams arrived as scheduled. Please ask the students to turn off the mobile phone and put the student ID card and ID card on the top left corner of the desk. I once again emphasized the discipline of the examination room. Once I find someone cheating, I will not tolerate it. I will send it to the Academic Affairs Office. The students will soon be promoted. Sophomore, I hope that you don't have this principled problem at this juncture. There are 1 or 2 unbelievers at this time of the year. I hope you can help discipline. The old professor who did not know stood on the podium and looked down at the lower part. Then he lifted his chin to the graduate student next to him. Xiao Wang, you start from the right side. Okay. The man named Xiao Wang nodded and began to check the student's documents from the right. The old professor placed the thermos on the desk and started checking from the left. Lu Zhou stretched out, turned off the phone, stuffed it into his backpack, and placed the reference books and electronic devices on the first row of desks like everyone else. Finally arrived this day. After the exam week, there is a lot of time to do your own thing. Going back to his position and sitting down, Lu Zhou gave his ID card and student ID to the graduate student, then sat in a position and waited for the hair roll. After all, it is 985 schools, and the examination style of Jinda is still quite strict. Don't look at the old man wearing reading glasses, a smile with a good face. But if you dare to turn down the note, or look at the phone, even if you hide it, he can give it to you at a glance. There were a few classmates who had done a cheat sheet. They were white and sitting fidgetingly, trying to copy and not dare to do it. Lu Zhou sighed in his heart and sighed silently for these unlucky children, and then he wrote it with great enthusiasm. I heard that the paper is from the old Tang, but no matter who the person is, the knowledge points of this final exam cannot exceed the scope of the curriculum. At least in Lu Zhou's view, the above topic is very easy. The first major category is to fill in the blanks. The first question is to find the general solution of the differential equation. It is straightforward according to the routine calculation. Although the formula is complicated, it can be changed from the other. It seems to be a sub-question in Lu Zhou. The second question is to find a straight line equation parallel to a straight line through the spatial coordinate points. There is nothing to say, but also a sub-question. The third question is asked, and the fourth question is to find the curve integral and send the points. The fifth question is quite interesting. Through the known f(x) equals the equation, and f(x) is a Fourier sine series expansion with a period of 3/2 pi and the function is s(x), find s the value of -5/2 pi. M. A little bit more difficult. The pinched pen was lightly clicked 3 times on the draft paper, but Lu Zhou quickly solved the answer. This problem seems to be complicated, especially when investigating the knowledge points of the Fourier sine series, and jointly examining the equations. The partial equations are not so simple. However, once you figure out how to understand the law, it seems that the complicated calculation process is not too difficult, and it is all about pushing the boat. At least for Lu Zhou, who has already read through 2 textbooks. Then, he looked at the multiple choice questions, and they all sent questions. He brushed the answer. Then the next big question is to start moving the real thing. Lu Zhou is gearing up, warming up, and preparing to start work. However, when I saw the topic, I was dumbfounded. Not because it is too difficult, but because M. Is this the level? Lu Zhou sneaked aside and aimed at it. I saw the buddy next door, biting the pen cover with a grin. Later, I smashed it, and even more creatively, I used a stack of papers to stack up a scorpion, and I used the metaphysical solution. At this time, a buddy stood up and went to the podium to put the papers and let them out. Lu Zhou is awe-inspiring. What the hero sees is the same. Sure enough, I feel that this paper is too simple. Thinking of this, Lu Zhou no longer hesitated, began to brush to solve the problem on the paper. Except for the last question, it took 5 minutes, and the other questions were basically fixed within 2 minutes. Picking up the test paper and looking at it, I made sure that there was no omission. Lu Zhou then looked at the draft paper that had not yet been written to a quarter, and packed up and got up and went to the roll. The old professor sitting at the desk was drinking tea, and he didn't care about the boat that came up. But when he saw the roll with the light, his eyes suddenly smashed. Yo! Is it full? It's only half an hour? With a snoring, he reached out and picked up the roll, pushed the glasses on the bridge of the nose, and stared at the answer behind the question and reviewed it. The first question is correct. The second question is correct. The third question. The more he looks down, the more dignified his expression is and the more serious he is. The graduate student standing next to him, while writing something on the curiosity paper, can see the serious expression on the old professor's face, and finally dismissed the idea of going over. Silently walked off the podium and patrolled the back of the classroom. Time passed by, and when I saw the last line of the last question, Lu Fangping's frowning brow stretched out in an instant, and nodded slightly with approval. Interesting. It's so interesting. It seems that the old Tang taught a good seedling. The hard side with the sentence, Professor Lu Fangping slammed the teacup in his face, was expressionless. For the two students who left early, the other students in the examination room did not have any movements. At most, they only felt a sigh in their hearts. They comforted themselves, they have already given up 2 treatments, and it is hard to think that it is more than me. In addition to sitting in the back of the boat, Lu Rue. He saw it with his own eyes. Lu Zhou filled the whole paper. Although I didn't see what Lu Zhou wrote specifically on the paper, the neat answer format is obviously not like a mess. Probably? I looked at my own paper, and I was still racking my brains on the last question of the fill-in-the-blank question. I couldn't figure it out. Logically speaking, this kind of problem that can't be thought of should be given up, and I will go back and write it when I finish writing the questions I will do. I can think of it even if Lu Zhou can do it, and Lu Rue's heart can't swallow this breath. I made my wall separate. This will cause me to break down. The mentality exploded. Lu Rue grabbed his hair and only felt that the whole person was not good. After coming out of the examination room, Lu Zhou did not wander outside, first went back to the bedroom, the paper was copied into the U-disk, and then went to the experimental building to find Professor Tang's office. The office is very quiet. Except for Professor Tang standing on the side of the window and smoking, only 2 seniors are busy with the computer in their hands, so that when the boat comes in, even the eyelids are not lifted. It is like I did not notice. I noticed Lu Zhou standing at the door. Professor Tang used his eyes to signal him to come in. He saw the U-disk in his hand and smiled and said, "Hey, is your paper so fast?" Lu Zhou said with a polite smile, "Well, it is finished. The Chinese version and the English version are all inside. Can you please help me see it? Come on, aren't you here for this?" After receiving the U-disk from Lu Zhou, Professor Tang went to the desk, opened the laptop and plugged it in and read the paper. "How about the exam?" "All right. It feels like the title is not difficult." "Oh, the tone is not small. I personally change your paper." "The teacher is merciful. You don't even think about your kid." Tang Jiwei smiled and opened the paper. If someone else says this kind of pleading with him, he will only feel resentful. However, Lu Zhou, when he said this sentence, he did not feel that something was wrong at all, just to laugh. He knows what level he is teaching, and let Lu Zhou do the kind of paper that follows the syllabus. The stage of this kind of student is not destined for the final exam of the university, but for the national competition of the Challenge Cup Extracurricular Academic and Scientific Works Competition, or the National Undergraduate Mathematical Modeling Competition. Focusing on the paper, Tang Jiwei put on his glasses and looked down the abstract of the paper. In fact, to be honest, when Lu Zhou walked into his office with an essay, his heart was full of surprises. For learning, it is like carrying a wooden barrel and transporting water from the sea to the reservoir. Along the way, bumps, wars, and dedication. Over the mountains, through the wind and the sun, and finally went to the academic large reservoir. From the wooden bucket that turned over, poured a drop of water into the reservoir. That road is not a white walk. Those who want to become academics must first have a sincere heart. Those who are eager for quick success are destined to do nothing. An undergraduate, even if there is talent in mathematics, can you put a few waters in the bucket? Not to mention the arrival of the academic large reservoir, I am afraid that even half a mile cannot get out, then the water will be evaporated on the road. Therefore, Professor Tang Jiwei's mood is very calm. When he was reading the thesis, he was not a mathematician's mentality. Instead, he was an educator's mentality, and he was caring for a flower that had just been planted from the soil. Even before he started to look at it, he was already thinking about how to get Lu Zhou to take this paper back and redo in a relatively gentle way. Not only did he educate him to learn, he couldn't be so high, and he was not so depressed that he lost his confidence and interest. However, at this time, Professor Tang suddenly stopped, and then his brow wrinkled and fell into thought. Is this really a paper written by an undergraduate? Wouldn't it be copied from which reference book? Thinking of this, Professor Tang took a paragraph with a letter of doubt and thought, and posted it on the whiteness. No match. Do not believe in evil. This old gentleman has also posted a paper to check the website, this time past the entire paper. Looking at the search results, his eyes are the boss. How can it be? Chapter 13. You are not too shameful, I am too shameful. The repetition rate is 0.3%. Qualified can no longer be qualified. Lu Zhou, I ask you a word, you honestly answer me, is this paper really written by you? Professor Tang Jiwei stared at Lu Zhou with a sharp gaze, and across the thick reading glasses, the turbid pupil flashed a strange look. And a touch of excitement. However, he still can't believe it, and can't believe that the mathematical argumentation process in this paper is actually from an undergraduate. Without evading the sight of the inquiry, Lu Zhou smiled and said modestly, thanks to the cultivation of Professor Tang. Well, I also spent the points in exchange for it. Should it be mine? When he said this, he had a clear conscience. Looking back from Lu Zhou's face, Tang Jiwei continued to look at the paper and watched it for a long time. Lu Zhou was not in a hurry, just stood by and waited. The sky outside the window gradually darkened, and the hour hand on the wall clock slowly climbed to the 6th. Professor Tang finally saw the last line of the paper and took a deep breath. The process of argumentation is very good, even good. The only trick is that there are some problems with the layout of the paper. The details of the words and the format of the cited documents are slightly wrong, but these are minor problems. You are big. One can write such an article, the young man has a future. Said, Professor Tang took off his glasses and put it on the table. He smiled at Lu Zhou and said with gratitude, the paper will be placed here first. I will change it for you. Lu Zhou was overjoyed and quickly thanked, thank you teacher. If you want to find a special company to modify, you have to spend a lot of money to say, not necessarily how much can be changed. When you come across a company that doesn't have a lot of work, your papers can't pass, and the other one is that the quality of your own paper is too junk, so I will give you back. You have been delayed for a lot of time. Go back first. Remember to come here for me in 2 days, or I will call you. Leave your phone number here, I am too lazy to go over the book. Professor Tang at the desk on the A4 paper, he pointed to the finger and then threw the pen to Lu Zhou. Lu Zhou naturally went from good to good and quickly wrote his own phone number. Right, small boat, I ask, have you considered which journal you have voted for? Lu Zhou smiled and said, I searched the internet and saw that the influence factor of AMC is quite high, and the speed of review is relatively fast. I intend to. Hey, noisy. Professor Tang whispered a whisper. Is it useful to vote for that stuff? I have asked you a question, or you will regret it when you are late. You know that our school doctoral students' graduation assessment, is AMC's paper submission not included in the assessment? Is there such a statement? But even if I knew it, Lu Zhou didn't care much. After all, he hadn't decided on the postgraduate exams, let alone Red Bow. He only wants to review when he is quick to complete the tasks of the system. If you vote for a rigorous journal, when you queue up for a few months, and finally give him a completed reject, then Lu Zhou can smash the dog. Mathematical journals, the domestic situation is mixed, I suggest you try to invest abroad. For your paper, Symbol Logic Magazine or Theory and Applied Mathematics newsletter is better, the former biased to publish symbolic logic academic original papers and commentary articles, the latter focuses on research papers in the three directions of applied mathematics, mathematical physics, and mathematical analysis. I can go back and think about it, and remember that if you dare to take this, the paper is submitted to the AMC Journal, so don't come see me later. Lu Zhou, I resist. Lu Zhou changed his mouth. Thank you for the teacher's teaching, student me. Putting a wave, Professor Tang smiled and said, let's just panic, hurry. Lu Zhou slid decisively and took the door when he went out. The office returned to quiet, and the student who was sitting at the desk next to the paper stretched out and squinted at the paper on the teacher's topic. Xiao said, Professor, is that the undergraduate you bring? Don't believe it? Professor Tang smiled and said, I also tell you that people are not only an undergraduate, but also a freshman. Another graduate student has a big eye and doesn't work on the project. It is incredible to say, the freshman? The freshmen began to vote for SCI? Now the undergraduates are so cattle? Oh, so, you have to work hard. Looking at his two students, Professor Tang said with a strong heart, don't wait until your schoolmates give it up. You are not too shameful. I am too shameful. Just when Lu Zhou took the U-disc to find Professor Tang's UA, the high number 2 exam was finally over. With the completion of the winding, a ghost inside and outside the examination room was crying. There is no time in the trough. I still have 2 big questions that I didn't write, crying. It's too hard, fill in the last question and the fill in the blank question? The question of the Fourier series? I didn't see the question, I jumped directly. The penultimate big question, about the convergence domain and function of the power series, and the sum of the numbers of the series dash. Don't ask me, I don't know, I don't understand, who am I? I just want to be quiet. Tao brother is like? Can you pass? Don't mention it, wait for the exam. Of course, the is a minority, and watching so many people crying in the wolf, there are still a lot of schools sinister insidiously mixed into the team. For example, Lu Rui is a kid, and he is now outside the classroom to send friends. Mathematics is so hard. Tested, can't write at all, have to retake the test T.T. Well, in fact, he not only finished writing, but also checked it from beginning to end. After editing, click send. At this time, Huang Guangming and Shi Sheng came over. Lu Rui, what are you doing? Wait for you, playing mobile phones, locked the phone, and Lu Rui stood up without a problem. Go, eat in the cafeteria. Is the elbow awkward? I saw that he only took half an hour to leave? Shi Sheng asked. I don't know, wait for him to come back and ask him. Lu Rui shook his head. Huang Guangming answered and said, right, Rui go, what is the last question you chose? Lu Rui, it seems to be A. That question is so difficult, I chose it. Huang Guangming laughed happily, I rely on, I am also A. Ah, really, the old man is right. In the history, I thought about it for a while, and frowned and asked, isn't it B? Lu Rui recalled the next question and shook his head, it is definitely not B. According to the dry information, it must be the convergence of the series on. At the same time, the square of on cannot be diverged. Well, I guess, maybe I guessed it wrong. For sure. In the end, he emphasized another sentence. Already accustomed to the modesty of this amnesty, Huang Guangming and Shi Sheng have not been surprised. Recalling the horror that was dominated by math problems half an hour ago, Huang Guangming sighed, this exam is too special, I feel that I have learned to fly. Shang is silent. He felt that he might not be as good as Xiang. At this time, another schoolmaster in the class came over. This shaved flat-head, tall, looking at the black and thin and handsome boy, named Luo Rundong, is a true school. It is also the only one of them, the man who took 150 in the college entrance examination mathematics. Others may be transferred to the mathematics department, but he is the mathematics department of his own newspaper. In the case of a single point of achievement, Lu Rui may be slightly higher than him. After all, his English is not very good. However, if you want to say high school in several points, Lu Rui is really not his opponent. Lu Rui, that fill in the blanks, the last question you solved? The solution is solved, but I don't know if it is right. Two people discussed math problems, and sometimes they came up with some difficult words in their mouths. The people next to them couldn't insert their mouths. Huang Guangming and Shang looked at each other and saw the helplessness from each other's eyes. If Lu Zhou is here, it would be fine. Without the bottom of Lu Zhou, I always feel that both of them have become school. This feeling is too uncomfortable. Chapter 14, Working for School. Lu Rui, math is so hard. The fifth question of the fill-in-the-blank question is completely incomprehensible, and the last question of the multiple-choice question will not be written. Finally, an answer is received. Hey, I've taken it, I'm afraid I have to take the test. T.T. When I was eating, I brushed the circle of friends, just brushed up to Lu's person. Lu Zhou's mouth twitched and was ready to give a compliment, but I couldn't control my hand. The answer to the fifth question of the fill-in-the-blank question, the last question of the multiple-choice question, is selected B. It's hard to use a mobile phone to make a symbol. Edited and sent. Comfortable. Lu Zhou was preparing to put the phone back in his pocket and continue to bury his head and eat it. As a result, the phone shook and touched it. It turned out to be Lu Rui's return. Ha! Is this kid so fast? The heart was secretly surprised, and Lu Zhou opened a circle of friends. Lu Rui. Is it not A? Lu Zhou shook his head with a smile, recalled the topic and the contents of each option, pulled a piece of draft paper from the backpack, picked up the pen and wrote a complete demonstration process on it, and then picked a light. The physician took a photo and sent him a pass. Lu Zhou, picture. This time Lu Rui responded very slowly. After waiting for a while, Lu Zhou saw that he did not reply to himself and continued to eat noodles. After delaying for so long, you should swell without eating noodles. However, just as he thought, he just put the phone back in his pocket, and the phone shook again, and this time it was still a phone call. The trough? This kid is crazy, but also made a special call? Lu Zhou quickly touched the phone out. As a result, the caller ID was not Lu Rui, but Wu Dahai. Speaking of it, the last heat stroke was thanks to the fact that he sent himself to the hospital. Thinking of this, Lu Zhou was a bit embarrassed, and he did not call to officially thank him. There were a few sins in the dark, and Lu Zhou pressed the button. Hey! It's me, the C. Wu Fatzi's hearty voice came over. How? Is the body better? Alright, thank you last time. Lu Zhou was embarrassed. Thank you a lot? I have to thank you for not having a big deal. Wu Hai slammed Lu Zhou and said, I don't care how to continue, is it free at night? If you have time, you are free. What are you doing? Lu Zhou asked. Deep through the express sorting, 100 a night, come or not? Wu Dahai asked. Lu Zhou immediately asked, where? Wu Dahai, there is a car waiting at the entrance of the school. It is scheduled to leave at 7 o'clock. Come over, we are still 2 people, and we have enough to go. I am coming now. Hanging up the phone, Lu Zhou quickly slid the noodles and put the bowl on the trap. He quickly left the cafeteria and walked quickly to the school gate, and made a phone call to the bedroom chief Shang. Hey! Elbow, what's wrong? There was a loud voice from the phone. "It's a bit of a night, I am not coming back." "What's the matter? Is there a situation?" The voice on the other end of the phone was excited with gossip. Lu Zhou reluctantly said, "Get out of the way, think about it, part-time." The phone was silent for a while, and when Lu Zhou was about to hang up, Shang suddenly sighed and lowered his voice and said, "Lu Zhou, I know that your family's conditions are difficult. Some things are told by the buddies, everyone is together. Negotiating, there is no need to do this kind of thing. In short, where are you now? The other man's woman? Lu Zhou?" Seeing that Lu Zhou does not speak, Shang is anxious. "Where, brother, you must not think about it. This has been done, you have to regret it for a lifetime. You still have to face the Dante. Hang up the phone, I warn you. If you dare to hang up the phone, I will turn to the counselor." "Lu Zhou, what are you talking about?" Shang was stunned and felt that something was wrong. His expression was awkward and he whispered, "What can I do at part-time at night? I advise you not to go astray. Express sorting, rolling." The cold voice still couldn't help but fight a cold war. When he returned to God, Lu Zhou had already hung up. The van stopped at the door and saw the Lu Zhou coming out of the school gate. Wu Dehai waved his hand across the distance. Pulling the door of the van, Lu Zhou sat on a small bench and looked at the space inside the car. In addition to himself, there are 10 people in it, all of whom are students of Jinling University, and they are all boys. Obviously, there will be no girls going out to work part-time at night, and it is still such a hard work. Of course, it is not too tired to do this. Lu Zhou has also done it twice before, at least it is much easier than sending a flyer. The only thing that is uncomfortable is staying up late. But thinking of the $100 salary, Lu Zhou still endured. No way, he has more than 3,000 in total on the card. When uploading Psy, he still has to pay a lot of dollars in review fees, but he is not willing to increase the burden on the family. Money. There are remunerations for submissions in other magazines, but this kind of academic journal is sorry, not only does it have no remuneration, but it may have to pay for it. 100 for one night, the salary is closed the next day. You remember to send me the account of Alipay. After going to the sorting center, I listened to the command. The thing to do is very simple. It is to unload the goods on the truck and get it to the warehouse. On the conveyor belt, there will be an hour of rest in the middle, and the billiards in the lounge can be played casually, but I don't recommend that you play with the workers. They are all playing money, and the technical flow is a batch. The kind that goes in and out. Want to move things? That's not too tired, asked a young man who looked a little short. Wu Dehai patiently explained, reassuring, "You don't need to move by hand, playing football will always be." 2 people picking things down on the side of the truck, others use their ankles, and unloading points between the conveyor belts. The road is very slippery, unless it is a large piece such as a TV refrigerator, the general courier fee is not much effort. Another buddy shouted, "Where, kicking? Why did the kick break?" Wu Dehai tilted him and said in a tone of voice, "I love you to do it, you don't need to be with you, are you worried about it?" In short, you can rest assured that those merchants generally put the package tightly and stuffed it several layers. Plastic foam. You have the strength to sneak into the dead. If you really have the ability to smash that thing, I will send you to the national football. The buddies laughed and didn't talk, and said that I really wanted to go. Do you have the ability to send me in? After chatting and talking, I arrived at the destination and the van stopped at the door of the factory. Wu Dehai took out his mobile phone and paid for it, and he greeted the students to get off the bus. The factory building at the intersection was very large. It was roughly over 2,000 square meters in the past, and several trucks were parked at the door. The official sorting workers in the factory have already started work. A middle-aged man in blue overalls stood around the door and looked around. After seeing Wu Dehai, he immediately waved his hand and signaled them to come over. Are people together? Or do you want to name first? The mouth showed a yellow tooth, the man said with a smile. How many people still want to name? Start quickly. Wu Dahai gave a vow to the middle-aged man and said. The middle-aged man took the cigarette with a smile and said, yes, come with me. Said, he turned and led the way, heading for the workshop. Chapter 15 How to Realize the Points? Wu Fat Child described it very well. Sorting goods is really as easy as playing football. The tip of the toe is on the parcel, and the hind foot is forced to go forward. The parcel can fly directly 10 meters away. How does it buy sellers in the hearts of buyers and sellers? As long as the courier enters here, it is all about killing. In fact, it is not irresponsible for part-time work. It is simpler and more rude to get a formal job. When the conveyor belt is up, you can't have the time to take care of it. There are some fragile and valuable items written on it. Even if the paper shell is broken, there are also special people responsible for collecting them, attaching tape and putting on the conveyor belt. This package is broken. It seems to be wine or something. I smelled alcohol. Don't worry about it, the courier is not wet, just throw it on the conveyor belt. Remember that the courier is facing up. A group of people has a clear division of labor and has contracted a parking space. 2 people unloaded the goods on the side of the truck and took the parcel off the car and slammed it on the ground. The other 2 people, on the side of the conveyor belt, threw the things they had sent onto the conveyor belt. As for the rest of the people, they are responsible for driving the ball. It's been a long time, and it's quite fun. While Wu Fatzi was hauling the ball there, he even had a leisure time and a team leader who was next to the class, and said that he would compete with them. Looking at the alumni who kicked the courier as the ball, the buddy who stood on the side of the boat and grabbed the goods from the truck, only felt so sad that he couldn't breathe. He couldn't help but whisper, "You lightly," my courier said, not allowed inside. Of course, no one can hear this sentence, and even if I hear it, I will ignore it. There are so many express delivery, one by one, gently holding it, one night to unload several trucks. Although Wu Dahai did not tell them how much to pick up the goods in one night, he only said that they could only do what he said, but Lu Zhou estimated that the sorting center and Wu Dahai must have cooperation, and most of them still calculate the amount of work according to the workload. For example, if a piece of goods is counted as 5 cents, they only need to sort 22,000 pieces a night, and Wu Fat is enough. If you sort more than 1,000 pieces, you will earn 50 yuan more. Lu Zhou estimated that 8 hours a night, 10 people on his own, how can I unload 30,000? It is possible to say that 40,000 pieces are possible. Counting Wu Fat Man himself, but there are 12 people working. Thinking of this, Lu Zhou's heart is not full of emotion. When someone else does one night's death wages for 100 yuan, this Wu Fat child does one night, afraid that it is not only 1 or 2,000, but it is worth a month's living expenses for ordinary students. Others still have to take the living expenses of the family, and he may have spared no effort to send money to the family. However, envy of envy, Lu Zhou also knows that if this matter is done by himself, it is not necessarily learned. First of all, you have to recruit so many people, you have to organize such people. It's not enough to organize it. You have to have enough negotiation skills to let the person in charge of the sorting center give you the job and negotiate to get a reasonable price to achieve a win-win situation. The emotional intelligence that needs to be used in this is how many questions can be learned. Just to see that Wu Fatzi skillfully handed the smoke to the responsible person, Lu Zhou knew that he would definitely not learn, and everyone who played football there was the same. Otherwise, $1,000 or $2,000 a day is not a fat man, but one of them. Oh, this evil capital. This ism. With both hands mechanically operating the goods on the truck, Lu Zhou tried to divergent thinking to make himself less boring, his eyes wandering around the factory, and driving around. To be honest, from the perspective of a new era of college students, he feels that the design of this sorting center is completely unreasonable. The first is not smart at all, and the other is wasting a lot of labor for repetitive work without technical content. Of course, he also knows that he will think so. It is purely standing and talking. Upgrading technology requires capital costs. This sorting center for outsourced operations is unlikely to obtain external capital to upgrade equipment. And back 10,000 steps, the shareholders of the sorting center really have so much money to upgrade the equipment, and it is absolutely impossible to invest the money in the sorting center. According to the risk-sharing principle in investment, this money will definitely flow into the property market or various fund products in two ways. Because the ultimate goal of capital is never to upgrade technology so that all humans embrace the future, but on the contrary, technology serves capital from beginning to end. It's just because in the place where most people can see, the interests of the two are the same, so many people confuse the causal relationship between the two. If a parallel conveyor belt is added at the door of the sorting center, the parcels can be identified and sorted and screened by the intelligent robotic arm, which can not only reduce the loss of the parcel in the logistics process, but also improve the operation efficiency of the sorting center. Thinking about this problem, Lu Zhou's brow wrinkled slightly. Suddenly, just as he was thinking about this problem, he felt that the picture in the field of vision began to become subtle. As his concentration continued to concentrate, a translucent holographic window emerged in front of him. Number 001 Type Intelligent Sorting System Design Drawings, including intelligent mechanical programs. Requirements: Informatics LV1, Engineering LV2. Required points: 5,000 points. The trough? I was shocked by this sudden appearance of the system, especially when I saw the points of the demand. It was not too scary. NEMA 5,000 points. Is the black technology of this broken system burning points like this? What's wrong? The buddy next to him looked at him blankly, not knowing what nerves he suddenly made. Oh, nothing. Suddenly I think that today's high-volume papers seem to be wrong. Lu Zhou smiled and quickly sent the buddy. After the sight was refocused on the holographic window that only he could see, the inside of his head turned fast. The system can solve the real problem by consuming the points. It seems that the problem can not only be specific to a certain problem, but also can point to a vague concept, and the system can improve the details. In simple terms, it is like cooperating to write an academic paper. The host is the person who proposes idea, that is, the idea, and the system is the hired gunman, responsible for implementing this idea. For example, the drawing of the number 001 is completely based on his concept and based on the actual situation of the sorting center. Of course, because he said too vague, the system will design some components too sci-fi. In addition, depending on the difficulty of the problem and the relevant skill level, the system will determine the value of the points consumed. Suddenly, Lu Zhou thought of something, and his heart moved slightly. If you want to sort the problem with the smart components needed to pick up the robot arm. Shaking his head, Lu Zhou focused his attention on this new problem, and soon a line of words popped up on the holographic window. Sorting Center Intelligent Robot Arm Control System, XX Sorting Center. Demand, Informatics LV1. Required points, 1570. Really? Lu Zhou excitedly squeezed his fist. This is the correct opening posture of the system. For example, if he wants to be a mobile phone, there is no need to completely package the entire big idea to the system to solve it. Instead, he can split it into several small ideas and solve several problems that he can't solve. To be specific, take a Xiaomi 4 and shout system, give lousy 10% performance. The result may be a system with a price ranging from 1,000 to 10,000, giving a full set of mobile upgrades at equivalent prices. Program. But if he removes his Xiaomi 4, he will remove the Qualcomm Xiaolong 801 chip and take it to his hand. Then he asks the system dad for help, and asks to give the chip without changing the process technology of the chip. A 10% improvement in performance. Requires specific instructions to this step. The system gives the solution according to the rules, and finally may only need to consume 1,000 points or less. You can get the drawings of the upgrade version of Qualcomm Snapdragon 801 chip and Xiaomi 4 mobile phone. Lu Zhou's heart immediately fell into ecstasy. and this finally gave him the way to realize the system's points. But soon, he suddenly calmed down. Think about it, it seems that there are only 35 points left in your own points. Even if you have a way to realize it, you have to have points. And now I have this point, it seems to be enough to do math problems. Thinking of this, Lu Shou's mood is not beautiful at the moment. Chapter 16 No one can make the right 1 or 3 times. 10 a.m., Laboratory Building, Office of Mathematics Department. Professor Tang, who is sitting at his desk and staring at the computer screen meticulously, is modifying the paper. Every time he saw the logic of the calculus and the process of argumentation, his heart could not help but give birth to emotion. Even if he used a critical eye and wanted to find out the loopholes that the boy took back to modify, he had a feeling of being unable to start. The discussion is complete, and no one-line calculation is redundant. What I can do is just to make a slight correction in the essay, making part of the essay and part of the English grammar. After life is awesome. The heart side, Professor Tang Jiwei leaned on the chair. Just then, the office door was pushed open. The comber neither knocked on the door nor greeted him. This rude behavior made Professor Tang frown, but after seeing who the man was, his brow could not help but stretch, and a smile appeared on his face. Lu Fangping, director of the Department of Mathematics at Jinling University, is not only a colleague, but also an old friend and an old classmate. Old Tang, the phone is turned off? I can't find someone to call you for a long time. When he walked into the door, Lu Fangping smiled and greeted the sentence. Oh, I have to shut down every few days after I have finished the test every year. You don't know. Professor Lu Fangping, who came back and looked back, Tang Jiwei smiled, leaning on the chair and picking up the mug. The old is saying, have you been very busy recently? Why, is there a time to hang out today? Sitting down on the sofa in the office, Lu Fangping said with a smile, is this something not to ask for your help? I will not ask for it. You old things are very thick, others asked me to help me with 2 boxes of wine, you asked me to help the roots have not been handed over. Help what busy, do not help. Tang Jiwei smiled. You are not the most annoying thing, if I carry something, I am afraid that even this door can't enter. Lu Fangping said with a smile. Tang Jiwei smiled and said, oh, let's talk about jokes, you don't want to go around the circle. What do you need to help me directly? Lu Fangping took a shot of his thigh and said, hey, isn't this a national mathematics modeling contest in September? The meaning of the yard is to let us try to get together as many teams as possible, and the software store next door, hand in hand. Side by side, try to get a few national first prizes back, it can be regarded as a college, but also for the school to fight more light. By the way, it can be regarded as a bottom for the year-end teaching and research assessment. In the event of a rollover, the entire college of large numbers has not even been out of the country. When the meeting is over, there is no face? Of course, these things, Director Lu, naturally will not say. Do you want to let me be a teacher? Tang Jiwei frowned slightly. But I am doing pure theoretical mathematics research. I am afraid I can't help with mathematical modeling. Although mathematical modeling and mathematical research all have a mathematics, they are quite different things. Whether it is the ability to innovate and the speed of acceptance of new things, Professor Tang, an old academician who concentrates on learning, is hard to keep up with the ideas of young people. Naturally, there is no way to counsel. No, the teachers group has been arranged, do not bother you, I just want to find you to borrow 2 people, see a few of the majors you bring, are there any talents in mathematics and flexible thinking? Fangping said with a smile. Oh, this is the case. Okay, you are really coming, I just have someone to recommend it to you. Count the Lu Zhou, you should use it, don't hesitate to use it. Tang Jiwei laughed rode. Lu Zhou? Lu Fangping frowned. Where does this name seem to be? Suddenly, he remembered, the name is not the same as when he procured the high number yesterday, the less than half an hour to write the paper, and still the full pair of students? But He is a freshman. The National College Students Mathematical Modeling Contest is not an Olympiad test in the traditional sense. It is enough to make a roll of paper for you to do. The key point is not to master the theoretical knowledge, but to examine the ability of college students to apply theoretical knowledge to solve practical problems. Moreover, according to the experience of previous competitions, the awards of the mathematical modeling competition are not completely positively related to the mathematics scores of the contestants. On the contrary, the students with balanced scores in various subjects are able to perform well in the competition. Moreover, due to the wide range of topics involved in the competition, the players and the freshmen are limited by the width of their knowledge, and it is difficult to play a role in the competition. Of course, if it is not necessary to report the name, after all, it is important to participate. What Lu Fangping wants is obviously not the kind of student who is emphasizing participation. What he wants is the kind that can hold the country one. As for the Lu Zhou, although the mathematics ability is not a problem, the knowledge is still too narrow. Is it too young? I saw at a glance what my old friend was thinking, Tang Jiwei asked with a smile. Yes. Lu Fangping nodded. The Software Institute has attached great importance to this joint effort. The players they sent out are the computer genius of the sophomore year. They took the country twice during high school. The Level Computer Software Innovation Award won the first prize in the Huaguo University Student Software Cup during the freshman year. I actually have several candidates here, but I still want to ask you what my psychological bottom line is at least sophomore. Do you understand what I mean? Lu Fangping feels that he has made his words clear. Although in principle the school encourages free team formation, it does not object to the faculty taking the lead in setting up a regular army. After all, taking more national awards is a political achievement for the leaders and an honor for the school. There is such a talent in the Software Institute. They don't pay attention to it, at least they can't pit their teammates. When the regular army was appointed in the courtyard, even the door to the national race could not enter, it was much more shameful. Tang Jiwei smiled and did not answer positively. Instead, he looked at the computer on his desk and said, I have a paper here. You have to look at it. Lu Fangping squatted down and didn't know that his old classmate was embarrassed, but he still got up with the idea of suspicious letter. Optimal inversion theory of linear operators and linear functionals. When did your research direction become this? Looking at the title and abstract of the paper, Lu Fangping snorted and asked with interest. Tang Jiwei did not answer, but urged, don't ask so much, read the paper and give an evaluation. With a full stomach question, Lu Fangping continued to look down. The more interesting the expression was, the more interesting it was. After reading the last line of argumentation, he stopped there and thought for a while, then sighed softly and admired, Old Tang, to be honest, I am envious of you. I want you to give this paper a feeling, do you envy me? Tang Jiwei laughed. You said that the good seedlings of our mathematics department are all monopolized by you alone? An undergraduate student is also considered, and the same is true for graduate students. Lu Fangping is more and more reluctant, why he does not teach graduate students of this level come. When I heard this sentence, Tang Jiwei laughed and laughed. Lu Fangping was confused. I don't know if this old friend is laughing. Graduate? Ha ha ha. This paper is written by Lu Zhou, the kid. Guess what happened yesterday? I asked him what he intended to contribute to the paper. He even told me to vote for AMC. Fortunately, I gave him stopped, or waited for this kid to read Bo, and then look back at this paper. I am afraid to regret the wall. Tang Jiwei said with a smile. Lu Fangping was completely forced, looked at the papers on the laptop, and looked at his old friends. After a short while, he coughed and said in an uncertain tone. I said, Lao Tang, isn't it necessary to tease me? I didn't make a joke with you, converging the smile on his face. Tang Jiwei looked at his old friend and said in a serious tone. The argumentation process of this paper is done by himself alone from beginning to end. I am against him. The guidance is limited to a few of the difficult points of the knowledge. It is also the questions he raised about me that made me convinced that these papers are from his own hands. The only place I helped him to modify was the essays of the papers. Regarding the core part of the paper's argument and the final conclusion, I can't even pick up the problem except for the emotion. Although this kid is utilitarian, he is also a little impatient, and he can't hide it. It is a rare seedling. You have to ask me. It is recommended that whoever enters the regular army of our hospital, I will push him. Whether it is the foundation of the thesis or the mathematics foundation, the entire Jinling University 1 or 3 students, no one can be right. No one can do it right. How many people have you made in the entire 13th grade of Jinling University? I don't even know the director of this department. However, Lu Fangping could not refute. Especially after seeing this paper, all the doubts in his mind about the ability of the student named Lu Zhou were in disarray. If it wasn't for Tang Jiwei's telling him, he even thought that the paper was from the hands of graduate students, even the level of doctoral students. At least in the field of functional analysis, he has reached a height that is impossible for undergraduates. Lu Fangping coughed softly. There is nothing to say, and the job of convincing him to sign up is handed over to you. You can rest assured that the kid listens to me. You don't hurry to leave. I called him. Now I will explain this to you. Tang Jiwei said in a ticket, and he reached for his desk. Get on the phone. Participating in this kind of national competition as a regular army in the courtyard is a rare opportunity. Don't say anything else, the award comes back, the leader of the department knows your name, and the scholarship for the next 4 years is definitely not running. In line with the principle that fei shui does not flow outside the field, Tang Jiwei also wants to set this up earlier, so he called Lu Zhou in front of the head of the department. The user you are calling is not in the service area. Please dial again later, beep. Phone off? Tang Jiwei squatted and frowned and hanged up. What is this kid doing? The phone is not answered, I will go back and tell him. Lu Fangping is not in a hurry, this talent is to be fixed. Not to mention the amount of knowledge, just by the foundation of this paper, it is enough to qualify. The standard configuration of the mathematics modeling trio itself is programming plus modeling plus essay writing. He is a one-person versatile essay writing and mathematical modeling, then the game is stable. As for Lu Zhou, he will not refuse, he is not worried. But any college student will not reject such a good opportunity. Thinking of this, Lu Fangping said with a smile, that line, this matter will please you, I still have something to do, I will not bother here. Reassured, I will give you a reply before tomorrow. Tang Jiwei said with a wave of his hand. Chapter 17. The paper was published. Additional to the Lord Eddy 1414. What are you doing now? That is naturally sleeping. After a whole night, the mobile phone had no power. When I returned to the dormitory, it was 7 o'clock in the morning. When I entered the door, I put the phone into the charging line and climbed onto the bed and fell asleep. When Lu Zhou woke up, it was already afternoon, and there was no one in the bedroom. Feeling the hunger in the abdomen, he licked his sleepy eyes, hit hatch and climbed the ladder, went to the balcony to wash it, then put on his clothes and went downstairs, going straight to the cafeteria. Ordered a bowl of fried rice and soy milk. Sitting in a remote corner to eat, Lu Zhou took out the phone, is preparing to brush friend's circle. As a result, the mobile phone was opened and it was discovered that Professor Tang used his office landline to call him more than a dozen calls. Is the paper finished? Don't have to make so many calls. In the heart of the move, Lu Zhou 3 times in 5 to solve the dinner, quickly took the dishes to the car, and rushed to the direction of the experimental building. I can't get through the call of your day. What is your kid doing all day and night? Sitting behind the desk, Professor Tang first criticized Lu Zhou. That, the phone has no electricity, and forgot to turn it on. Lu Zhou scratched his head. Part-time work, he did not intend to tell the professor. First, the school did not allow the freshman to stay in the night. Second, he did not want to pass the matter to the counselor, and finally passed to his father's ear. The family is worried about themselves. Fortunately, Lao Tang did not ask the roots, took off the reading glasses on the bridge of the nose, unplugged the USB flash drive from the notebook, and placed it on the table. Your paper is good, there are not many parts that need to be modified, I will not be thick. The cheeks let you put my name on the title. What about it? Without your guidance dash. Tang Jiwei raised his hand and interrupted Lu Zhou's words. I can't do it. I have read your paper. If the academic discussion can also get the standard of co-signing, then I have a paper on the name of Tang Jiwei. It's my duty, other professors are a habit, I don't care, but this bad atmosphere can't start with me. If you really think that I have helped you a lot, it's not necessary. In this way, I will return to this person and help me with things. To be honest, an SCI has only reached the level of Tang Jiwei, and it has long been rare. For Lu Zhou, an independently published paper is precious. The name of the department may allow his manuscript to enjoy certain benefits in the review, but it may not be a good thing for him. Lu Xiucheng said, if there is anything that can help you, please let me know. Oh, it's not a big deal. Don't worry, there is no harm to you. Tang Jiwei said slowly, September National Mathematical Modeling Competition for University Students, our hospital is ready to join the Software Institute to pull out a regular army. I and you Lu, when the director discussed it, he decided that it was you. National Mathematical Modeling Competition? Lu Zhou's heart is slightly different. He has heard of this stuff. It is said that the gold content of the national award is quite high. It is high that some company's HR has got your resume, and even because of this award, you can look at your resume more. Just for the legendary mathematical modeling contest, he has only heard of it. It is now in mid-June, with only 3 months left at the end of September. 3 months of preparation, is it really okay? Lu Zhou whispered, can I go back and think about it? Professor Tang's eyebrows slammed his hand and pressed it on the U-disc. What else to consider? You have to think about such a good opportunity? That line, you should go back and think about it now. This U-disc will put me here first. Wait until you think about it and come back. Looking at Lao Tang's unreasonable appearance, Lu Zhou couldn't help but laugh, but Professor Tang, I have never participated in this kind of competition. You asked me to participate in the competition on behalf of the hospital. If this is a pit for you, it's okay to enter the competition. I can lose, I don't want to back the pot. I don't worry, what are you afraid of? Tang Jiwei snorted, paused for a while, and continued in a modest tone. You don't think too hard about this game. Just be bold and bold. Your ability is absolutely enough, I can be sure of this. Professor Tang has said this to himself. If he does not agree again, it is too unreasonable. In fact, think about it carefully. Participating in such a competition is definitely beneficial to you. The only factor that makes Lu Zhou hesitate is nothing more than one. It is worried that the competition training may delay the time of working and the progress of completing the system task. In the summer vacation, he has already planned to stay in school and brush up the level of the system as soon as possible. At least he has to brush the mathematics to LV1. If other disciplines are followed by 0 eggs, it is really uncomfortable. In addition to the brush task, the rest of the time is part-time. After all, not only the expenses during the summer vacation, but also the living expenses after the start of the next semester. As if to see through the minds of Lu Zhou's financial fans, Professor Tang smiled and said slowly, the mathematical modeling competition does not have a bonus, but the school is rewarded. You can get the group of Gui, not only one. $10,000 in bonuses, and scholarships are given priority. Professor Tang, I think clearly, please let me play on behalf of the department. Lu Zhou said with a serious face. Professor Tang smiled and put the thermos on the table and waved his hand. I will report it to you. I will come here on Saturday and meet your teammates. Just like this, don't forget. It is. Yes. Lu Zhou said with a high spirit. $10,000 in bonuses. The three people are equally divided into 3,000. Together with 8,000 national scholarships, this adds up to 10,000. For students with good family conditions, it may not be a big deal. For a boat with only 3,000 pieces on the card, it is definitely a huge sum. After thanking Professor Tang again, Lu Zhou returned to the dormitory with a USB flash drive. This time, it is already a bit dark. In addition to Lu Rui's review of the number in the classroom, Shi Shang and Huang Guangming have already returned. At this moment, they are sitting in front of the computer and playing in a thrilling manner. Although I also want to join them to relax, I can think of myself having the right thing to do, and finally give up the thought of passing away, hold the notebook to the bed, and connect to the Wi-Fi in the bedroom, ready to upload the paper. After some entanglement, he finally chose the Journal of Theoretical and Applied Mathematics, the official publication of the Courant Institute of Mathematical Sciences at New York University, as a target for submission. As for the reason, it is natural because it can save a lot of expensive page fees. However, he may have to queue for a while. Open the web page, fill in the author information and email address, and spent about 10 minutes to get these miscellaneous things. Lu Zhou finally got to the final step, click to upload the paper. The status shows submitted to editorial office, which means that the manuscript has been sent to the editorial office. The next step is a long wait, waiting for an audit editor to see his small transparent manuscript. Stretched a lazy waist, Lu Zhou was preparing to lie on the bed for a while, and suddenly, the phone shook slightly. I thought that the school sister named Chun Yushan had a math problem to ask herself. I could unlock the screen and open it, but it was an email. When I saw the title of the mail, Lu Zhou lived. He almost suspected that he was wrong and couldn't help but whisper. How can it be? It is a copyright authorization agreement issued on the other side of the Pacific. In other words, his contribution has entered the so-called proof process. Although the rules of each journal are different, most of them send the license agreement after accepting the manuscript, and the process takes 1 to 2 weeks. In other words, his manuscript was completed in a flash and was directly presented in the computer of the journal editor. Is this also the power of the system? Lu Zhou swallowed his mouth, opened the mailbox on the computer, downloaded the agreement in the mail, signed the authorization agreement as required, and sent the electronic file back to the address given in the mail. After waiting for about 5 minutes, he refreshed the submitted page. Under review. Lu Zhou felt that his heart was jumping a bit. This means that his article has passed the format review of the technical editor, and will be reviewed by a professional academic editor, that is, the so-called external audit. The average person will submit a number of times in the technical editor's place for the first time, but because Lao Tang helped him to modify the paper, he seems to pass it once. As for the next external review, it will be the most rigorous and longest process in the entire SCI submission. Because in general, the academic editor itself is also a busy researcher, and the review is a free work and requires a lot of energy. Therefore, when the academic community contributes its own power without compensation, it depends on the auditor's mood. When it comes to being more tempered or busy, the UR link is not exaggerating for a month or two. Waiting for about 5 minutes, Lu Zhou refreshed the page again. This time, the state of the manuscript has not changed. I don't know why, seeing this scene, Lu Zhou is relieved. Although the power of the system destroyed his common sense within a certain limit, it seems to return to the category of common sense in the most critical places. Academic editors can't always stare at their mailboxes for this kind of unpaid work. It seems that the system can't manipulate a person's behavior, although it seems to have some mysterious power to make his manuscripts complete the queue within the rules, and perhaps make his manuscript always appear first in the academic editor's email address. Okay, but this force is still subject to certain constraints. As for this factor, Lu Zhou is still uncertain, but in any case, this is a good thing. If the system is really strong enough to dominate a person's behavior, it would be horrible. Although he enjoys the knowledge and various conveniences that the system brings to him, he does not want to become a system of paralysis one day. Freedom is priceless, even when it is tight, he thinks so. Of course, if the final link of UR can be completed before the number of exams. Thanks to Eddie 1414 Lord for rewarding. Chapter 18 100 Experiences of Obsessive-Compulsive Obsessive. Lu Zhou did not expect that his own unintentional thoughts turned out to be a slogan. Just the day before the number of exams on Saturday, he received an email with a review in his email address. Can't wait to open the computer to board the web page. Lu Zhou entered the account password with excitement, and saw the column of the submission status. It really became, completed except. That is, the editor was quite satisfied with the author's manuscript and decided to accept the manuscript. If you are out of this state, if you don't have an accident, the paper will be published in the journal of this publisher's month or next month, and will be included in the SCI journal database researchers in the global mathematics community. The heart was filled with excitement, and Lu Zhou took a deep breath and repeated his meditation on several times to calm down. In general, you can skip the revise link directly, which is the big bull in the technology world. Even some old professors, occasionally because of some small embarrassing and even academic editors' almost neurotic requirements, were rewritten back and forth and revised 2 or 3 times. Skip this link, no doubt that his paper has been written to the extent that the reviewer can't even pick up the fault. Of course, 80% of the merits still have to be returned to the system. If the system dad personally gives the argumentation process, if it can pick out the fault, then the Nimona reviewer is really a god. As for the format and essays of the thesis, it is certainly no problem for Professor Tang to check. Not to mention how many SCIs have been published. People are originally the reviewers of several famous domestic mathematics journals. The experience in this field is naturally nothing to say. The roommates who looked at the bed under the eyes were carefully reviewing the points. Lu Zhou put the laptop on the edge of the bed, closed his eyes and took a deep breath, and entered the system space hidden deep in consciousness. Open your eyes again and look straight into white. Lu Zhou lightly walked to the front of the holographic panel and selected the icon of the mission. Congratulations to the host to complete the task. Please continue to support the host. Task completion is as follows: comprehensive paper academic value and journal influence, estimated paper value coefficient. Task final evaluation, S, point reward plus 100. Task reward, 400 points in mathematics experience and 100 points in physics experience. 200 points. 1 lucky draw chance, 95% garbage, 5% sample. So close. There is also the assessment of journal influence. If you choose the industry's notorious AMC as a target for submission, I am afraid this evaluation is not so high. Lu Zhou's heart was deeply grateful to Professor Tang for his help. Without his advice and persistence, the final destination of his paper must have been the first-rate AMC, and was finally drowned in the ocean. An S rating, but 100 points. System, open my property panel. Lu Zhou can't wait to say. Main Science. Ad Mathematics, LV0, 900/1000. Biophysics, LV0, 100/1000. C. Biochemistry, LV0, 0/1000. D. Engineering, LV0, 0/1000. E. Materials Science, LV0, 0/1000. F. Energy Science, LV0, 0/1000. G. Informatics, LV0, 100/1000. Points, 335, 1 lottery opportunity is not used. Task, not received. Seeing the value of the mathematical experience, Lu Zhou brows and jumps. I don't know how the paper's tendency is judged. The physics of his experience has passed 100 experience values, and the result is that his mathematics just misses the 100 experience value upgrade. It's a fatal obsessive-compulsive disorder. Lu Zhou is going crazy. System, can you assign that 100 physical experience value to math? The system ignored him. Lu Zhou tried to reason. System, you have a problem with this evaluation standard. Where does my special paper cover physics issues? However, the system does not want to care about him. In the face of this system of oil and salt, Lu Zhou sighed and gave up completely. Forget it, anyway, it is 100 experience value, the next task is definitely enough. It's just that the 100 experience points are going to physics. It's really enough, even if it's classified as informatics. It's also a bit of a use for engineering, which is more useful than this purely theoretical subject. Next, I went to the exciting lottery. Seeing the poor 5% sample explosion rate, Lu Zhou sighed in his heart and felt no stimulation at all. I don't have to think about it. It's not a junk. It's time to eat this system screen. Speaking of the last time it was opened is a bottle of Coke. What will this be? Is it Sprite? No, can you come to a box lunch so you can save a meal? Thinking so, Lu Zhou pressed the button of the lucky draw and waited for the fate of the verdict. Congratulations, draw samples. Okay? Hold the grass. Lu Zhou held his breath excitedly. The probability of 5% actually gave him a draw. This is black technology. And not a drawing. This time, it's not the answer to the question. Get, Nanobody Enhanced Needle, aging for 2 hours, no side effects to enhance muscle cell motility, coordination, and 50% of reflex nerve. Lu Zhou? Looking at the icons and instructions on the screen, Lu Zhou did not know what to do. An expression. What is the use of this stuff? When the blood is bleeding, staying up late, come to a tube to refresh? Can have a fart for 2 hours. It is better to make a cup of tea directly. Selling to athletes may be a good choice. The stimulants given by the system DAD, the blood test and the district urine test is definitely not detected. However, Lu Zhou always feels that if this thing happens, if it rushes out, I am afraid it will be bad for him. Aside from those things that are too far away from national defense, national security, and so on, what does this mean for the sports world? Some people may think that it doesn't mean anything, but it is to make the NBA become a black basketball, so that the National Football Center teenager Zhou Xingqi possesses it. Well, it may be exaggerated, but that's what it means. 2 hours is enough to change the outcome of a game. The outcome of a game often involves more than a chain of interests, such as gambling or something, like the interests of sponsors. There are certainly many people who want to get this stuff. Moreover, they certainly will not be satisfied with just getting one. Lu Zhou is not sure how much they are willing to pay for these benefits, but the only thing he knows is that his little arm and shank must not withstand this toss. What's more, he doesn't have that channel, and the highest level of athletes he can reach is also the level of the school team. And even if you are exposed to a national football player, others will not believe you for no reason. The ghost knows what is inside your needle. The ghost knows if you are the opponent. Although it is not rubbish, it can be like garbage. I want to be a man who wants to become a schoolmaster. What is the use of this stuff? It is better to give me a box lunch in the future. Lu Zhou sighed. This time even there is no temper to protest to the system. True Nima's non. Forget it, no matter what. Lu Zhou took a deep breath and meditation in his heart 10 times. European emperor possessed, Xian can change his life, and then click the task button. I hope that the task that I have brushed out this time can be a little bit better. Chapter 19 and 3 missions to hang the host. Okay. In a sense, the task that was brushed out this time is really the best. Especially see the first task. Task 1, research is about dying. Description, blow up a municipal research institute. Requirements, blow up a municipal research institute. Reward, the value of the subject experience is determined by the research contribution of the institute, minimum value 5,000. The points are determined by the direct economic loss, minimum value of 5,000. A lucky draw opportunity, 85% garbage, 15% sample. What are these special things? Lu Zhou could not help but vomit. He now understands that this system is called the Black Technology System, but it will brush out the long-distance running task. I am afraid that it is not a good body to exercise, but it is prepared for this thing. Without any hesitation, Lu Zhou excluded it from the options, even though its reward experience points and points seemed really tempting. Task 2, there is no sand in your eyes. Explanation: corruption is the root of preventing academic progress. The waste of scientific research funding in human society leads to the social resources that should be devoted to exploring the future, always consumed in meaningless things. A true academic warrior can't hold a sand in his eyes. The academic community also needs the disciplinary committee. Go to the boy. Requirement: collect evidence of corruption and defeat of any professor, above associate professor, and the means are not limited, ending his academic career. Reward: disciplinary experience is determined by the total amount of corruption of the mission target, minimum value of 3,000. Points are awarded 1,000. Get a sample, small spherical reconnaissance drone. The 3 views are very positive, but sorry, I still want to graduate. Lu Zhou did not hesitate to rule out this task. Not to mention whether he can collect enough evidence to retreat 10,000 steps. Even if his evidence is conclusive, make a big news, or even a real name report, it is impossible to clean up the portal for the academic community. After all, the school needs a face, and others will not be happy to see a person who breaks the rules jump out. As for the anonymous report, it is even more useless. This stuff is not without precedent. Moreover, Lu Zhou feels that he is not a person with a strong sense of justice. His heart is more rational than a sensible component. At most, he can only be a little conscience. This kind of thing for the heavens is still handed over to people with lofty ideals to do it. I am about to continue to look down. Lu Zhou's heart suddenly tightened. Wait, this is a continuous exclusion of 2 tasks, so is there only 1 task left to choose? In the past, the 3 tasks that were brushed out were particularly pitted, but at least there was a kind of room that could be confusing, and even there was room for watching the task rewards and picking up the skin. And this time, it seems that something is wrong. Don't be a pothole option anymore. Swallowed in spit, Lu Zhou looked down. Task 3, do the mudslide in academia. Note, since you don't want to be a clear stream in the academic world, then go for a mudslide. Let the whole academic world tremble under your crazy water. Requirement: 10 SCI papers were published within 2 months and were successfully included. 10 SCI papers were not completed within the task completion time, which was regarded as a failure and the reward was cancelled. Complete the task ahead of time to complete the task ahead of time and improve the evaluation. Reward: each paper is fixedly rewarded with 100 experience points, and a specific subject is assigned according to the tendency of the paper. 800 points. 1 lucky draw opportunity, 90% garbage, 9% sample, 1% drawing. Lu Zhou. It seems that he has no choice. He chose the 3rd task with his scalp. After 10,000 steps back, the worst case is only a 2-month card. Anyway, the system has not said that it will punish him if he fails to complete the task. The remaining 2 tasks, if they have not been completed, can only be reset by 200 points. That is 200 points, you can change many papers. Sometimes he really thinks that the meaning of this system seems to be helping him, but actually just want to report to the society? In general, it is good to remove those special subjects and more conservative researchers. It is good to publish 2 sci a year. If someone publishes 50 or 60 a year, no matter which professional he is, it is a proper flood. And if Professor Tang knows that he has issued 10 SCIs in 2 months, he must not be hurt by internal injuries. No, you must not let him know. Exiting from the system space, Lu Zhou browsed in a tightly locked bed, very worried about this task for a while. Just sending a SCI has cost so much effort. Now let him send 10 articles in a row. Isn't this tossing people? But groaning, suddenly he wanted to open. In fact, think about it carefully, taking this task is not necessarily a bad thing. 800 points is still very attractive, and each paper has a fixed experience value of 100. Considering that you can decide the subject orientation of the paper, you want to use the mathematics experience value to send a mathematics paper, and you want the informational experience value to be sent to the computer. Related papers. In other words, this is an experience value that can be freely controlled. He can publish a mathematical paper and then publish 9 computer papers. In this way, his informatics experience value can reach 1000 points to meet the upgrade conditions. Meet LV1 at the same time as math. Reaching combo. Moreover, this system does not have a rigid requirement for the quality of the submitted papers, and the task rewards are not linked to the academic value of the papers. This means that no matter how boring his paper is, as long as it can be approved, it will be included in the SCI journal. Thinking of this, Lu Zhou's eyes lit up. When he sat up, he immediately climbed out of the bed along the ladder, and took the computer placed at the bed and stuffed it into the backpack, grabbing the t-shirt and wearing it. Lu Rui sneaked a glimpse of Lu Zhou, and saw his number of textbooks still on the table, and he asked for care, "Lu Zhou, don't you review the scores? You will have to take the exam tomorrow." When I walked to the door of the boat, I put on my shoes and replied casually, "A little bit of something to go to the library, come back to see the situation and review it." Lu Rui is curious, and he asks the bottom line, "Go to the library to dry up? Is there a Wi-Fi in the bedroom?" The Wi-Fi in the bedroom can't be learned from the literature. I recently reported a mathematical modeling contest. Many professional things can't be found with whiteness. Lu Zhou certainly does not say that he is going to check the information for the topic of the paper, and he just found an excuse. After all, if Lu Rui knew that he had published an SCI, and that they were still reviewing the preparations, I was afraid that the mentality of this kid would be out of balance. He is still very concerned about the mental condition of his roommate. Upon hearing the National Mathematical Modeling Contest, Huang Guangming, who was brushing his questions, suddenly raised his head and yelled in surprise, "I rely on. I have an elbow. I have a bonus to eat. Oh, call Lu Gu, please." Throwing this sentence, Lu Zhou immediately went out of the door, not giving a chance, leaving only Huang Guangming behind the ghosts. Lu Gu. Don't go. I called it. In the face of the densely written exercise book, Lu Rui's expression was a bit stiff and confused. Mathematical modeling competition. He has also paid attention to this competition before, and even consulted the seniors who won the first prize in the previous session about the details of this competition. I was deeply impressed by my lack of strength. Originally, he was preparing for the sophomore year. As a result, he did not expect that the scum that was recognized in the bedroom would not be heard. Although this possibility is very low, if he wins the prize in the competition area. No. Taking a deep breath, Lu Rui secretly squeezed his fist and made up his mind. In September this year, there are still 3 months. After the test, I have to sign up. Chapter 22 Gods Take a Pit? On Saturday afternoon, after several minutes of examinations, Lu Zhou wrote the papers in advance, and as usual, handed in the papers in advance, and then went to the office of Lao Tang. As soon as I entered the door, I was unexpectedly standing in the office. In addition to Professor Tang, not only is Director Lu here, but also Professor Zhang Zhongjie, Director of the Computer Department of the Software Institute. The name of the big cow in the computer industry is as good as it is. Even if Lu Zhou has not attended his class, it is also heard. In addition, there are 2 young men, 1 woman and 1 woman. The man wears glasses, he is not tall or short, looks very ordinary, there is nothing outstanding. However, just standing there, Lu Zhou could feel from him and the "I am a tyrant" that was exuded from the inside out. It seems that this is the genius of Professor Tang's mouth. High school has won the national award of the first prize of the National Computer Design Competition, and it has been taken twice. This goods is a real school, Lu Zhou said in his heart. As for the other girl, it was completely ignored by him. One is that the presence of her side is too strong, and the second is because she is exuding the atmosphere of the weak. However, what surprised Lu Zhou was that she was the first to say hello to herself. The girl smiled naturally. "Hello, are you the genius of the math department?" Lu Zhou modestly said, "Genius does not dare to act, the cattle of our mathematics department is still a lot." It was also through this effort that he looked at her. The hair is slanted into the bangs, and the face is painted with a light makeup. The value of the face is about 7 points, and the 6 points are too small. A plain white floral dress hangs down to the ankle, and down is also a pair of white canvas shoes. Seeing that they are so close, it is estimated that this is the girlfriend of the brother-in-law? Hey, I can find a girlfriend so honestly, I am so angry, Lu Zhou felt in his heart. Professor Tang smiled and criticized, "You kid is too hypocritical. I want to evaluate it. You haven't really had 1 or 3 times then your cow. This high-level 2 exam, the whole college's papers are all me. Out, the only perfect score is the test of your kid. I can test the full score of the paper I personally published. It seems that I really have to give you a separate paper in the next semester. Teacher is joking, please be sure to show your mercy," Lu Zhou said with a smile. The perfect score is an unexpected thing. After the test, he guessed that he was mostly a perfect score, so he did not feel too much accident. However, contrary to Lu Zhou's performance, the 2 students next to him were very surprised. Even the computer genius who had been slightly scorned by him was surprised to pick an eyebrow. It's no hard to make mathematics good, and his math scores are not bad. But if you test the full score, it is totally different. Wow, you are so powerful. The girl licked her long eyelashes and looked at Lu Zhou with a look of adoration. Then she gave her hand generously. My name is Lin Yuxiang. I work as a student in the computer school. I can ask you later. Math problem? Lu Zhou, of course. Simply shook hands and quickly released, Lu Zhou said cautiously. Ha, you have to discuss mathematics, I don't object. But I will wait for it to go on and continue. I will introduce it first, this is Wang Xiaodong, then this is Lu Zhou, this. Lu the director gave me a self-introduction, and he hesitated for half a second when he arrived at Lin Yuxiang. It was still the director Zhang who came over and smiled and picked up his words. This is Lin Yuxiang, who is also a freshman. It seems to be the vice president of our student union, and came with our classmate Wang. The implication is that I did not ask her to come. The expressions of Professor Tang and Director Lu are somewhat weird, but they have nothing to say. Hello there. Hello there. There is no bend in the exchange between the 2 schoolmasters. This is the case. I believe that Professor Tang and Director Zhang have already said it to you. I will not repeat it here. It is mainly about the team of the National Mathematical Modeling Competition. He smiled amiably. Laughter, Director Lu cleared the Qing dynasty and continued, I discussed with Director Zhang yesterday. I think our goal should not only be the national race of this year, but also the beauty of the next February. You guys, it is the top of the Software Institute and several colleges. I believe that you have this strength. Of course, when looking into the future, we must also be down to earth. I hope that you can be yourself for the mathematics modeling contest in September this year. Our school and even the school won an honor. Professor Lu, the process of the mathematics modeling contest for college students, I have studied it, and the team asked 3 people to participate. Pushing the eyes on the bridge of the nose, and waiting for Director Lu to continue talking, the computer science school will follow suit. With regard to the remaining teammate, I would like to recommend Lin Yuxiang. She is a student, she can make up for the defenses that I am not good at, and it is also the vice president of the Literary Society. I think there is not much problem in the writing of the thesis. The problem is big. Can't you confuse these two concepts because there are two words in literature and academic papers? And Lu Zhou sighed softly in his heart. It seems that this man's emotional intelligence is lower than me. Sure enough, Director Lu and Director Zhang's face are somewhat subtle and unnatural. Although the principle of college students' mathematical modeling contest is to encourage college students to participate in the competition freely, you have promised to participate in the regular army, and you have to obey the organization. After all, what instructors, training materials, and training venues are all prepared for you in the hospital, and they are all the best. What's more, your goal is not just this year's national game, but also the next year's US game. It's not that the layman who can't take it, but the one you recommend, you have to get some results. Student union? Community? What is this achievement? Director Lu, Director Zhang, and Professor Tang, please allow me to make this request with a thick face, although I feel that I am still far from the two great gods, but I will try to keep up with their footsteps. Lin Yuxiang slightly lowered his head, a sincere face, sincere and sincere, please believe me, give me a chance to prove myself. Director Lu and Director Zhang's expression hesitated and exchanged their opinions with their eyes. Originally, the third person's quota is still under study. The genius of the mathematics department and the genius of the computer department teamed up. They are going to the national day of this year's national competition and the first prize of the US competition in February next year and even the special prize. According to the original plan, Director Lu is ready to arrange for students with outstanding essay writing skills. Result? To be honest, Director Lu was not very optimistic about this girl. However, at this moment, the computer genius continued to speak. Teacher, in fact, I originally planned to team up with her, but I suddenly received a notice from the hospital. I think I would like to join hands with teammates I don't know. Working with people I know, so the odds are bigger. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhou shook his head in secret. This man, do you know what you are doing? You are in the Forced Palace department leader. Do you think the game is to take a girlfriend to go on a spring tour? Do you think that you can do whatever you want? Besides, even if you don't care about the opinions of the school leaders, you have to discuss it with your teammates. He was too lazy to care about the fact that the goods were despising their own attitude. Seeing the atmosphere was a bit awkward, Professor Tang, who had never spoken, suddenly smiled and came out to play around. The young people will be handed over to the young people to solve it. The old guys are just like the ones. Our Lu Zhou classmates still have some experience. Right, which step did you take for the SCI review? It has already passed, Lu Zhou smiled, but suddenly thought that he passed so quickly, afraid that he would not have been mistaken by the old Tang to vote for AMC, so he quickly added a sentence, is according to your recommendation. Theory and Applied Mathematics Communication. Why didn't you say it to me? Lu Zhou quickly explained, it was only passed today. I was prepared to tell you here today. This round is very different from Director Lu, Theory and Applied Mathematics newsletter? Yes, I remember it is the official publication of the Institute of Mathematical Sciences at New York University. Professor Zhang Zhongjie also looked at Lu Zhou in a strange way and said, just a freshman published a sci in the core journal, the young man can. That is, I don't see the students who taught it. With a sip of tea, Professor Tang's eyes were smiling, and the wrinkles in his eyes were one by one. This old gentleman is such a person. It's a bit of a slap in the face, maybe I'm not happy at the end. But if he praised his students, he would have to be happy for a while. It's so good. I thought you were a senior, and I was just a freshman like me. Lin Yuxiang opened his mouth in surprise and did not hide his worship. Wang Xiaodong did not speak, but looking at his expression, it seems to have slightly recognized the teammate. However, Lin Yuxiang's attitude toward Lu Zhou was to make him somewhat subtle and unhappy, but he did not say anything. The teacher has a good reputation, or thanks to Professor Tang's instructions. Lu Shouqian said. Professor Zhang Zhongjie looked at Lu Zhou and nodded his approval for his modest attitude. Then he thought of the genius of his own hospital, and he could not help but shake his head in his heart. Being young is not a bad thing, but arrogance is not the same. Still a bad one. That is the first time this year's national competition. As for the next year's US competition, I will observe and observe. Hearing Lu Zhou's experience in publishing SCI papers, Professor Lu no longer said anything, just laughed. Yes, our Lan classmate, have no opinion on this new teammate? Lin Yuxiang looked at Lu Zhou, squinting his eyes and blinking in the pupil of the deer. Too naive girl, do you think that if you sell Mang, will I compromise? Lu Zhou thought for a while and shrugged. I have no opinion. Even if you are not very satisfied with this third teammate, you can consider that the great of the computer department is here, just to make up for your lack of programming. With the urinary nature of this schoolmaster, if you disagree, the team is afraid that it will not be formed. Weighing the pros and cons, the two gods took a pit, and it was better to go alone to find two pit goods. What's more, this pit is still a little bit useful, at least the defense of this piece needs to speak, I am not really good at it. Since listening to Lao Tang that the competition will give a bonus, he decided. The first prize of the national competition, he is bound to win. Wang Xiaodong breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Yuxiang's face burst into a sizable smile, gratefully looked at Lu Zhou. Lu Zhou smiled and said nothing. Professor Lu took a clap and said, there is a decision on this matter. Your instructor will be responsible for Professor Lu Xiangping. I will gather at room 104 of a teaching building at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. Teacher Lu will make it simple for you. The explanation. So time is not early, you can go back to rest. Chapter 21. It turned out to be an honest man. Lu Zhou. When I heard someone calling my name, I was stopping at the boat that went to the man's bed. I turned around and saw Lin Yuxiang wearing a white dress running to him. Bai Yu's hand supported his knees. Lin Yuxiang bent his waist and gasped slightly. He whispered aloud, how come you are so fast? Lu Zhou wondered, is there anything? Nothing, just want to thank you, just in the office of Teacher Tang, it is really thanks to you. Lin Yuxiang smiled and smiled. Nothing, you are welcome. Lu Zhou shook his head. Although I know that I am stupid, I will try to catch up with you. So, thank you for giving me this opportunity. Lin Yuxiang said. This alone is not possible. Don't say that you catch up with it, it is not easy to catch up with the taillights. However, people are difficult to dismantle. Lu Zhou still encouraged to smile slightly. Well, come on, you can. Really? Thank you for your encouragement. Lin Yuxiang's finger was behind his back and said happily, that, as a thank you, can I ask you to eat? Although the proposal to eat is very attractive, but due to the coordination of teammates, Lu Zhou is still euphemistically rejected. You and your mail ticket to eat, I will not be a light bulb. When I heard Lu Zhou's words, Lin Yuxiang smiled and laughed. He licked his long hair and smiled and said, don't make me joke, what kind of boyfriend do I have? Lu Zhou sighed slightly and asked, is that one classmate is not? What are you talking about? Lin Yuxiang groaned with dissatisfaction and looked at Lu Zhou seriously. He said, he is just my senior, and I think of him as a brother. It is not the kind of relationship. Hey! Is there such an operation? Lu Zhou first squatted, but even reacted. What? This is the legendary one. Lu Zhou smiled and euphemistically refused. Sorry, I have some personal affairs to deal with at night, and I have a chance to change the day. Obviously, I didn't expect that I would be rejected. Lin Yuxiang squatted slightly, but then her face turned a smile again. Well. Then I will wait for you to contact me. Right, send your WeChat to me. Let's go. This time, Lu Zhou did not refuse, and took out the mobile phone. After all, it is a group of teammates, there are phone numbers, and the contact is also convenient. After exchanging WeChat, Lin Yuxiang seemed to hold the phone in his hand like a treasure, and said thank you happily, then he walked away briskly. There is always a class of girls in college. They are beautiful, simple, and laugh like your first love. A smile makes your heartstring. They will let you create the illusion that you like you, and will inadvertently start approaching you. It's amazing, wow, you're awesome. Oh, I can be half smart if I can. Being able to honestly admit your own deficiencies and recognizing where your deficiencies are, this is an invaluable advantage, but they are obviously not satisfied with this. They are good at using the art of language and the circle of friends to pack themselves into a lonely and weak one to arouse the desire to protect the opposite and take it for granted. However, when you start chasing her, you go further and she takes a step back. So you begin to reflect on whether you are not good enough, gradually lost yourself, and used everything you have to build up the black hole that is completely filled with dissatisfaction. Until one day, you discover that you are just one of the many prisoners. If you abstract this phenomenon into a social behavioral model, you will find that this collective social behavior is very similar to the social structure of ants. All workers and soldiers are loyal to the only queen, but these ants have no right to mate. Only a small number of male ants, that is, those who are not producing, developing wings, and fragile and developing, are truly privileged to rap with the queen. As for the Wang Shuechan, the role played is probably the so-called spare tire? Through a rational analysis, Lu Zhou felt that he probably understood it. As for the purpose of this Lin classmate, it is also very clear, that is, holding a thick thigh in the mathematical modeling contest mixed in the rankings. Perhaps it was obvious that Lu Zhou was not very satisfied with his teammate, so she deliberately approached and showed it. If it is possible for two science and men to be jealous for themselves, then it would be better. All she has to do is to mediate in this kind of national competition, and she will not lose a piece of meat. I have to admit that this type of girl is simply a natural enemy of the school. Those who have devoted too much energy to learning are destined to have difficulty in balancing cultivation on the other hand. Why is Lu Zhou not going to be hooked? That is because he still has self-knowledge. He feels that this person, besides being honest and handsome, Gao and Fu can't talk. In-depth communication with this kind of girl is simply boring. Lu Zhou returned to the dormitory and was preparing to take the computer to the library and continue to study the topic of the thesis. However, his forefoot just stepped into the bedroom. Huang Guangming's kid rushed over and closed the door. Okay? Still locked? Lu Zhou watched Shishang and Lu Rui with a smile on his face. There is something to say, let's discuss, except for the money, we can talk. Shishang Xiao said, idle. Lu Rui also smiled and said, elbows. Lu Zhou, can you not call it sonum, my goosebumps are up? With the back of the bedroom door blocked, Huang Guangming said with a serious face, we have all seen it, honestly, who is the girl downstairs? Which hospital? What is it? When did it start? Which step did it take? What do you feel? Lu Zhou? Shishang patted the shoulder of Lu Zhou and sighed, brother, I am not helping you, but you have to understand these single dogs. Look at the one that has slept in a house. The buddy will ask you to do one. In the matter, call the person in your bedroom, and have a friendship with our bedroom. We have 3 packages for the cost of eating and singing. You can arrange the specific activities. Whether you can be a couple, I owe you personal feelings. Lu Zhou sighed and reached out and held the hand on his shoulder. Brother, no, I don't help you. That classmate is just a teammate of my mathematical modeling contest, and it was brought in by another teammate. I am only meeting her for the first time today. How is it possible? Is there nothing between you and her? Lu Rui suspected. Well, you can say that. Lu Zhou nodded. The 3 animals in the bedroom suddenly looked like a sloppy pippy shrimp, saying, nothing, no strength, gone away. I said it, elbows should be able to take off the order. My children are playing soy sauce. If there is no friendship, we will give the dormitory a ticket to go out. If you go back to the chair, sit down and prepare to start the next game. The high generation and the number of points have been tested. The next week is the English and C language modernization. The bedroom has begun to have a breath of summer vacation. No one wants to review it. Lu Zhou saw no one to control himself, silently carrying a computer bag and sneaking out the door. Although I was waiting for the administrator to work in the library yesterday, in addition to downloading a lot of documents and reading a lot of books, there was no progress in the topic selection. However, yesterday's accumulation is also a lot of ideas for him. Today he is ready to work hard, complete the topic selection work, and start writing the thesis. This may sound like a simple one, but in fact it is not so easy to do it. That mathematics paper is good to say that 9 computer papers are cross-professional. He can only read more than 30 articles in related literatures. More than half of them are in English. After downloading from the library, they stayed up to 2 o'clock. Zhong Kai barely read it, and still knows a little. Even if I had smashed the textbook of this C language last time, many things that were too professional were still difficult for him. Sure enough, his ability to learn and those true geniuses is still no match. If the system can give him a library task, it would be fine. Walking on the way to the library, Lu Zhou sighed and thought so. Chapter 22 Correct Writing Posture of the Thesis. Contrary to the way most people write essays, for Lu Zhou, all problems can be solved through system integration, so the importance of proposing appropriate ideas far exceeds the realization of idea itself. Therefore, the key to the problem lies in the topic. Lu Zhou's selection criteria are simple. Since it is going to be a mudslide in the academic world, it must be which field is good for irrigation. Which journal is best to choose which one? It is worth mentioning here that as the second largest science and engineering major in water content, it is relatively easy to find a journal in the field of information technology. Just like mathematics, a new solution to the proof problem can publish a paper. In the field of information technology, a unique algorithm can be published as a paper. I remember that it was 13 years. In an interview with the founder of Khan College, Musk also ridiculed 2 sentences: 90% of academic papers, IT circles, are worthless. How many PhD papers are really genuine? Used, and got the support of nearly 100 elites in the Silicon Valley. Of course, there are many voices of criticism. This statement is indeed biased, but it does reflect some problems from the side. Internet information security and artificial neural networks are still normal, and big data and cloud concepts have become the hardest hit areas. Artificial intelligence is a mess, and the civil sciences can join in the fun. And it's not just domestic, even in foreign countries. This is a common problem in all young disciplines. For this reason, after a balance, Lu Zhou chose artificial intelligence as the general direction. Of course, the range of artificial intelligence is too broad. From video games to automatic variable frequency toothbrushes, this stuff has long been integrated into all aspects of society, but only to a certain extent. After thinking about it, Lu Zhou knocked a line on the Word document. About the application of artificial intelligence in geographic information systems. From cell phone navigation to smart driving, from traffic management to drone automatic pathfinding. And he chose the latter, just in line with the emerging concept of unmanned aircraft logistics. Of course, this direction is still very wide, but it doesn't matter, he has to send 9 papers. This poured into a drop of water in the academic ocean. He prepared to break it into 9 pieces with a plastic dropper and drip it in. So, he tapped the keyboard and continued to write. A pixel point analysis algorithm based on artificial intelligence. About artificial intelligence for dynamic image recognition optimization algorithm. An automatic measurement method for human body feature size based on artificial intelligence algorithm. An automatic recognition algorithm for harvesting address based on artificial intelligence algorithm. A kind of artificial intelligence based. It's not just about completing the title. What he needs to do is to write a summary of the paper and a detailed description of the topic. After all, the simple computer in the red alert and the Java sub Iron Man belong to the category of AI. Lu Zhou did not expect the system to accurately understand the difference between the two. Therefore, he is not only to write abstracts, but also to describe the idea that does not appear in the main body of the paper. When all this is done, the library is close to the closing time. Packing all the documents together with the topic of the mathematics was packaged in the same folder. Lu Zhou stretched out and leaned back in the chair, recalling the documents he had written before, and meditation in his heart. System, give Lousy's paper a price. The system was a system and quickly responded to questions he asked. A total of 10 statistical problems, cumulative consumption, 210 points. Do you confirm the redemption? The average consumption point is 21 points, so that his score is only 125. However, there are 800 points rewards for the completion of the mission, and there are additional rewards for the S evaluation. In short, it is definitely not a loss. Confirm exchange. Lu Zhou closed his eyes, and soon he felt like an electric shock and climbed up the brain along the spine. The huge flow of information followed closely. Although the value of informatics experience has not changed, but as this information is gradually absorbed by him, he feels that his understanding of artificial intelligence is more refined. The use of points redemption is also a process of knowledge intake, but it is much simpler and more rude than self-learning. Of course, if you want to completely digest this knowledge, I am afraid it will take a long time. But just writing a paper is enough. Taking a deep breath, Lu Zhou opened his eyes, and there was a flame-like fighting spirit in his pupil. 10 papers. Up to 1 month. He has to get it all. The next day, Lu Zhou reluctantly got a bed, brushed his teeth and put on his clothes, and stumbled out of the bedroom. Because of staying up late last night, his eyebrows were covered with 2 obvious dark circles. From the cafeteria to the teaching building, I didn't know how many yawns I played. Lu Zhou. Carrying a shoulder bag, Chen Yushan stood not far away, smiled and greeted him, looked at the 2 dark circles on his eyes, and said, "Hey, this is where the giant panda comes from." The next door zoo slipped out. This joke is too cold, not funny at all. Lu Zhou said with a yawn. Today, Chen Yushan's dress is the same when it is peaceful. There is a pair of thick round-rimmed glasses on the bridge of the nose. The long black hair is simply behind the head. Speaking of it, I have only seen her once with a light makeup and a contact lens. In this era when the little meats began to affix the mask, this kind of undressed girl is also a wonderful thing. Because they were on the same road, the two went together. Chen Yushan asked, "Don't go to the library today?" Lu Zhou thought for a moment and said, "I may go in the afternoon. There is a training in the mathematical modeling contest in the morning." Mathematical modeling contest, Chen Yushan nodded stunnedly and immediately changed to the tone of the people who said, "The gold content of the game is quite high, which is very helpful for your future employment. You can get fueled. Have you participated?" "Just kidding, I have won the second country, the strength of Carrie's audience." Chen Yushan proudly picked an eyebrow and patted her chest and said, "If you have something you don't understand, don't hesitate to ask me, don't be polite." 666. Lu Zhou yawned, perfunctory. It seems that this modeling contest does not really value mathematics. A little difficult to do. Just as Lu Zhou thought about it, Chen Yushan, who was walking next to him, suddenly spoke. "Wait, you stand still. Okay?" Chen Yushan flipped the shoulder bag she carried with her and took a pack of paper towels from it. Just when Lu Zhou was confused about what she was going to do, she saw her approaching 2 steps, staring seriously at Lu Zhou's face, suddenly reaching out and rubbing it on his cheek. "Oh, disgusting death, you really don't trim the margins, even if you don't wipe your eyes, you will go out." Throwing the toilet paper into the trash can on the side of the road, Chen Yushan snorted. Lying in the trough? Lu Zhou's cheeks were red at once, and he was completely sleepy. It is not because of embarrassment. But because... Why did I go all the way with such a big eye? Lu Zhou's expression was stiff and whispered, should, not very obvious? Chen Yushan snorted and said, okay, it's not very obvious, but I suggest that you go to the bathroom and wash your face before you enter the classroom. Nonsense, then you still use it. Lu Zhou can't wait to rush into the bathroom now, slamming the water on his face and slamming it 3 or 5 times. After washing your face, it is refreshing. With a wet face, Lu Zhou arrived at the classroom. When he entered the door, he found that there was only one person in the classroom. Lu Zhou found a position in the first row and sat down and greeted him. Early. I noticed that Lu Zhou and Wang Xiaodong's expressions did not change much. They nodded slightly and said hello, and then they continued to look at the information books in their hands. Next week, each school will start the English test one after another. Only Lu Zhou, the monster that has smashed the entire 4-level reference book and the appendix word list, is not nervous at this time. After all, college English compulsory vocabulary and grammar patterns are basically 4-level standards. As long as you have a 4-level vocabulary, you don't have to say that you have a high score, and 80 points are still stable. Sitting still is boring, and chatting with Wang is even more boring. Lu Zhou took out his mobile phone and began to pick up the information he had not read yesterday. Combined with this information, he slowly digested the knowledge of brain intake last night. Fortunately, most of the artificial intelligence programs are written in C++ with higher degrees of freedom. Recently, popular Python writes a shell at most. For example, Google's first-generation artificial intelligence learning system, DIST Belief, is the best example. Lu Zhou is the only computer language that has been introduced. It is just C++, so it is not difficult to understand this knowledge. At that time, even if someone asks how the papers themselves are written, he can easily flicker. Just when the two were busy, they quickly arrived at 8 o'clock and served as the instructor of their mathematical modeling contest. Professor Lu Shangping walked into the classroom with the ringtone of the whole point. Chapter 23 Classic Modeling Problem with Businessmen and Followers. Looking at the two people in the classroom, Professor Lu Shangping squinted and smiled and asked, only 2 people? I heard that there is one. I called her and asked her. Wang Xiaodong stunned and took the phone and went outside. The teacher was not in a hurry, unscrewed the thermos cup, took a sip of hot water, and walked slowly to the side of Lu Zhou. He smiled and asked, what is the configuration of your team? Lu Zhou put down his mobile phone and smiled and replied, I am responsible for modeling, Wang Xiaodong is responsible for programming, and Lin Yuxiang is responsible for writing papers and defenses. Modeling, programming, writing, standard configuration, Lu smiled and continued. Say, you are the 3-year Lu Zhou. I read that paper, it is really good. Article. Lu Zhou's eyes lit up, do you also engage in mathematics? That's right, but my research direction is biased towards physics. Mathematical papers are rarely sent. Teacher Lu blinked and looked at the door of the classroom. He continued with a smile. You lesbians don't seem to be reliable. What? Lu Zhou smiled politely and politely. Teacher Lu also smiled. She didn't say anything on this issue. After a pause, she continued, with regard to the configuration of your team, I suggest that you can adjust it slightly. Modeling and papers are the responsibility of the same person, and the rest. 2 people are responsible for programming. The advantage of this is that the person responsible for modeling has a strong grasp of the whole topic and the text is more fluent. However, of course, there are also disadvantages, that is, your burden will be heavy. 3 days, this means that you must start writing the paper immediately after you have completed the modeling. Lu Zhou thoughtfully. Are 2 people responsible for programming? Teacher Lu licked the tea and said slowly, yes. Lu Zhou smiled and did not immediately give a reply, I will consider it again. After all, this matter has to be discussed with my teammates. At this time, the footsteps of the trot came from outside the corridor, and the last teammate was finally late. Sorry, I am a little late, really sorry, and Wang Xiaodong walked into the classroom together. Lin Yuxiang looked down and smiled at the teacher. Nothing, since people are coming together, he will start soon. Teacher Lu Shangping smiled casually, did not blame her lateness, turned and walked to the podium, inserted the U-disc into the computer, and opened the projector, released his PPT. Before starting the lecture, I hope that you will come to see an example. This question is not difficult in itself, but it can be used as a case for mathematical modeling. I hope that through this case, you can understand that mathematical modeling is what? Said, he pressed the mouse and turned the PPT to the next page. 3 merchants each take a boat to cross the river. A boat can only accommodate 2 people, followers secretly, on any shore of the river. Once the number of followers is more than the merchants, killing people, but how to cross the river by boat? The power of the people is in the hands of the merchants. Question: how can the merchants cross the river safely? Indeed, there is no difficulty with this question. Even without relying on the power of the system, Lu Zhou quickly came up with the answer and replied. The first round, 2 followers, 1 follower. The second round, 2 more followers, 1 follower. In the third round, 2 businessmen passed, a follower and a businessman came back. In the fourth round, 2 businessmen passed and 1 followed. The fifth round, 2 followers, 1 follower. The sixth round, the last 2 follow the past, successfully crossing the river. Hey! Lin Yuxiang patted his little hand and snorted, his face full of worship. The expression on Wang Xiaodong's face is not moved, the appearance of a worldly high man. In his opinion, this question is really not difficult. Although he didn't think about it, he believed that his IQ was at the same time and he took a little time to solve it. Exactly correct. Teacher Lu smiled and continued, even if you don't need any mathematics, you can solve this problem simply by logic analysis. But what if you extend the problem to n merchants? This problem is indeed somewhat difficult, but it is not difficult to be in mathematics, but it is difficult to solve this problem by abstracting it into a mathematical problem. Lu Zhou seriously thought for a while, and he already had a general idea in his mind. Can I use the blackboard? Of course, Professor Lu Xiangping smiled and made a gesture of asking. Lu Zhou stepped forward and picked up the chalk to start the blackboard on the blackboard. One number of merchants on the shore before the KTH crossing the river is XK. The following numbers are YK, K equals 1, 2, XK, YK equals 0, 1, 2, 3. The two-dimensional vector SK satface XK, YK, is defined as a state, and the state set under the safe crossing condition is a set of allowed states, which is denoted as S. S equals XY, X equals 0, Y equals 0, 1, 2, 3, X equals 3, Y equals 0, 1, 2, 3, X equals Y equals 1, 2. The number of merchants on the Kth ferry is 2 UK, and the number of followers is VK. The two-dimensional vector dk satface UK, VK, is defined as a decision. Allow the decision set to be recorded as D, which is known by the boat capacity, D equals UV, 1 less than or equal to U plus V less than or equal to V, UV equals 0, 1, 2. 3. Combining the above conclusions, the variation law of state SK with dk is ES, K plus 1 equals SK plus, minus 1, caret K asterisk dk. It's so powerful. Looking at the blackboard on the blackboard with a blank look, Lin Yuxiang slightly opened his mouth and looked at Lu Zhou, who came down from the podium, and whispered in surprise. You don't need to draft a draft? Played in my heart. Lu Zhou said with a smile. Wang Xiaodong was as silent as ever and did not speak. However, from his expression, this arrogant schoolmaster is completely convinced of Lu Zhou's mathematical ability. After looking at the process on the blackboard, Professor Lu Xiangping nodded with a smile, exactly. But from the perspective of mathematical modeling, this work can only be completed in half. After the modeling is completed, we still need a program to implement this model. Of course, this model is very simple. I believe that with the ability of our classmates, This level of program is definitely a handy, not to waste valuable time here. Wang Xiaodong pushed the glasses, and the expression on his face was still indifferent, and that was the way, of course. Although there is no chance to show his programming skills on the spot, he is a little regretful. After a pause, Mr. Lu continued, data modeling is actually a process of simplifying a practical problem into a problem that can be expressed in terms of data and very short language, and then solving the problem through mathematical tools. So the key is what the actual problems your team is facing? Modeling is neither about the ability of the team to study, nor the ability to examine mathematics, but to examine the ability to translate practical problems into data language and solutions. You must remember this. I don't have much advice about the modeling itself. There is no more shortcut than to practice and broaden the knowledge. As far as programming is concerned, I can say two things. The four main types of software are commonly used: MATLAB, Mathematica, Lingo and Essayus. You don't need to master all of them. At least you can master one of them. The key is to use the software that suits you to solve the actual problem. Professor Lu Xiangping is watching Wang Xiaodong. Because of this sentence, the main thing is to say to him. Wang Xiaodong pushed the glasses and nodded. I have used MATLAB and Essayus, and the problem is not big. Professor Lu nodded. These two softwares are basically enough. These things require you to teach yourself. What I can do is provide guidance when you don't understand. The last is about reference books. I recommend that you can read some books on mathematical modeling, such as Mathematical Models, Mathematical Modeling Algorithms and Applications, and Mathematical Modeling Basics. I have some handouts and materials inside the school. You can copy them back and read them, but remember not to pass them outside, and you can't upload them online. Understand? Understand. 3 people have the same voice. Professor Lu smiled and said, Oh, I will be here today. I have nothing else to say. I mainly rely on you. I need the information to download it. When I am finished, I will go back to review English. Chapter 24 Running in Training. After the completion of the information, Mr. Lu announced the understanding of the scattered, and said that if the review is not busy, go back today to look at the information. I will gather at the school computer room tomorrow and start the first running in training. After Teacher Lu announced the dissolution, Lu Zhou went to the library with his computer bag and continued to rush to draft. As for the information in the U-disk, he did not have time to look at it. After all, for him, the task of the system is higher priority than the task of the school. In addition to writing a thesis, Lu Zhou occasionally took the time to teach Chen Yushan several high-level questions. Honestly, the mathematics foundation of this guy is not generally bad. Many things are completely returned to the teacher. I don't know how the high number was 85 points, self-proclaimed, when she was a freshman. Do you not study mathematics in your business school? It was completely defeated by a function to find the limit. Lu Zhou rolled his eyes and wrote 3 paragraphs on the draft paper to write out the understanding, and the mouth was unrelenting. Tao, this teacher has been told in the classroom as an example. Chen Yushan blushes, is not convinced, but also has a hard and eloquent argument. I am studying economics management, but not accounting. There are so many things to back, how can I study mathematics? I remember that the Department of Economics also wants to study accounting and statistics. Shut up, please, lunch. Lu Zhou decisively shut up, and said that you are welcome. There are problems, even if asked, don't lie. It is best to have dinner at the same time. If someone else treats you for dinner, Lu Zhou will feel that he owes a lot of people. Even if his economic conditions are normal, he will look for opportunities to go back. But Chen Yushan wants to invite himself to eat. He picked up the meal but was unceremonious. Why do you want to return the meal with the skill? Help you to pass the high-level knowledge points from beginning to end, and do not charge you for tuition fees. 1 or 2 meals are not too much, right? After the library closed, Lu Zhou returned to the dormitory and was busy for a while, finally getting the first mathematical paper. The value factor of this paper should be the highest of the 10 papers, and the system evaluates 30 points. Taking into account some of the conclusions of this paper, it is a supplement to my previous paper. Lu Zhou was ready to try to submit the journal Theory and Applied Mathematics Communication. As for the remaining 9 computer papers, his contribution target is Modern Communications and Geographic Information Technology. As a non-core journal, this domestic journal is rare and does not require review fees and page fees. It is not very important for contributors to have fund support, and there is even a 150 yuan draft fee. Compared with those demon enchanted goods that are only staring at the money in the pockets of researchers, this journal is simply the clear stream of the published world. 9 papers, you can get 1,350 bucks. After uploading the mathematics paper, it is already 2 in the morning. Lu Zhou saw the time was not early. He closed the laptop, yawned in bed, listening to the buzz of roommates, and slowly fell asleep. The next day, Lu Zhou learned the embarrassment did not come too early to squatting, stepping on the back foot of teacher Lu into the machine room. After entering the machine room, he discovered that he was not the latest one. When he and the teacher came in, only Xiaodong was sitting alone in the computer room. Early. Lu Zhou, as always, smiled and said hello. He thought that this proud schoolmaster would ignore him. As a result, he did not expect that he unexpectedly gave a voice. Early. Although there is only one word, it is not a small breakthrough. Lu Zhou felt gratified in his heart. Honestly, he is not worried about the strength of his team. The only worry is the problem of the relationship between the players. I believe that it is not just that I am having a headache. Teacher Lu is definitely a headache. If it can be used as a lubricant in the team, it seems that it is not a bad thing to bring Lin's pit goods. Probably. Just as he was driving the gap, Lin was finally late, but this time, she was only 15 minutes late, not too long. Professor Lu Shangping did not say her as always, just smiled faintly, signaled her to find a place to sit down, and then started today's class. According to the training process, today is a running-in training to cultivate tacit cooperation between players. In order not to delay more time, the topic setting is not difficult, it is the kind that can be solved on the spot. Mr. Lu gave a string of fictitious telecom user data and developed more than 20 projects. The requirement is to classify the consumer habits through mathematical modeling and design products for different user groups. Because the data is fictitious data, the data source is not given in the appendix of the topic, only an Excel table is given. The knowledge that needs to be used is more statistically biased than calculations, and even for economics and product management. Compared to yesterday's appetizer, the difficulty of this question has undoubtedly improved. The simple mathematical formula does not mean that this practical application is useless, but the difficulty of this kind of problem is not in mathematics itself. The difficulty lies in how to convert this kind of problem into a mathematical problem. Fortunately, the problem itself is not very complicated. At most, the knowledge involved is too broad. Lu Zhou conceived for about half an hour. First, the user group was classified by statistical knowledge. Finally, the matrix algorithm was used to solve the two problems. Questions. Holding a few draft papers and going to Wang Xiaodong, Lu Zhou put the paper on his computer desk. Modeling is done, I have sent your email to the mail, and another part of the process I used to calculate, all written on paper. Got it. The process of organizing the calculations and entering the computer is handed to you, no problem? Wang Xiaodong nodded and said in a concise manner, no problem. Learning to do is not a school, two-school and hegemony, efficiency is really extraordinary. Lu Zhou quickly completed the mathematical modeling work, Wang Xiaodong also quickly completed the programming with the computer in the computer room, adding up to less than 2 hours. It was estimated that it would take a day's work to be completed in such a short time. After examining the results of Lu Zhou and Wang Xiaodong respectively, Professor Lu could not help but feel that he had brought together 5 mathematical modeling contests. The 2 of them were the most talented students he had ever met. Lu Zhou smiled and accepted the teacher's compliment. As for Wang Xiaodong, as always, he has no expression, but from his mouth, he can still see that his heart is quite proud. The first run-in training went smoothly. However, the only problem is that Lin Yuxiang is out. Although this guy has written many student council work reports, he has never written a thesis at all. Even the format requirements of the papers are white in the field. After sitting for half an hour, there is no progress. Wang Xiaodong was a sly look. After all, he patted his chest and assured the department leader that Lin Yuxiang would be qualified for this task. As a result, she had not yet reached the competition. She lost the chain during the first round of running-in training. Although Lu Zhou smiled slightly on his face, he was in a hurry to sell. You said that if you are engaged in student work, you should do your job as a student. In the future, you should enter the party into the party. The civil servant of the civil servant should have a good future. Retreat 10,000 steps, you have to lie down, at least when you go down. How to write a paper under the white degree, what do you say? What is the use of poor sales at the end of the day? Can you eat as a meal? Really mad at me. Teacher Lu was not angry. She just smiled and comforted Lin Yuxiang, who kept apologizing, and then let Wang Xiaodong guide her essay writing, and then called Lu Zhou to the corridor. I smoked a cigarette and looked at the 2 students in the computer room. Teacher Lu said with a smile, "How, the suggestion I told you yesterday, have you considered it?" Chapter 25 I am so angry. Lu Zhou did not answer. I can understand, there must be some thoughts in your heart, Teacher Lu smiled. Like us doing research, there is always 1 or 2 fish in the research team. I only want to mix the day. These people can never be cleaned up. Teacher, your mentality is very good. Lu Zhou said with a smile. I don't have a good attitude, Teacher Lu waved and said with a smile. But I saw more. He said, he reached out and patted Lu Zhou's shoulder. He said with a strong heart, you have to be clear, killing the country is our only goal. It seems that it is unfair to those who have the ability. But this is actually not an exercise. Lu Zhou thought for a while and nodded. That, I know, I can take part in mathematical modeling and essays, but I have a condition. Say it. Teacher Lu said with a smile. In the future training, I want to reduce the number of such concentrated training, but instead change to private training in private, and then concentrate on training before the test. Paused for a moment, Lu Zhou continued, this way, the training schedule I can also be relatively flexible. This kind of training that brings people together is a waste of time. Lu Zhou still likes it and can follow his own rhythm. No problem, I originally planned to do this. Lu Xiangping said with a smile. The 2 returned to the machine room. Finally, the paper was written by Lu Zhou. After all, there is an SCI experience in it. In order to complete the task of the system, he has made a lot of preparations in private. He only writes the paper on this point. Let alone the Lin Yuxiang, who is a layman, is a big one. Wang Xiaodong can't compare with him. Of course, today is just training, there is no need to polish the paper according to the standards of the game. The layout of a piece of paper that occupies 20 pages of paper is not a day's work. Lu Zhou wrote the key parts of model hypothesis and problem analysis according to the mathematical modeling paper format. As for those places that are not very important, after writing the title, the specific content is saved by him. Looking at the completed paper, Lin Yuxiang expressed his gratitude to Lu Zhou again and again, and he said pitifully that he was in the crowd today. I am really sorry, and I will try my best to catch up with everyone's footsteps. Lu Zhou smiled and said nothing, but his heart sighed secretly. Be good at it. After the dissolution, Lu Zhou refused Lin Yuxiang's invitation to eat. Carrying the computer bag, he sent it to the library as if he had sent it to the library. Chen Yushan was sitting in his neighboring position. In addition to occasionally asking him to ask 2 questions, most of the time was also burying his head. Although he is very curious about the mathematics department, why is he writing a computer professional paper, but she did not ask much. Resting on the chair and moving the lower arm, Lu Zhou was preparing to go to the toilet, and the mobile phone on the table suddenly smashed. Lu Zhou took it and saw it. It was the phone call from Wu Fatsi. He stood up and walked quickly to the library's toilet. Press the button to close the phone, and the boat is leaning against the window. Hey, what? Wu Dahai, is there any space this week? There was a sound of Wu Fatsi's hearty voice on the other end of the phone. Obviously, his part-time job was lacking in strength. Obviously, it is also a junior, but this guy is not in a hurry to study, is not busy looking for a job, is busy making money outside all day, and can't see others at school. If it wasn't for him that he had a student ID card, Lu Zhou would have wondered if he was a Jinda person. What is the job? Lu Zhou asked. Although he is very busy right now, if the salary is high, he can't think about it. But he knows that this possibility is very small. Jinling's newly opened real estate developer recruited flyers, 1 hour in 20, this one Sunday, everyone, you can't come? Wu Dahai asked. I am busy these days, still forget it. Although there are some heartbeats, but I think that I still have 9 papers to write there, Lu Zhou will be embarrassed. Nothing, then I will ask other people again. Wu Fatsi did not care, smiled heartily, you are busy first. After hanging up the phone, Lu Zhou returned to the library after completing the toilet. When he returned to his seat, he found that his keyboard was pressing a piece of draft paper, and Chen Xuejie, who had already moved to the bench and sat next to him, looked forward to seeing himself. Seeing this expression of her, Lu Zhou could not help but smile and shook his head, did not say anything, picked up the pen and began to solve the problem. Finding the general solution problem of second-order constant coefficient differential equations is also a major difficulty in high numbers. Because it can combine multiple knowledge points such as trigonometric functions and integral derivation, it is usually used as the penultimate big problem or the last one. The topic is examined. But for Lu Zhou, there is nothing difficult. It's not that he brags, the high-level questions at the university level, he can't find a problem that can hardly live with him. Looking at Lu Zhou, who was doing the problem, Chen Yushan whispered, who was calling you just now? A senior, take me to work part-time. Lu Zhou replied casually. Do you still work part-time? Chen Yushan opened her eyes in surprise and whispered, but I see you are in the library all day. I have done less recently, and I went to the next time at the end. The pen tip paused, and Lu Zhou added a sentence, it is a sort of express delivery. Why do you want to emphasize the following? Chen Yushan asked curiously. Nothing, solved it. As he said, Lu Zhou handed over the draft paper, and spent less than 3 minutes from reading the question to before and after solving the problem. It can be said that it is quite quick. With the difficulty of this question, the average person card is not exaggerated for half an hour. Thank you, take the liberty to ask, is your living expenses insufficient? Chen Yushan took the draft paper and whispered. Is it true? Lu Zhou replied casually. That kind of thing seems to have never been there? Chen Yushan nodded thoughtfully and expressed her understanding. After a while, she continued to say that I also have a part-time job here. It may be easier to sort than express delivery. Do you want to do it? The hand that was typing stopped, and Lu Zhou looked over her face and looked at her strangely. Isn't that going to teach you math? My math, is it so bad? Chen Yushan had a squint and just wanted to increase the volume. She suddenly thought that she was still in the library. She had to bite her teeth and lowered her voice. Although it is also tutoring mathematics, it is not for me. I have a cousin in high school, and it is also local in Jinling City. The home is not particularly far from our campus. Now she is going to go to high school, but she can't keep up with the scores, especially mathematics. For her study, my aunt is dying, so asked me to find a tutor for her. It is best to have a good grade in math. Speaking of this, Chen Yushan looked at Lu Zhou with embarrassment. I originally wanted to ask my roommate, but my roommate and I have to take a postgraduate exam. There is no time at all. And for so many years, we have forgotten the high school knowledge. I thought, anyway, you seem to be harmless, just want to ask if you have time in summer vacation. Lu Zhou? What kind of ghosts are harmless to humans and animals? Would you like to praise me for being so handsome? Seeing that Lu Zhou did not speak for a long time, Chen Yushan whispered, is it empty? Then I will ask others. How much? Lu Zhou decided to ask the price first, and then consider whether or not to agree. Originally, he was planning to find a part-time job to earn some living expenses. It seems to be the same for Wu Fatsi to work and to work for a school sister. Chen Yushan thought for a moment and said, 1 hour and 200, reimbursement for transportation expenses, starting from July, every Saturday and Sunday can be done. How many? 1 hour 200. What happened? After listening to it, Lu Zhou's hands were on the keyboard and it was silent for a long time. Is there less? Chen Yushan saw him not talking for a long time, thought he was too little, and asked him, would you like me to ask my aunt again? Don't ask, Lu Zhou shook his head and said, the deal. Then what is your expression so dignified? I thought you were too little. Chen Yushan breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Lu Zhou. Nothing, I just think. Lu Zhou looked at the sky and sighed softly. It's good. Chapter 26. Who am I? Where am I? What am I writing? Mom, I won't be back this summer. Well, this is the case. The professor suggested that I sign up for the National Mathematical Modeling Competition. During the summer, the school will organize training. No registration fee, the hospital has already paid for me. Next time I go home, I may have a new year. You pay attention to take care of your body. My body has been very good, you can rest assured. I really don't have to pay for me. I have some scholarships for the last semester, and I have to find some part-time jobs when I am not busy. You have money to save, and when she goes to college I have to spend a lot of money. Let's do it first. Taking a deep breath, leaning against the balcony railing of the bedroom, Lu Zhou hangs up the phone. Every Sunday night, he will call home. Speaking, it's really fast. Looking at the stars in the night window, Lu Zhou's heart is filled with emotion. In the twinkling of an eye, the first year of his own university life will be over, and his younger sister, Lu Xiaolu, will soon be promoted to the second year of high school. Unlike herself, she is reading liberal arts. In addition to mathematics, I can help her a little, and I can't help myself anywhere else. Next to the balcony is the bathroom. Huang Guangming, who is taking a bath inside, suddenly screaming coldly, "Big scorpion, call home." Lu Zhou squatted and fixed the mind and said, I don't want to come out, is it? Wait, I will take the mop to the top of the door. The trough is lying down, Lu Gu is alive, I am wrong, don't if you don't let me out, I will sing in the bathroom. As he spoke, Huang Guangming had already opened the door and sang with the sound of the wolf crying. The 5 rings, you have 1 more ring than the 4 rings dash. I am jealous. The voice, like a that was smashed, heard a goosebump in the boat, closed the door of the balcony with his backhand, and immediately hid back into the bedroom. However, the sound insulation of the bathroom is not good, and a wall can't be stopped. As soon as I heard the song of the light, the 2 people in the bedroom were sprayed in an instant, especially Lu Rue. This kid's acting was the most exaggerated. The whole man was kneeling on the table and pouting in pain. Where are you? Let's make bright singing, my teeth, hurting. At the time of the crisis, the bedroom was long and devious. I saw that Shi Shanglao opened the bench, and Dei stood up in abundance. Don't panic, wait for me to collect this thief. Roll. Sure enough, there is no ivory in the dog's mouth. Lu Zhou is too annoyed. I can't wait to put this guy into the bathroom and shut it down, and make a pair with the light. Why is there no normal person in the entire bedroom except him? Oh, uncomfortable. In the next 2 weeks, Lu Zhou was not in the library, but on the way to the library, or sitting in the examination room. In the final exam week, I am afraid that no one is as unfair as he is. However, he is not doing business and has the temperament of not doing business. As he expected, English would be over without pressure. The same is true of the C language. Apart from a more creative issue, the basic problem is not big. The knowledge gained in the system tasks is like being engraved in the brain, and it is impossible to forget. However, in the recent test, Lu Zhou did completely stop. The roll was spread out and the subject above was straight. Who am I? Where am I? What are I writing? Ask the system does not respond at all, and how many points are useless? It seems that the social science topic is not within the scope of the system. Fortunately, in modern history, Lu Zhou still understands some things. He only needs to find out the general direction. He believes that what he wrote is self-confident and not worthy of it. As for how far from the standard answer, it can only be judged by the review teacher. In short, he did his best. On the third day of the modern exam, Lu Zhou finally uploaded the last paper. After nearly 3 weeks of continuous bursting of the liver, he was thinned by the whole person. However, after finishing the project, I went back and looked at it, still quite a sense of accomplishment. 3 SCIs a week, 10 SCIs less than a month. I want to ask who else. Okay? After 3 days of impetuous waiting, the last paper was unexpectedly successfully inserted into the draft. When I received the email of the manuscript, Lu Zhou couldn't help but think that it would be okay to pour water into other journals. And the signatures of several papers are the same person. Is it no one aware of it? Maybe the system helped him distribute the manuscript in different review editors. Anyway, there are no problems. It is after the official publication of a few months. With excitement, Lu Zhou entered the pure white system space and walked quickly to the semi-transparent holographic screen. Congratulations to the host to complete the task. The task completion is as follows. The host has published a mathematics paper, 9 information science papers, and the balance time is 39 days. Evaluate S+, get extra reward mission. It turned out to be S+ evaluation. And the reward turned out to be a reward task. Lu Zhou was excited to see the S+ on the holographic screen, as well as the additional rewards in the back. Although I don't know what the reward task is, he is clear that it is clearly marked in the points mall, and the reward task requires 1000 points to redeem. Task reward, 100 points in mathematics experience and 900 points in informatics experience. 800 points. 1 lucky draw opportunity, 90% garbage, 9% sample, 1% drawing. Hint, Math LV0 LV1, Informatics LV0 LV1. This math level has finally advanced. Lu Zhou's heart is full of excitement, not only because of the continuous upgrade, but also because of the breakthrough of the ceiling of mathematics, which means that he has finally stepped out of the novice village, and the upper limit of other disciplines will be unlocked to LV1. The overall improvement in the level of the system does not seem to bring about any substantial changes. Originally, he thought that it would be like a system when using a point to redeem a thesis, the system directly to his brain, but it does not seem to be the case now. At least he didn't feel that there was more knowledge or memory in his mind. It seems that the discipline level of the system does not mean that I have the ability to master knowledge, but only the authority to open a database. And the data from the database also needs to consume points? I do not know if the low-level data points are not discounted. Lu Zhou touched his chin and silently recalled the details of Riemann's conjecture in his heart, and ordered the system to make an estimate. However, the system has not responded as always. It seems that the mathematics level of LV1 is not enough to solve the Riemann conjecture. After Lu Zhou thought for a moment, what about Bill's guess? As a generalized theorem of Fermat's theorem that has been proved, it is considered that even above Fermat's theorem, the reward of Bill's conjecture has reached $1 million. Last time he tried to solve the problem with the power of the system, but the system also did not give a response. Required points, 5,000, math level requires LV2. Seeing this figure, Lu Zhou smiled and immediately dismissed the idea of redemption. Tai Nima is expensive. However, this time, the price is clearly marked. It seems that his guess is indeed correct. To upgrade the subject level is really just to unlock the database of the Black Technology system, but to access the data in this database, still need to consume points. Chapter 27 Brainspace, read more books. After confirming this, Jiang Feng turned his attention back to the real problem. Taking a deep breath, he meditated in his heart. System, open my properties panel. The white light flashed on the translucent holographic screen. Main science. Mathematics, LV1, 0/10,000. Biophysics, LV0, 100/1000. C. Biochemistry, LV0, 0/1000. D. Engineering, LV0, 0/1000. E. Materials Science, LV0, 0/1000. F. Energy Science, LV0, 0/1000. G. Informatics, LV1, 0/10,000. Points, 925, one lottery opportunity is not used. Task, not received, reward task *1. The experience of LV2 directly added a 0 on the basis of the original. I thought that I had tossed for a long time for 1,000 years of experience, and Lu Zhou could not help but be discouraged. I hope that the reward of the task will increase as the level increases. Only in this way, the difficulty of the task will become higher. He only hopes that this system will be broken. Next time, don't come to the task of publishing 100 SCIs. That is really going to kill people. Did not immediately start the draw, Lu Zhou first exited the system space, rushed into the bathroom, squatted on the wash basin to wash his face, and then returned to the bed and lay down, back to the system space. Taking a deep breath and looking at the disk on the holographic screen, he sighed. The draw starts. Give me a stop. Looking at the pointer with a blank expression, Lu Zhou has no sadness and no peace of mind. Congratulations, draw samples. Anyway, besides the drawings, they are all garbage that is better than garbage. After 10,000 steps back to the drawings, it must be a mathematical proof. Anyway, Lu Zhou has no hope for the festival of this system, and quickly finish the prize and start to do the task points. Focus on capsules, 40 bottles in a bottle, lasting 5 hours, will produce resistance within 24 hours. After taking it, it can increase brain cell activity, comprehensively enhance the speed of knowledge absorption and logical thinking ability. Okay? As soon as I saw the explanation behind it, Lu Zhou was not calm at the moment, and I almost didn't put the whole face on the screen. Focus on capsules. Hold the grass, good things. Multiply 40 by 5, that is 200 hours. If the effect is the same as the first task he encountered, he will have enough books for him to know. Isn't the correct posture of the lottery not to wash your face, but to reverse your own too? Lu Zhou burst into tears and made up his mind that he must lick his own mouth before the next draw. Taking advantage of this European emperor's gas has not yet dispersed, Lu Zhou did not say anything, chose the reward task. Reward task is open. Mission, reward missions, can be abandoned at any time, no additional points are required. Description: the host knowledge level is too low, the system selects a quality book list for the host, and fills your empty brain. Requirements: complete the book list reading, 0/30, and fully understand the knowledge points in the book. Reward: 1,000 points can be freely distributed experience. Unlock branch technology, artificial intelligence LV0. Lu Zhou looked at the task on the screen silently. It is not the request of the Tutsao task, but the explanatory text. What is an empty brain? Laozi is good at high generation and a few points. Lu Zhou felt the maliciousness from the system full, but fortunately the task reward made him have nothing to say. Until now, he was the first to see branch technology. Although I don't know why the system should split artificial intelligence from informatics as a branch technology alone, and with a completely different upgrade system, I want to have the system in mind. Anyway, upgrading the artificial intelligence LV0 to LV1 is not expensive. The preconditions of the informatics LV1 are also satisfied. When the task is completed, it takes 100 points to upgrade this branch technology. Thinking of this, Lu Zhou opened a long list of books in the mission target. Ordinary Differential Equations Tutorial. Complex Function Theory. University Physics. Inorganic Chemistry. Organic Chemistry. Leninger Principles of Biochemistry. Mechanical Engineering Drawing. IC Design Getting Started Tutorial. Construction and Interpretation of Computer Programming. Python Language Tutorial. From mathematics to informatics, the knowledge points covered in this list cover almost every aspect of the backbone technology tree. Lu Zhou roughly swept the contents of the book list and was speechless for a while. Well, he now admits that his brain is really empty. If you follow the system standards, I am afraid that there are few people in the world who can be found. But then, is there really a human being in the world who is proficient in all disciplines? Even the same subject can be subdivided into countless fields and countless research directions. Does the system have some misunderstanding of human beings? Lu Zhou is more and more likely to think. Exiting the system space, Lu Zhou sat up from the bed and moved over the laptop from the side. After logging into the email address, Teacher Lu sent the problem to his mailbox. According to the last training arrangement, Lu Zhou completed the mathematical modeling of the exercises, and then packaged them to Wang Xiaodong and Lin Yuxiang respectively, and they carried out the programming steps, summarized them to Lu Zhou, and finally completed the thesis writing by Lu Zhou. Send feedback to Teacher Lu. Considering that everyone has their own business in the schedule, Mr. Lu also has his own project to do, so the training plan is set to the rhythm of a Monday question. As for the rest of the time, I still use my own reading and extra training. 3, 5, and 2 completed the mathematical modeling. Lu Zhou packaged all the data and sent it to 2 other people, then stretched out and shut down the computer. Although the school exam is over, his task has only just begun, and it is okay to think about it anyway. After a while, he is going to go to the library. Dressed, Lu Zhou was preparing to climb out of bed, and a knock at the door of the bedroom came. Lu Rui, go to open the door. Huang Guangming, who was wearing a flip-flop to play the game, snorted. Lu Rui is also black with them, but the play is auxiliary, and it is the kind of lameness of the dish. Therefore, he was not tempered by Huang Guangming, and he stepped up to open the door and quickly sat back in the chair. The attendant was the squad leader, named Tian Jun. After entering the dormitory, he blinked and said, "All are playing games." Shi Shang, never, hey, the exams are all finished. The squad leader, can you go home when you are? Tian Jun smiled and said, in the afternoon, the class will be held in the afternoon, and the class will be arranged at the time. Yes, do you want to register for mathematical modeling? High number and more than 80% of the registration fee, school summer training will be organized. Huang Guangming Shi Shang said in unison, don't go. Lu Rui hesitated and asked, can the mathematics modeling contest not be able to register for itself? What is the difference between registration and school registration? Tian Jun said with a smile, if you sign up, you have to go to the instructor. The team organized by the school has a special teacher group. But when you sign up, there are definitely a lot of people who have signed up. I heard that there are still several rounds of elimination. More than 60 people have joined in more than 20 groups. Although I heard that Lu Rui had some retreats during the summer, I thought that Lu Zhou had also signed up and had planned to stay in school, which gave him a sense of urgency that he was caught up with. Lu Rui no longer hesitated and said, "Help me sign up." "Yes, then I will help you write your name." Tianjun smiled and looked at the boat that was on the ladder. "Lu Zhou? You report it?" "I have already reported it." Lu Zhou smiled and replied in a low-key manner. "Wow, Elbow, this high number is so difficult, you are up to 80? Tang aired back and forth. Huang Guangming looked at Lu Zhou, asked strangely. In fact, the score came out 2 days before. In addition to Lu Zhou, the other 3 people in the bedroom also confirmed each other's results. There was no change in the last semester, and Lu Rui was still the first. Huang Guangming 88 followed, and Shi Shang reluctantly took an 80. As for why the 3 people did not ask the Lu Zhou score very tacitly, it was not to crowd him, but to worry about stimulating him, so be careful not to mention. After all 3 people can remember very clearly that the 2 mathematics exams, this man, have been handed over for more than half an hour. Can you write something in half an hour? Is it enough to write a big question? Even Lu Rui, who saw Lu Zhou filling his papers with his own eyes, could not believe that all his questions were written after careful reading. But more willing to believe, but most of the topics are written by him. Lu Zhou hesitated. He was thinking about whether he should tell the light how many points he had in the 2 maths. The scores of the 2 subjects are too scary to say. The boat of friendship is not afraid to turn over again. However, the squad leader was wrong. He thought that Lu Zhou's hesitation was because of the unsatisfactory test. He couldn't get underground, so he quickly smiled and said, "There is no limit on self-registration. There is number 80 points. Registration." "Okay, that's it, Lu Rui is. I will send the list when I am sure." "I am sure." After Lu Rui made up his mind, he nodded seriously. In fact, the determination has already been fixed. He not only has to enter the competition, but also has to enter the national race. For this purpose, the district's summer vacation is only 2 months, and even Lu Zhou is signed up. How can he stay behind? Chapter 28: The Last Class of Freshmen. In the afternoon, Class A of the 403 building of a teaching building, the first class of the second semester should be held as scheduled. In the classroom, a group of boys were sitting under pressure, and the thin, tall, and thin counselors came in. The instructor's name is Zhang Wei. He is a PhD student in the Department of Reading. He usually does not see the end of his life. Most of the time he is busy with his own projects, and he can hardly see him. However, it is said that he is still very concerned about the class, and basically will have a class meeting every month. Speaking about safety, speaking about discipline, and talking about style of study, either with undergraduates bragging about when I was studying undergraduate. Slowly swaying to the podium, Zhang's guides carried his back behind him, glanced at the students below, and cleared his throat and said, "After the class is over, your first year of college will be a complete success. In order to wait for you to see you after the summer vacation, I once again stressed the safety issue. The idiot of the last next courtyard, I was so hot that I left the socket and burned a room. I should go back to the college entrance examination this year. I don't know. Can you see him after the summer vacation?" The people in the class made a laugh. Zhang Guide lightly coughed and smiled and said, "Just make a fun, active atmosphere. In general, safety must be careful. I know that some of you must have a hairdryer in the bedroom, hot these high-power appliances, and it's a clever escape to check. But I hope that you guys must check if the socket is unplugged before going." After talking about the safety issue of about 20 minutes, Zhang's guide paused and continued to talk about the conclusion of the final period. "You've got a good test this time. I hope you will continue to keep it. There are also the 3 hands of our class. You have to work hard. Don't think that when the school committee just took a homework to open a meeting, you have to take the lead in learning." The named study committee smiled and scratched his head. When he first entered the university campus, he was still a schoolmaster, but after playing with it, he couldn't keep up with the study. And he did not test well this time, especially the high generation off the big chain, only took a 65 points, he is ready to rebuild. Director Zhang continued, our Luo Rundong students have a good test, 95 points, only a small problem, praised by name. And our Lu Rue classmate, 92 points, is also very good. This class is more than 90 points. 2. Other students can work hard. Huang Guangming reached out and licked Lu Rue's shoulder. He said, Rigo is awkward. Shi Shang also reached out and licked his other shoulder, there is a slap in the face. Go away and walk away, not too hot. Lu Rue opened the hands of two animals, his mouth was disgusted, but his mouth was still tilted, and his heart was smug, and he quietly let out a sigh of relief. Sure enough, he still cares about it. When he was 90, he was two people, oneself, and one of them was called Luo Rundong. As for Lu Zhou, still far away. Even if he is pretending to go to the library several times, it is still a school slag. There were a lot of arguments in the class, and they were envious of the eyes of the two schoolmasters. This high-level test, the paper is not a general difficulty, it is quite difficult. Professor Tang's own papers, many of which are on the verge of superclass and non-superclass, are not necessarily so sloppy, but they can always hit their knowledge blind spots. It is quite difficult to get 80 points. If you take 90 points, that one is a god. In addition, what I want to praise is our Lu Zhou classmates. Lu Zhou's grades in this semester can be said to be quite large. The high generation and the number of 2 are 100. The school leaders of our school are all alarmed. I sent the test papers to the teaching and research group and found someone to change it. The result was still a perfect score. I couldn't pick a single problem. It's just to have this attitude to learn. I have half of the style of the year, you have to learn from him. Zhang's director looked at Lu Zhou with a thumbs up and nodded. The air in the class was frozen. Even the cowboy that the guide had blown, no one spit this time. The original expressionless Luo Rundong, this time with a slightly widened eyes, looked back at the incredulously. Lu Rue, whose mouth is rising, the smug smile is also extremely stiff, and the eyebrows are unconsciously twitching. 2 doors. Full score? Full score. For a moment, it was like igniting gunpowder, and the pan was fried. The trough. Lu Gu is awkward. 666,666. What's 666? That is 999. 6 turned over. Hey, it's not that people don't write in advance, but they're all finished. Shi Shang and Huang Guangming did not raise their hands. Lu Zhou quickly evaded and warned, I warn you, don't touch me, I don't do it. Huang Guangming's hippie smile reached out, don't, Lu Gu, let the cockroaches be happy. Shi Shang is unceremoniously attached, that is, big blind. Roll. Looking at the class that was overturned, Zhang's guide did not stop it, but slowly walked to the side of Lu Zhou and said separately, of course, although you have scored full marks in mathematics, don't be too proud, you still have to keep working. What are your modern writings? If you are planning to graduate, you will be looking for a job. I suggest you look for a chance to take this course. If you plan to take a postgraduate degree, you can't take the political Z class. Fall. Lu Zhou said modestly, I know. I know it, Zhang said. He nodded. Right, I don't see you on the list of the mathematics modeling contest for college students. I know that you are doing some research in private, but this is a country with a high gold content. Sexual events can participate or try to participate. The list is still not handed over to me, or you will consider it again, I will report it to you. I have already signed up, Professor Tang has helped me to report it. Lu Zhou said implicitly. Oh, I understand. Zhang really understood, nodded, and said with a smile, you can work hard. Take your good words. Lu Zhou said with a smile. When the students who were noisy were almost enough, Zhang's guide also swayed back to the podium, and his hands were cleared behind him, announcing that the class would continue. But the rest of the content, no one has noticed to listen. Because it is too shocking. The score is no problem, this time the paper is not very difficult, it is another teacher, and other classes are not allowed to test out the full score. But the high generation papers are from Professor Tang. The entire number of colleges, no more than 30 and more than 90. You can take full marks and others will not live. I don't say anything in advance. As for the possibility of cheating, it is simply impossible, no one thought about it. Not to mention that the invigilator is Professor Liu, the dean of the department. This score has alarmed the school leaders. The teaching and research team will definitely take the surveillance video of the classroom. The surveillance video was released, basically no dead ends, and it was clear at a glance that normal people knew that this paper must have been written by Liu Zhou himself. When Zhang's classmates saw the students in the class, they didn't pay much attention to listening to their own speeches. They casually talked about the safety issues of the summer vacation and the party's entry into the party in the next semester, and then they announced their understanding. As soon as the class was over, Liu Zhou was surrounded by a group of people without accident. Lu Gu. Are you still missing thigh pendants? Lu Gu, is there a lack of teammates in mathematical modeling? I will wear women's clothes, Luo Liyin. Lu Gu. Look at my military training to help you into the supermarket to buy ant towel, I can book the pit next year? Lying in the trough, can you not say that this is misunderstood, the stuff is the insole? After all, Liu Zhou broke through the crowd and ran into the stairs without slipping back. Zhang's director smiled and looked at the energetic students. His heart was so young, he picked up his briefcase and turned away. Lu Rui silently picked up his shoulder bag, bowed his head and thought for a while, and went to the squad leader. Squad leader, that mathematical modeling contest. Can you cancel the name? Before the list is handed over, you have to find a class guide. Tianjun said with a sigh. You cancelled a moan? There is a thigh in the bedroom. Lu Rui smiled reluctantly, did not speak, and did not know what to say. Originally he reported the mathematical modeling contest, just did not want to be compared to others. And now, the opponent that made him suspicious has become the thigh in the eyes of others. Later, someone will mention the number of 201 rooms in a class. No one will ask, do you have a schoolmaster named Lu Rui? And you will say with amazement, yes, you and the Lu Zhou. A bedroom. This kind of gap really made him not know what kind of expression to face. I was still thinking about killing the national race, and everyone else went to the country. Lu Rui sighed. The ambitions that were hard to bring up were shattered in an instant. Chapter 29. Maybe this is talent? Elbow, Lu Rui, we are gone, you take care. See you 2 months later. Dragging the suitcase, Shi Shang and Huang Wanming waved their hands and left a cool back. In the empty bedroom, Lu Zhou and Lu Rui were left. The summer vacation has begun. In less than a week, the entire school will be deserted until the end of August, when someone will return to school. At that time, the school will return to the fun, not only the students who return to school, but also the fresh schoolmates. After Lu Zhou finished the application for staying in school, and Lu Rui greeted him, he left the dormitory with a computer bag. He went to the dormitory and handed in the application form for the residence, and then went to the library. The study style of Jinling University still has nothing to say. Although most people have left school, the library is still full of the graduates. Some seats, even if there are no ones, pile up a large stack of books and occupy the position. Sometimes Lu Zhou can't help thinking, these people are really awkward, and some people have a thick gray in the book, and no one comes to see it. Seeing that he was sitting in a position where he often sat, Lu Zhou was preparing to change his position, but he saw Chen Yushan sitting next to him, took the book quietly and waved himself. Lu Zhou stunned, the original sun is for himself. Then he was welcome, and went straight to the other side. Putting the laptop on the table, Lu Zhou did not rush to sit down, but went to the bookshelf next to it. Recalling the contents of the book list, he hesitated for a while, and finally removed the Linear Algebra, Defense Industry Press Edition, from the bookshelf. Although the system gives a list of books that suits him, even through the holographic image that only he can see, the position of each book on the bookshelf is marked, but unfortunately, this system does not mark each book. The value factor, he can only choose the reading order by his own judgment. Don't underestimate the choice of reading order. There is a certain coherence between knowledge and knowledge, and even between disciplines and disciplines will affect each other. I have not learned the basic courses of semiconductor physics and basic circuit design. It is difficult to understand the knowledge points of microelectronics. Without the foundation of microelectronics, reading IC design introduction directly will make it impossible to start. Like watching the book. Starting with mathematics, it is undoubtedly a conservative choice. Usually, the mathematics foundation affects the understanding of knowledge points in other science and engineering disciplines, and there are few cases in which other science and engineering disciplines in turn affect mathematics. And just right, mathematics is the field that Lu Zhou is good at. Some things are new knowledge, but at least they don't make him feel that they can't get started. It is just that there are still large loopholes in his knowledge of mathematics. In many places, there is a stick in the east. For example, because of the first paper exchanged, he has a fairly deep understanding of the complex knowledge of complex and real-time and functional analysis, but the part of the knowledge that the paper does not touch, he is completely in the state of catching your eyes. Also, no one is bored with a textbook to test him, otherwise a test must be a problem. A person who has not finished studying the textbooks of functional analysis talks about the optimal inversion theory of linear operators and linear functionals in the core journals, and I am afraid that no one believes in a joke. If there is water, it would be fine. I took out the pure white medicine bottle from my pocket, stood in the back of the bookshelf, and looked at the cup on the table of Chen Yushan hesitantly, and finally gave up the bowl idea. Take out a capsule, Lu Zhou throws it into his mouth with his eyes closed, and licks his mouth and vomits forcibly. Waiting for a while, just when he was strange and there was no change, suddenly, a slight tingling spread from his back to the surrounding, eventually sweeping his eyes and gathering toward his eyebrows. It's hard to describe that feeling, just like an invisible ant crawling over his head. Nano-robot? Still a special chemical hormone? Lu Zhou is not clear, because the black technology provided by the system has gone beyond the existing knowledge of the world. The only impression is that he only feels that his brain is sober at the moment, his thinking is extremely intimate, like the Newton-Einstein-Heminger. And this feeling is like eating a dazzling, can't stop. Lu Zhou realized that this is the effect of the drug. Without any hesitation, he took the book back to the seat and sat down, and opened the first page of the book meticulously. The effect of focusing on the capsule is different from the experience of immersive reading when doing the last task. The last experience of immersive reading was more similar to a wholehearted effort, a swallowing of long whales. The focus on the capsule gives him the feeling, but it is more like inspiring the activity of his brain cells, allowing him to accept a little more about his own thinking while receiving knowledge. The time passed by, and from noon to 6 p.m., the sky outside the window was dim. Chen Yushan stretched out and glanced at the direction of Lu Zhou. Seeing that he was still in the same position as an hour ago, he couldn't help but admire him. Talent. It turns out that Shueba is like this. Can sit like this all the time, isn't the neck sour? Hey, school brother, are you going to the cafeteria? Poked the arm of Lu Zhou, Chen Yushan whispered. You go first, I am not very hungry. Lu Zhou shook his head. 5 hours have passed, the efficacy is slowly declining, but there is still a little residual feeling. He wants to try and see, how long does this feeling last? Then I will go first. Chen Yushan suddenly remembered something, and whispered, yes, I am working part-time with you, do you still remember? Lu Zhou asked, remember, when does it start? Chen Yushan whispered, tomorrow is Saturday, or do we have a meeting in the morning? I will take you to see my aunt. Lu Zhou thought for a moment and nodded, yes. It's just that he will have nothing to do tomorrow, and he has to wait 24 hours for reading medicine. 1 hour in 200 high-tech, several times his tuition fees for the next school year have fallen. The two agreed to meet at the school gate at 9 o'clock tomorrow. After that, Chen Yushan simply packed up the things on the table and got up and went to the cafeteria. After Chen Yushan left, Lu Zhou turned his attention back to the book. Over time, he can clearly feel that his concentration is gradually declining, moving closer to the usual state. The knowledge points that you can understand at a glance may now be read back and forth several times. And the most obvious point is that the drug is constrained, and his distraction is a bit serious, even more serious than usual. Looked at the dense notes on the book, and the notebook that has been automatically shut down, Lu Zhou sighed and took out the phone to see the time. It is already 7:30. Until now, his stomach is too hungry. The efficacy lasts for 5 hours. After the duration, the effect will continue to decay for more than an hour until there is no. I don't want to go to the book without taking drugs. This can't be done. After thinking about it, Lu Zhou took the book to the librarian, took out the borrowing card and registered the borrowing, and then packed up and left the library. On the way back to the bedroom, he took a trip to the canteen and casually ate the bowl noodles, which was the settlement of dinner. After returning to the dormitory, Lu Zhou sat down on the seat and continued reading. Regardless of the efficiency of accepting knowledge, one can see a little. Although the acceptance of knowledge in the general state is very slow, this does not prevent him from consolidating those knowledge points that he has already learned, and on this basis, a certain degree of extension. Of course, the most important thing is that he does not want to rely too much on this focus capsule. After all, there is only 40 bottles in this stuff. When it is used up, there is no more. With that number of violent rates, the next time you pick up this stuff, you don't have to wait. About 9 o'clock, Lu Rui, who went to the mathematical modeling competition training mobilization conference, returned to the bedroom with a large package of reference books. Seeing Lu Zhou studying at the tip of his eye, he put down his shoulder bag and immediately came together. Idle, the exams are all finished, still reading? In any case, I am still idle, and I have nothing to do recently. Lu Zhou said with a smile. Looking at the contents of the book that Lu Zhou was watching, Lu Rui did not say anything. Once he accepted this setting, he found that his mentality was much more peaceful. If it is a gap of 1 or 2 points, he still hopes to chase after it. However, the gap between this 91 and the perfect score makes him have no courage to catch up. It's really uncomfortable to think about it. 1 month before the exam, I started learning with 2 eyes a day, and my eyes were still closed. As a result, the elbows were still part-time in the first 2 weeks before the exam. They awakened up before the exam, and moved a little twice, then exploding him in Luo Rundong. Lu Rui still can't figure out what happened to his body, so that the change is so amazing. Finally, he couldn't help but ask the confusion in his heart. Idle, you learn math, is there any trick? Can you teach me? When he said this, Lu Rui had a subtle blush. After all, in the past, every time a roommate asked him questions and borrowed notes, he was quite reluctant. Lu Zhou stopped the pen and seriously thought about it for a while. I don't know, maybe it's talent? Upon hearing this sentence, Lu Rui almost squirted out of blood. Do you want to compare this, the is also dignified or not? Looking at Lu Ruimu's back to the back of the seat, Lu Zhou sighed silently, and said that the boat of friendship had turned over again. But what can he do? He is also very desperate. Can't tell others that there is a system in their minds? Chapter 30 Let's play checkers, I will let you first. On the early morning of the next day, Lu Zhou climbed up from the bed. After washing, he went out to eat a breakfast. On the road, he just happened to meet Lin Yuxian and a strange tall boy walked together. The two walked together with a smile, and the relationship looked very intimate, probably about the same level as holding hands. The boy dragged his suitcase and seemed to be sending her to the high-speed rail home. In order to avoid embarrassment, Lu Zhou did not go up and say hello, but sighed in his heart and silently mourned for Wang Shuachang for half a second. Sure enough, his intuition is correct. Slowly swaying to the school gate, Lu Zhou took out the phone and looked at the time, no more than a few 9. Not far away, a beautiful figure stood under the sycamore tree at the door, waving his hand and looking at the mouth seems to say this side. After paying attention to Chen Yunshan, Lu Zhou walked over to her side. Today, the image of Chen Yunshan is quite different from what Lu Zhou saw in the library in the past. It is exactly like two people. Not only the thick round glasses were replaced by contact lenses, but also the bangs became a fashionable air bangs. Wearing a slanted shoulder t-shirt and denim shorts, and wearing white small sandals on the feet, you can see the lovely white toes. Looking at the Lu Zhou who came close, Chen Yunshan complained when he met, "You can be considered." It can be seen that she seems to wait at the door for a while. Lu Zhou was a little embarrassed to say, "Hey, isn't it 9? You really stepped on it. It really served you." Chen Yunshan rolled her eyes, too lazy to say him, shaking the phone, "The location of the meeting is not far from nearby. I called a drop, let's take a taxi." Lu Zhou said that since it is not far away, let us go, but after thinking about it, I finally took this sentence back. After a while, the car arrived and the two sat together in the back row. I thought that I would teach others to do my homework later, and I still have an hourly and 200 hourly salary. I couldn't help but feel awkward in the past. I decided to first explore the bottom from Chen Shuajie and ask, "You is the cousin a liberal arts or a science? What is the grade?" Chen Yunshan thought for a moment and said with some uncertainty, "Learning science, but her math, physics, chemistry, and biological achievements are not good. There are languages and English left." Lu Zhou couldn't help but ask, why didn't she go to study liberal arts? Chen Yunshan squatted, but she asked her, "How would I know?" After chatting and talking, they arrived at the destination. The two got off the bus next to a commercial street and walked toward the corner cafe. The decor of the cafe is very elegant, whether it is furnishings or tables and chairs, it looks very tasteful. Because it is still in the morning, there are not many people sitting here, most of them are empty. Chen Yunshan walked in with Lu Zhou and walked straight to the back of the cafe. At the end of the walkway near the bookshelf, a mature woman who looked like she was only in her early 30s sat there, her dark hair elegantly behind her head, holding a book in her hand and watching it quietly. From the perspective of her dress, this woman should belong to the kind of taste. Lu Zhou can clearly feel that she has a very strong gas field, and she can see that her social status should not be small. Either in the lawyer industry, or in which company's manager, or as the boss himself. And her true age must be a lot bigger than she actually looks. Upon meeting, Chen Yunshan first greeted her with enthusiasm, and then introduced her to Lu Zhou. "Auntie, this is what I said Lu Zhou, he is a super school, especially mathematics. It's amazing. It's okay to teach Meng Qi mathematics by him." The woman smiled slightly at Chen Yunshan and then looked at Lu Zhou and said, "Hello." "Hello." Lu Zhou sternly replied. "Don't stand up, sit down and talk," gestured the two to sit down. The woman smiled lightly and said naturally, "What are you going to do?" Chen Yunshan said with a smile, "I want a big mug of mocha." Lu Zhou said with politeness, "I can have a glass of water." Not so polite, the woman smiled lightly, pressed the button on the table and said to the oncoming waiter, "A cup of mocha, a cup of American coffee." Putting down the menu in his hand, the woman looked at Lu Zhou and continued, "The American coffee in this store will not be very bitter. The chocolate taste is very strong, suitable for beginners. I recommend you to taste." It seems to be a woman with strong control and is used to arranging everything with her own will. It's hard to imagine such a parent. The children who are taught will have poor grades. Lu Zhou analyzed a wave in his heart, his face was a polite expression, and said with a smile, that I would be more respectful than my life. The woman smiled and smiled, "Is it a Golden College student? Is it so literary, liberal arts major?" The Department of Mathematics. The woman accidentally looked at Lu Zhou's eyes, but did not say anything, took a cup of coffee and took a sip, and then formulated a business card from the bag, placed on the table, like with the index finger nudged to the front of the boat. "This is my name card." Lu Zhou took the business card. "It doesn't matter if it doesn't matter. It is shocking to see it." Yang Danwei, Chairman and General Manager of Yali Fashion Company, Limited, contact, XXXX. What is Alice Fashion? Although he has not heard of it, the two positions of Chairman and General Manager are still clear. Can you say that these two positions can be part of the business? Are you busy? That. I don't have a business card, I am sorry. It doesn't matter, understand. You add my WeChat, I can agree on this side. Yang Danyu said. Lu Zhou took out the mobile phone and added the woman's WeChat according to the phone number on the business card, and noted the name. While talking, the waiter came over with the tray and placed 2 cups of coffee on the table. Salmon has been told to you about the salary problem. I believe you already know. Put his right leg on his left leg and knees. Yang Dani continued without hesitation. 1 hour and 200, transportation expenses are reimbursed monthly. Every Saturday and Sunday starts at 1 p.m. and ends at 6 p.m. Is there any doubt? WeChat added through. Lu Zhou was sitting in danger and shook his head, nothing. Very good, then you can come to work tomorrow, the address I wrote on the back of the business card. You come over yourself or let Shanshan take you to come. Yang Dan nodded. So it is decided? Lu Zhou can't believe it. After all, he didn't even see anyone who wanted to teach. If you want to say it, you must first meet yourself and the students to see each other. As if seeing through the doubts in Lu Zhou's heart, Yang Danqi took up the coffee and said slowly, since it is Shanshan's recommended candidate, I believe she will not find a person who is incompetent and recommend it to me. And since you can get into Jinda and want to have your own unique insights in learning. I have always hated to drag and drop, and I decided to do it right away. If it is not good, then I can change it. Lu Zhou would like to ask what is the standard for doing this badly? But after thinking about it, he finally did not ask this question, but said in a positive tone, please rest assured, I will definitely get this salary. As a basic skill of a salesman, it is necessary to let the customer feel at ease to give you things. The first thing to reassure customers is not to ask Dong to ask the West, but to do what you should do. These things were learned when Lu Zhou was a part-time router. Yang Dani smiled lightly and nodded slightly. With your words, I will be relieved. After that, she looked at the time on the watch and put the phone on the table into the bag she carried. It's not too late. I have a meeting to open soon. I will go to the company first. From the position, MS. Yang continued, you and Shanshan are free, you can have lunch here and then go. I have already said to the front desk that your 2 daily consumption is recorded on my card. I recommend the pizza here, which tastes quite good. My aunt see you. Ms. Yang, see you. After Ms. Yang left, Chen Yushan screamed and laughed. She looked at Lu Zhou and said, are you almost called aunt? Oh, yes. Lu Zhou admitted honestly. Chen Yushan said generously, in fact, it is not wrong to call auntie. They are all in their 40s. But my aunt doesn't seem to like others to call her aunt. You can call him Ms. Yang directly. Lu Zhou nodded and said that he understood. Generally speaking, women who love dressing and pay special attention to maintenance are quite sensitive to the problem of age. For this hourly salary of 200, this obvious minefield can still avoid being avoided as much as possible. Lu Zhou asked, what are we going to do next? Here. Wait until 12 o'clock for lunch? You can also wait while eating. Anyway, someone is treating you. Are you not your favorite? Chen Yushan said with a smile. Of course, you don't want to wait here. It doesn't matter. Let's go out and just stroll. Anyway, today, lunch. Please do it. That is still staying here. The surrounding consumption is a bit high, not like what he can afford. Lu Zhou silently took the book down from the side shelf and sat on the seat to hold it. Chen Yushan screamed at the gang and looked at Lu Zhou for a long time. Seeing that he still had no reaction, he finally couldn't help but vomit. Besides reading, you won't do anything else? Lu Zhou had no choice but to ask, what do you say we are doing? Two people can't play with the board game, the phone configuration is too low to play anything, except for the book, there seems to be nothing else to pass the time. Chen Yushan turned her eyes and suddenly saw two people in the seat next to her. The eyes suddenly lit up and stood up and said, "You wait, I will come back soon." After that, she went to the front desk of the coffee shop. Just when Lu Zhou thought she was going to dry up, she didn't take a while and she folded back. When she came back, she had a pair of checkers in her hand. She said that she was on the table. She also provoked an eyebrow at him. "Let's play checkers, I will let you first." Lu Zhou. Chapter 31. How can I eat this person without meat? Biting his thumb, the two groups of eyebrows are close, and Chen Yushan stares at the chessboard. The defeat has been set. There is no room for a little recovery. It took a while to accept the status quo, and she suggested it with a tentative tone. "Come another round." Lu Zhou sighed and looked at the sky. "Do I admit defeat?" "No." Chen Yushan was so angry that she wanted to lame. "When I asked math questions, I was always taunted too simple. Is it a sub-question? Is it possible to get a postgraduate exam?" She also expected to find some face from the checkers, and the result was not a little face. "Give," she won her 10, and let her go first. "Is your IQ really low?" Chen Yushan, who has been studying for more than 3 years, can't help but start to doubt her life. Looking at the stubbornly pushing off the board, insisting that Chen Yushan still wants to come, Lu Zhou could not help but ask. "Can I ask a question?" Chen Yushan looked annoyed. "You ask." Lu Zhou asked seriously, "How did you generate the illusion that your checkers are very strong?" Upon hearing this question, Chen Yushan's face was red, and she said, "When I was young. I was with my dad and my mother, I never lost." "How small?" Chen Yushan whispered, "It seems to be elementary school." "Oh my god. You still remember the things in elementary school? And your old lady is obviously letting you, have you not been with someone else?" I don't know why, Lu Zhou suddenly has some sympathy for this guy. Lunch is a seafood pizza with cheese added. Ms. Yang did not lie to them. The pizza in this cafe is really delicious. Although the price is a bit expensive, but it is not his own money, even Lu Zhou still has a stomach, ordered an ice cream as a dessert. Looking at the big and sloppy Lu Zhou, Chen Yushan, who was sitting on the opposite side and eating a sandwich, couldn't help but vomit. "You can really eat, be careful to eat a big fat. I hope I can get fat." While eating a high-calorie ice cream with chocolate mousse, Lu Zhou has nothing to say. "I don't know why, how can I eat this meat?" Suddenly quiet around, Chen Yushan did not speak. It seems that this joke has some hatred? I feel that there is a grievance that is pervading. Lu Zhou couldn't help but shudder. Back to school is already 2 o'clock in the afternoon, this is the hottest time of the day. Because of the fear of tanning, Chen Yushan did not dare to stay outside, waved in Lu Zhoudao, and quickly returned to the bedroom. Lu Zhou saw that time was still early. First, he went back to the dormitory, took the computer and the book borrowed from the library, and then went to the teaching building and sat in the empty study room where no one was sitting. There are still about 4 hours from the end of drug resistance. It is not a problem to take the medicine from 6 o'clock to 11 o'clock in the evening. This time the library has been closed for a long time, so today naturally it is impossible to study in the library. Although according to the original plan, he planned to use the medicine once every other day, but tomorrow there is something wrong. In order not to waste precious time and complete the reward task as soon as possible, he decided to explode the liver properly today. After turning on the computer, Lu Zhou first checked the email address and found that Wang Xiaodong had sent the completed program. After sweeping the program down, Lu Zhou first extracted the code into the text and then started writing according to the format of the mathematical modeling paper. It took an afternoon to get the paper. He packed the paper and the program together and threw it into Mr. Lu's mailbox. First go to the cafeteria to have a meal and come back to work. Born a lazy waste, Lu Zhou stood up from the position and walked outside the classroom. Because of the summer vacation, the canteen is inaccessible. The advantage is that there is no need to line up. The downside is that many cafeteria ants are also on holiday with the students, and there are only a few left in the cafeteria window. However, this has no effect on Lu Zhou. Under normal circumstances, he is solved in a bowl at night. When I was eating, I happened to run into the old Tang. Lu Zhou went forward and greeted him, sitting in the bowl and sitting opposite the professor. After seeing Lu Zhou, Professor Tang smiled and asked in a chattering voice, "How is the preparation of mathematical modeling?" Lu Zhou also smiled and said, "All right, just hand over the assignment to Teacher Lu." "What are you studying recently?" Lu Zhou knew that Professor Tang did not ask about mathematical modeling, so he thought about it and said, "Recently read the literature, which is about the progress of the research project of GIMPS." Professor Tang's eyebrows picked and smiled and asked, "The Chinese Academy of Sciences?" "Yes," Lu Zhou nodded. "I turned the paper of the distribution law of Mersenne prime numbers in 1992 and looked at it. I found that the conjecture inside is very interesting, but the process is too short, and there is almost only one conclusion. I tried to study it." "That paper, I know," Professor Tang said with a resounding thought of what he missed. Mr. Zhou's paper is also internationally praised for the mathematics community in China. One time. The only regret is that the paper was too short, but it was just 2 pages. Although the exact formula of the Mersenne prime distribution is proposed, it does not give a proof process, so it can only be published as a conjecture. After a pause, Professor Tang looked at Lu Zhou and said with a smile, "Speak up, you don't continue to study your linear functional, how do you go to study the Mersenne prime? Hey, maybe interest?" Lu Zhou did not believe in his own words, so that he accidentally brought the tone of doubt. Sure enough, he did not believe his ghost words. Professor Tang shook his head and said with a strong heart, "The talent of your kid in mathematics is nothing to say, that is, people are too impetuous. What can the East one Chantal West stick out? There is nothing about utilitarianism. After all, it is also a person who studies. But do you think that the Mersenne prime number is so good? The GIMPS project you said has spent 8 years, and it is not clear whether the 44th Mersenne prime number is the first. 44 questions, do you think the bonus is so good? Although the 44th Mersenne prime has been found in 2006, until now, the academic community has retained a view on whether there is an undiscovered Mersenne prime between the 43rd Mersenne prime number and the 44th. Because this number is too large, the amount of computation involved is beyond human imagination. And at present, according to the reward criteria of the GIMPS project, if you want to get the next reward, you can only target the 100 million Mersenne prime numbers. Even so, the results are not directly proportional to the pay. After all, the reward for the 100 millionth place is only $150,000. The cost of this thing is not limited to this money. Speaking of jokes, is it better to dig bitcoins and do mathematics research? Recognizing the character of Lu Zhou's money opening, Professor Tang's subjective view is that this kid must have seen the reward, and the whole person has gone into the eyes of money. Lu Zhou smiled embarrassedly and was not very refutable. Because it is too much trouble to explain. How do you misunderstand when you want to misunderstand? Seeing that Lu Zhou did not speak, Professor Tang sighed and continued to say, "Your paper is very exciting. It's not just that I think so. Several old professors of the Physics Institute have seen it. It's the same. If you are this direction continues to be further studied. I dare to assert that there will be a big result in less than 2 years. Even if we are utilitarian, our eyes will be long-term. Lu Zhou whispered, "Teacher, don't you suggest that I continue to study in this field?" Professor Tang shook his head and said, "I don't mean this. I just don't like this direction. One is too cold. The second is difficult. The third is that I don't have much research and can't help you. If you just feel I don't object to interest research, but if you want to get into it, it will delay you. If I say so much, you should consider it yourself." Chapter 32 The correct way to operate black technology is actually to explode the liver? After listening to the old Tang's words, Lu Zhou's heart was moved. Sure enough, the most concerned about him is Professor Tang. However, there is no way who wants to systematically throw the drawing to him. It is not too wasteful to keep. After dinner, Lu Zhoushan went to the library again. According to the book given by the system, in the eyes of the librarian, the analytic geometry, ordinary differential equations, complex transformation functions, pan-related textbooks such as letter analysis, topology, and differential geometry were all borrowed back. In the entire book list, the book about mathematics is about 1/3. If he can finish all these books, he can count the courses that he needs to learn in the professional undergraduate stage. Only. Is 40 capsules really enough? Looking at the capsules in the bottle, Lu Zhou was quite suspicious. Shaking his head, he decided not to think about it first. The thing to do now is to make every effort to complete the task of the system. What should I do if the capsule is consumed? This question will wait until time to consider it. Unscrew the mineral water bottle prepared in advance, and Lu Zhou threw a capsule in his mouth. Because of an experience, this time he quickly entered the state. In the morning, a ray of sunshine crossed the window. The breeze smashed through the curtains, and there was a burst of humming sounds from the window. The eyelashes on the table swayed and slowly opened the eyelids. What? Sore muscles, especially the neck. Last night, Xiao Xian had been repaired to the robbery. When he fell asleep, he couldn't remember clearly. He only remembered that he was really sleepy. He just wanted to take out his mobile phone and watch the time. His head fell asleep on the book. These classrooms, which were drawn out by the graduates of the postgraduate school, were constantly powered, and with the looseness of the summer vacation, no one came to wake him up, so he slept until the next day. What time is it? Lu Zhou touched the phone that was almost out of power, opened the screen and glanced at it, screaming badly. It's already 11 o'clock. Speak up, I have to go to tutor in the afternoon. Sitting on the seat for a while, he groaned his groggy head and got up and went to the bathroom. A cold water pounced on his face. Lu Zhou felt that he was sober, and returned to the classroom to sit and rest for a while, gradually recalling the situation yesterday. The last time I took the drug, even after 5 hours, the residual efficacy will still work for a while. In order to test the maximum duration of the capsule, Lu Zhou chose to try it in an environment without interference. The final result was unexpected. He found that after completely eliminating external disturbances, even after 5 hours passed, the brain remained under the influence of residual drug effects, and the inertia remained highly focused, and no external interruption could stop. However, this highly focused state also caused a lot of load on the brain. Initially it was a slight headache. Later, it directly triggered the biological self-protection mechanism, and the whole person fainted. It seems that the duration of the 5-hour effect is not absolute. If you hold it strong, even extending the effect by 50% is not a problem. Especially in the state of being extremely trapped, after breaking through the critical point, the consciousness will instead very awake. As for side effects, it seems to be no different from the side effects of normal day and night. Said to himself, Lu Zhou could not help but yawn. It seems that the cockroach medicine has to cooperate with the blasting of the liver to achieve the best effect. Lu Zhou took a sore neck, closed his eyes into the system space, and started the taskbar. Task progress February 30th? It seems that the two textbooks linear algebra and analytical geometry have been passed by the system, followed by ordinary differential equations. According to this momentum, we will solve this reward task with 40 capsules. The problem should be small. After picking up the things on the table, Lu Zhou first went back to the bedroom, took a shower, changed the clean clothes, then went to the school gate and called a drip, and took the bus to the address on the business card. The summer in Jiling is very hot and it is the heat of anti-humanity. Anyway, the fare is reimbursed, and he is too lazy to squeeze a sweat on the bus, and directly took a taxi. Soon, the car stopped in front of a community called Bohemia Garden. After getting off the bus, Lu Zhou stood at the door and looked up and couldn't help feeling. This community is indeed worthy of the name of the garden. Moreover, this area is also considered a prime location near the urban business district. In such a place to repair such a high-green community, and is also a duplex apartment with a house type similar to the villa, I am afraid that the price is unimaginable. Only those so-called elites can live here. Not to mention the calculation of the 100-million-year-old Mason prime number, which proves that Bill guessed that he would get a $1 million reward. Is it difficult to buy a suite here? Lu Zhou looked at the eye guard, and the guard was watching him. It was obvious that he was not the person who lived here, and he did not intend to let him pass. Lu Zhou looked helpless and called Ms. Yang, waiting for her call to hit the guard room, which was released by the guard. Taking the elevator up the stairs, he walked over and pressed the doorbell, then suddenly heard the sound of the thing behind the security door and the screaming noise. "You don't care about me at all, don't make a fake look for me. Hey!" Through the security door, Lu Zhou can feel the muffled sound of the door. Finished. This job looks a little bad. Lu Zhou hesitated in his heart, thinking about going back today. But at this moment, footsteps came from behind the door, and then the security door opened. What appears at the door is Ms. Yang. In the moment of seeing Ms. Yang, Lu Zhou's expression was a subtle accident. Because the expressionless calm from the woman's face made him completely unimaginable, the former had a big fight with her daughter. Ms. Yang said in a calm voice, "Mr. Lu is right, there are slippers at the door, please come to the advanced." Lu Zhou's expression was a bit subtle, but he still smiled happily. "The teacher can't talk, let's call me Lu Zhou." "Where, the tutor is also a teacher, please come here." Through the entrance, Lu Zhou noticed that the living room was broken with a pile of glass slag, which looked like a craft. A door next to it is closed, and I think it should be Chen Yushan's cousin's room. Ms. Yang did not leave him in the living room, but took him to the study next to him, indicating that he sat down casually, and smiled lightly. "Let you laugh." "Somewhat." Lu Zhou smiled and did not answer. He just came to work part-time and didn't want to get involved in other people's family chores. Ms. Yang did not say anything and took out a box of ladies' cigarettes. "Do you smoke?" "No pumping," Lu Zhou said. Ms. Yang nodded, did not say anything, put the cigarette case back, and then the line of sight floated to the wall clock on the wall, with a slightly tired voice secluded opening. "From now on, I will get off work from 1 p.m. to 6 p.m. During this time, Han Mingqi will ask you. Her books, papers, and the tutoring materials I bought for her are in this study. You mainly teach her. Math is fine. She is in such a situation, is it okay?" Lu Zhou hesitated. If she keeps closing the door, the course can't be carried out at all. "No problem," Ms. Yang took a keyless expression and gently placed it on the table. "This is the door key to her room." "Lying in the trough? Is this really a mother?" "The problem is more serious. I think." "What do you think?" "Nothing." Lu Zhou shook his head. What he originally wanted to say is that this will intensify the contradiction between your mother and daughter. I can think of myself as an outsider. I have no position to make irresponsible remarks about other people's family affairs, because this may touch a sensitive topic. And he believes that Ms. Young cannot see this. I don't know if she is helpless, or really don't care. That's it for you. Ms. Young stood up. She will have a monthly exam before the holiday at the end of July. If her math score can exceed 100 points, I will consider giving you a raise next month. If 80 I can't get it, I will consider changing a tutor. After that, she did not wait for Lu Zhou to answer, and went to the door of the study. Right, there is still something I have to say. In order to prevent my forefoot from going, she will sneak out on the back foot. I will lock the security door at home from the outside. You have no opinion? No opinion. Lu Zhou shook his head. Anyway, she waited for 6 o'clock, and she did not plan to go out during this period. Although I was introduced by your niece, can you lock a stranger and his daughter in a room? Is it really okay? However, her next sentence broke all his doubts. In addition, I have installed about a dozen cameras in this home. Basically, there is no dead corner. If you feel that you have violated your privacy, you can ask me in advance. When she said this, although her expression did not change, Lu Zhou read a kind of meaningful warning from the gas field full of oppression. Really? Still a mother? I have no opinion. Anyway, Lu Zhou has never had the thoughts and interests of doing things, he just came to work. As for the monitoring problem, the library and the classroom are all monitored, and the camera is used to it. However, when he heard from Ms. Yang's mouth that she had understated that she had installed more than a dozen cameras at home, he had a little understanding of why the relationship between her daughter was so tense. Chapter 33 Shouchun. After explaining the matter, Ms. Yang left home. Standing at the door of Han Mengqi, Lu Zhou looked at the door key on his hand and thought about it. He finally put the key into his pocket and reached out and knocked on the door. A soft muffled sound. The door was like a pillow when something smashed. Go away. I warn you, if you dare to come in, I will call the police. It's really a bad girl. The sound is quite good. Lu Zhou shrugged and didn't feel angry. He said across the door. I don't care. Whether you can't get out of my salary, it's all done. But is this really good? You can get $1,000 in 5 hours. But anyone who hears $1,000 will feel bad about it? Lu Zhou tried to change his position and the result was to underestimate the willfulness of the rich. Oh, a cold voice came from behind the door. Han Mengqi raised the volume and said in a tone of indifference. It will be fine with you. Anyway, the woman has money. She loves how flowers are her business. You simply let she is raising you. That woman. Listening to this tone, the gap between the mother and the daughter is really not deep. Standing at the door waiting for a moment, seeing this little girl completely did not open the door plan, Lu Zhou did not want to waste time, then turned back to the study, all the materials placed in the study room to the living room. He hasn't touched the knowledge of high school for a long time, but it doesn't matter if he looks at his eyes. After all, he said that he is also a 985 college student. He once killed a warrior from the single-armed bridge. He didn't have the ability to do it. Sitting on the sofa, Lu Zhou turned over the 2 textbooks, and suddenly noticed the glass on the floor, and could not help but frown. The old problem of obsessive-compulsive disorder has been committed again. Sighing, he stood up and went to the bathroom to find the broom, first cleaned up the garbage. However, when he was about to put down the broom, there was a scream in the room where the door was closed. What? Lu Zhou was shocked and thought that something had happened. He left the broom and rushed toward the room. Pulling out the key to open the door just pushed open, a black unidentified crawling object, and he came over to his feet. Cockroach? Lu Zhou subconsciously trampled it to death and continued to walk into the room, and asked quickly. What happened? The light in the room was dark because the curtains were pulled. It's hard to imagine this as a girl's boudoir, and it's hard to imagine a room like this in a high-end apartment. Because in a sense, the chaos here is simply comparable to their bedroom. The books are piled up in the corner, piled up with things like puppets, and the bags of puffed food are so thrown on the ground, and even the of a few chips on the floor can be seen. No wonder Xiaoqian will run in. Food, this stuff is the most sensitive to the oil. The long hair of the scatter was slightly messy, and a petite figure shrank in the corner of the bed, his hands licking his pillow and shivering with his knees. She wore loose pajamas and pajamas on her body, her white face was tight, her lips were biting and she began to look blue, and her face looked horrified as if she had hit a ghost. Death, die. Dead? Don't you die? The mouth screamed, and Han Mengqi slammed the bottom of her eye and tried to come down and dare not come down. Lu Zhou squatted slightly, and then looked strangely at the side of his eyes. What are you talking about, eh? Han Mengqi nodded nervously. It's already dead, here. Lu Zhou sighed and pointed his finger down. I thought it was something, I didn't expect it to be a bug. It's not enough to step on death. As for? When I heard that my natural enemies were dead, Han Mengqi was relieved and the taut body relaxed. However, soon, she stared at Lu Zhou as an enemy, and took out the Apple mobile phone. She said with vigilance, who let you come in without permission, go out, or? Do you really call the police? Why are you suddenly turning on the lights, you, rude? The suddenly lit light stabbed Han Mengqi's eyes, causing her to raise her arms and protect her eyes. Lu Zhou ignored her and turned to the bathroom to bring the broom back. In addition to the bag on the floor, and under the bed and the corners of the room, he cleaned it up. As a result, I didn't know how to clean it. I was really scared when I swept. Looking at the sweep of a lot of rubbish, Lu Zhou wiped the ash in front of the forehead, could not help but vomit a sentence, there are so many snacks in the house, you are planning to raise a donkey. Being said this, the girl sitting on the bed was red and angry, you want to manage, nosy. Lu Zhou glanced at her and looked at the snacks in the box and asked, do you eat these at noon? The girl snorted and did not speak. Lu Zhou did not say anything, the garbage bag, turned and walked outside the door, and took the door with ease. Looking at the closed door, Han Mengqi was slightly surprised, and the hand holding the pillow was slightly loosened. Unexpectedly, the unrequited mother, the tutor who came here, committed so quickly. Originally, she had made a long-term confrontation plan, but now it is a kind of powerful and nowhere feeling. Back in the living room, Lu Zhou opened the mathematics compulsory textbook for high school, and a book was spread out on the coffee table. It's not just the school's textbooks, but also the supplementary materials. The papers for the next month's exams are also in the pile of materials left by Ms. Yang. As Ms. Yang has explained, her math scores are really not good. Half of the 150-point volume can't be tested, and the highest one is barely 80 points. This kind of grade is not a test, can be a problem in the undergraduate. However, her language performance was quite good. Lu Zhou looked at her composition and found that the accident was quite literary. There is also English, not to mention how high, but basically also above 120 points. As for biochemical physics, it is difficult to evaluate. What science is still based on this foundation? Direct examination of the liberal arts can still be rescued. Lu Zhou shook his head, picked up the pen from the table, and began to write and draw on the A4 white paper. High school mathematics is not difficult. Of course, the complex transformation of the question type is not discussed here, but it is judged purely from the perspective of knowledge. A must-have point of knowledge, but a collection and an elementary function will take about 40 lessons, and the knowledge points of a high-level course at a university may not stop there. This is also why many high school grades are among the best in the grade, but they go to college but they are not suitable. Because the teacher on the podium is not driving a train, but is driving a rocket. Han Mengqi's foundation is very poor, but in Lu Zhou's view, there is no room for salvation. After all, the exam is not a competition, the basis of the investigation. I have worked the basics. Even if I can't test 140 or more, I will take the basic points of 120, which is a considerable score. The 4 compulsory textbooks look up scary, but the knowledge points involved are actually the same thing, at least for Lu Zhou, who finished the whole book of analytic geometry last night. First of all, he wants to outline and summarize all the knowledge points of the 1452-4 books. Then, according to the past test scores of Han students, she pointed out the knowledge that she could not master. Although these things should have been summed up by herself. In short, no matter how bad the customer attitude, Lu Zhou feels that since he took the job, he has an obligation to do it best. Don't ask for anything else, at least worth the 200 hourly hour of this hour. Even if he has no knowledge of the tutor market, he knows that this salary is definitely higher than the market average. In this way, time passes by. Probably at 5:30, Lu Zhou stretched out and stood up and moved to the slightly sour shoulder. Looking at the A4 paper on the coffee table, his mouth couldn't help but smack a smile. Although it was a bit of a hassle at the beginning, it was quite rewarding to go back and look at it after one thing was done. It's about 6 o'clock soon. With this result, today's work can also be considered a cross. At this time, not far from the door, there was a slight noise, followed by a petite figure from the inside. Lu Zhou looked up and saw that her pajamas had been replaced with casual t-shirts and jeans, but the long hair was still messy. And I don't know if it is his illusion. She always feels that she is standing up, and she is more petite than sitting on the bed. Especially the small body that is like a plane geometry, cannot see any ups and downs, and her cousin is completely opposite the two extremes. Look, see what I am doing. I am alarming. Lu Zhou sighed, don't always threaten me with an alarm. I haven't done anything. You have to have a reason to call the police. If you disturb the law and order, you have to be detained. You can think clearly. Some of them were not tempered by the calmness of Lu Zhou. Han Mengqi bit his lip and did not speak, and turned and rushed into the bathroom. Looking at the closed door, Lu Zhou was in a state of sorrow. It turned out to be anxious. I said how to give up the door. In a short while, the sound of flushing came from the bathroom, and Han Mengqi, who had washed her face, walked out with a tight face. While passing by the living room, she suddenly noticed the things on the coffee table, and could not help but squint, frowning. What is this? You can't remember your own textbooks? How long have you not touched books? I want you to manage. Looking at the thick A4 paper, Han Mengqi whispered, don't go over and turn to the kitchen. I am hungry, you can do whatever you want. You. Mama's coming back soon, don't wait for her to eat together. Leaning on the sofa and raising his legs, Lu Zhou looked at Han Mengqi's back and said seriously, I think since I am a family, I still have to eat together. Better. Looking back, Han Mengqi smiled coldly. That smile, it is not like a 16-year-old child, the expression on the face. Wait for her? Didn't she send you a message? Chapter 34 Don't take money as money, third more. Lu Zhou slammed down and immediately took out his mobile phone. He saw the text message sent by Ms. Yang. Mr. Lu, I am really sorry, because the company is in a meeting, I can't get back here, I might have to wait until 10 o'clock in the evening. For the delay of your time, I am willing to pay double hourly compensation, please forgive me. Double hourly salary. In other words, 1 hour and 400? Lu Zhou took a breath and said that you should not be polite, you are not coming back tonight. Although he knows this is unlikely. Do you eat chicken flavor or beef? At this time, Han Mengqi took his head out of the kitchen and asked for a boat sitting in the living room. There is only a sandwich in the refrigerator. The woman locked the door and ordered the takeaway. I can't send it in. Lu Zhou looked at the frozen sandwich in her hand and couldn't help but ask, do you eat this at night? Han Mengqi indifferently asked, is there any problem? Everything is a problem. Lu Zhou sighed and stood up from the sofa and walked to the kitchen. What are you doing? Han Mengqi stepped back half a step, Fox doubted. I will do it. You still cook? Han Mingqi looked at Lu Zhou with his eyes wide open and looked incredulous. Lu Zhou rushed into the pool and smiled and said, "Oh, do you think I am like you?" Han Mingqi dissatisfiedly lifted his chin. "What do you mean?" "It doesn't mean anything. If you are idle and have nothing to do, go to the living room and take a look at the things I wrote. It will help you," Lu Zhou said while washing the pot. The family didn't know how long it didn't fire. The pot on the cooking dish was covered with a layer of ash, so that the boat had a few waters to clean it thoroughly. In addition to sandwiches in the refrigerator, there are still some fresh foods. According to Han Mingqi, these ingredients are used by the woman to make salads. Stir-fried cabbage, chicken breast and pepper, and shredded chicken. 2 dishes should be enough. Steam the 2 glasses first, I can't eat more. The board was placed on the table, and Lu Zhou washed his hands and picked up the kitchen knife to skillfully cut the ingredients. Chicken breast is more troublesome. You have to boil water, but the temperature cannot be too high, or the meat will change. The taste that tasted like that is quite uncomfortable. However, for Lu Zhou, the problem is not very big. During the time when her mother was in poor health, he was cooking at home almost every day. Although there have been no kitchens for more than 2 years now, things that have already been learned can be forgotten without being so easy. Sitting on the sofa in the living room, listening to the sound of cutting vegetables from the kitchen, Han Mingqi stared at the outline that Lu Zhou had written for her in the afternoon, and her mind was very annoyed. How could she not concentrate? I didn't know how long it took. The kitchen door opened, and then the smell of food slid into the tip of the nose. Han Mingqi's nose tip moved gently, then swallowed and spit, and snorted alone. At this time, the sound of Lu Zhou came. "If you are hungry, come and eat, and add your own food." Han Mingqi wanted to say something mean, but looked at the review materials on the coffee table, and looked at the food on the table. Finally, he swallowed those inappropriate words and whispered "oh" and then drilled into the bathroom. People are well informed, and there is still a difference between good intentions and malicious attitudes. After washing his hands, Han Mingqi picked up the bowl, added a small bowl of rice, and sat across the boat. Looking at the 2 ordinary home-cooked dishes on the table, she hesitated and extended a small piece of cabbage with her chopsticks. Then she suddenly looked at Lu Zhou with a vigilant look. "You don't have anything strange inside." The boat that was eating was almost not picked up by the rice grain. He looked up and took a look at the little girl and said, "Is there a problem with your brain? What am I eating now?" Han Mingqi's face was red, and he realized that the question he asked was very idiotic, but he did not want to admit it. He reluctantly argued, "Is there something that has been eaten beforehand and then it's okay? Look at the TV series and look at the stupid head." Lu Zhou said unceremoniously, "I don't want to eat it, go back and lick your sandwich." Han Mingqi spit out his tongue, no longer said anything, and continued to eat. When they were eating, the 2 did not have any communication. After chewing slowly, a bowl of rice was finished. Lu Zhou was preparing to get up, and suddenly he was surprised to find that Han Mingqi went to the kitchen with a bowl and added a bowl back. This seems to be the 3rd bowl. Is this guy so able to eat? Lu Zhou looked at her thin body with some suspicion, and it was not like a very edible type. Maybe it's just a little bit added at a time? Thinking about it, Lu Zhou walked to the side of the rice cooker, opened it and instantly froze. Gone? Lu Zhou looked back at Han Mingqi, who was immersed in the rush. "You, what are you looking at?" I noticed the sight of Lu Zhou. I was embarrassed to see it. Han Mingqi reluctantly swallowed the food in his mouth. "Sorry to whisper, would you like me?" "No need. You grow your body and eat more." Lu Zhou shook his head and took the dishes to the kitchen pool. When he almost packed up the kitchen, Han Mingqi silently walked into the kitchen with empty plates and empty bowls. Some embarrassedly looked at Lu Zhou and said, "Would you like?" "I am going to wash?" This tutor is so diligent that she is a little embarrassed. "No, let's put it there. It's better to go to the living room to see two questions at this time. Lu Shou too, who was washing the cutting board, said no. It is learning. Han Mingqi made a face to the back of Lu Zhou and spoke of his tongue. He ignored him and turned back to the living room. After finishing the kitchen, Lu Zhou returned to the living room and saw that the little girl was watching the things he wrote next to the coffee table. He couldn't help but smile, then walked over and sat next to her and asked, "How? Can you understand?" "Oh, it's too simple." "Simple? You can make a lot of mistakes in these simple questions." Lu Zhou took out a paper with his hand. For example, according to the equation of the line and the circle, judge the positional relationship between the line and the circle. In my opinion, it's a complete question. Han Mingqi smirked and said, "You are all in college, of course you feel simple." "Is it? The university can't learn these things. And I haven't touched this kind of question for more than a year, so I just looked at it in the afternoon." Lu Zhou said with a smile. "Anyway, my math is like this, let's talk with you." Han Mingqi simply broke the can and fell on the sofa, tilting the legs. "Give up? In my opinion, you still have a rescue." Lu Zhou said. "You don't have to comfort me. What is my situation? I know clearly. I didn't learn much in the last semester." Han Mingqi said with arms folded and expressionlessly. "Is there no courage to try it?" Lu Zhou said with a smile. "It's useless to use the radical method." "What?" I did not expect to be seen. The atmosphere cooled down again. Han Mingqi lowered her head and played the mobile phone. Although she did not know why she did not go back to the room to shut herself down, she did not say anything to Lu Zhou. The sky outside the window gradually darkened, and the boat walked over and turned the lights of the living room open. At this time, he suddenly discovered that the house is too big to seem to be a good thing. People are more okay, and if they are alone, they are really awkward. That empty, dark door is like the ability to away the soul. I took the book from the bookshelf of the study, and Lu Zhou returned to the sofa in the living room and sat down quietly. Han Mingqi, who was playing the mobile phone, suddenly sneaked at him and whispered, "Thank you." "Well." Lu Zhou slightly passed his face and looked at her in confusion. "The rice you made, it's delicious." Han Mingqi stared straight at the screen of the phone and said in a stiff tone, "Just a very simple thing, you. Mom didn't do it for you?" Lu Zhou asked. Han Mingqi's expression instantly cooled down. She can't cook, and don't say it's cooking, I can't see her a few times a day. It's no wonder that it's so delicious that it's been eaten for a long time." Losing Lu Zhou also thought that his cooking skills had grown, and he did not expect it to be an illusion. "What about your father?" At the moment of asking this question, Lu Zhou regretted it because the answer was obvious. "In the case of a lawsuit with my mother, probably finished soon." Sitting on the sofa with his knees, Han Mingqi said this expression with no expression. The throat was slightly moved. I don't know why, she saw her expression, and Lu Zhou had some sympathy for her. Eyes stared straight ahead, and Han Mingqi suddenly spoke. "Will you cook for me later?" Lu Zhou thought about it and said, "If you study hard, I will consider it." "What is? There are preconditions, it is really boring." Han Mingqi cut a song and turned his head. Lu Zhou said, "After all, my job is also a performance appraisal. If your mother thinks that I don't work with my salary, maybe I will resign after a few days?" "That's no way. That woman is like this every time. It's hard to like a strong man." Han Mingqi lowered his head and held his knees tight. He thought about it. "I will try hard, but I don't have it." "Legal guarantee." "Yeah." Lu Zhou said with a smile. "Then we said it." The two had a conversation with each other and didn't talk about it. At first, the atmosphere was a bit stiff, but then it was smoother. It was almost 11 o'clock, and the sound of the car came downstairs. After a while, the entrance door opened, and Ms. Yang finally came home. Han Mengqi looked at the mother silently, and there was no exchange of words. It was just that the demonstration seemed to squeak and he returned to the room. The expression on the face of this woman's face remained unchanged. She looked at the review materials and outlines on the coffee table. The brow stretched slightly and bowed down to Lu Zhou. There was a deep apology in the slightly tired voice. "It's really, excuse me, have you delayed so much time, or will I drive you back? It doesn't have to be so troublesome, I can just make a drop." Lu Zhou quickly waved his hand and smiled and said, "You still spend more time with your daughter at home. Her mathematics still needs to work harder on the basis. I have developed a study outline for her. As long as I take the time to do this, I believe that it is not a big problem to catch up with her ability." "Thank you, Teacher Lu, I will urge her." Ms. Yang nodded slightly. "Not so polite, I will go first." "Yes, there is still more communication between you. I mean to learn this aspect. After all, this thing is urgent, and it will be too tight and will be counterproductive. It is better to give it to the child and let her find the rhythm that suits her." Once again, she declined the proposal that Ms. Yang sent her back. After Lu Zhou took the elevator down the stairs, she took out her mobile phone and called a drop. After getting on the bus, Ms. Yang transferred the money from the class to his mobile phone through WeChat. In the first 5 hours, the hourly salary is calculated based on 200 hours, and the hourly salary of 400 pieces in the last 5 hours is not much more than 3,000. Looking at the tuition fee of 3,000 yuan, he couldn't help feeling. Sure enough, rich people really do not take money as money. His bank card is a total of 3,000 in the first place, and the total assets have doubled directly. If someone else organized a summer remedial class from Monday to Friday, he wouldn't want to come every day. Chapter 35I, Assistant, Thief 6. On the following day, in order to express gratitude to Chen Xuejie who introduced this part-time job to her, Lu Zhou decided to invite her to dinner. However, he was entangled in the question of whether to eat yellow pheasant or eat KFC. So he asked another living person in the bedroom, Lu Rue's opinion. Lu Rue, who was opening a black row with netizens, was sent back to the spring by the opposite side. At this moment, he was bothered, and he did not listen carefully to the problem of Lu Zhou. He replied without a head, "Matango, cheap and affordable." Then, Lu Zhou really invited. At the entrance of the school, the snack street, Shancheng Malatang's doorway, Chen Yushan, with a single ponytail, sat across the boat and was soaked out of the tongue. Although the tears are coming out, Chen Yushan is still strong, while eating and asking, "How? Is my sister's math still saved? Is it so hot?" Lu Zhou lost a fishball in his mouth and confused. He chewed and said, "Is there a rescue?" "Probably. In short, I will try my best." "Then please, you, my sister, she." In fact, when I was in junior high school, my grades were very good, but later, I am so hot. Lu Zhou silently handed her a glass of water and asked, "Later?" Drinking water in one bite, Chen Yushan spit out her tongue inside and said, "Later, my aunt and coward have a little problem. 2 people are fighting for the custody of Mingqi. I don't know the specific situation. Clearly, in short, Mingqi is now with my aunt." Lu Zhou nodded silently, did not say anything. He does not want to care about other people's private affairs. In a sense, he is a very self-conscious person. After eating the spicy food, Lu Zhoushan sent Chen Xuejie back to the dormitory building, and then turned to the direction of the library. On the way to the library, he received 2 emails. An email is Mr. Lu's feedback on the data modeling exercise. Another email is a reply from the journal Modern Communications in Geographic Information Technology, indicating that the manuscript fee has been credited to his bank card account, a 150 yuan, a total of 1,350 yuan, please pay attention to check. 9 SCIs are so expensive, and it's better to make missiles than to fry eggs. Lu Zhou could not help but feel in his heart. However, there are a lot of more than $1,000. Counting the 3,000 pieces earned by tutors yesterday, there are already more than 7,000 yuan in his card. It is enough to pay tuition. Originally, he intended to drag and wait for a one-time supplement before graduation, but now it seems to be no longer needed. In the next few days, Lu Zhou's life was very regular. On Monday and Wednesday, he blew his book, and on Tuesday, he used to consolidate his studies. He also preliminarily studied courses in information technology, electronic engineering, biology, and chemistry. In addition, he did not fall into the practice of mathematical modeling. Sometimes he really thinks that if you can really maintain this kind of good study habits, even if you don't have the help of the system, it will be sooner or later to become a schoolmaster. Only with the help of the system, this process has been accelerated. And it's like plugging in a rocket. On Saturday, Lu Zhou went to Ms. Yang's home as usual to tutor Han Mingqi's mathematics. Perhaps because of the last accident, or perhaps a certain agreement between the mother and the daughter, this time, before she went to work, Ms. Yang did not lock the door, but she must be optimistic about her daughter. With a blank expression, the mother left the door, and Han Mingqi looked at Lu Zhou. Let's get started. When she finished, she turned back to her room. As Han Mingqi's feet stepped into the room, Lu Zhou's accident was discovered, and she was not seen for a week. This time she was tidying up the room. There was no extra communication. Han Mingqi spread the book on the table, turned to the page of the corner, and looked at Lu Zhou. According to the outline you gave me, I have already seen the analytic geometry of compulsory 2. And then? Lu Zhou's eyebrows picked and smiled and asked, "Do you first say where you don't understand?" "Nothing I don't understand, it feels very simple." Han Mingqi raised his small head and was impatient. "And then?" "Then I will test you together." Lu Zhou took an A4 paper from the side and wrote it with a pen. In the Cartesian coordinate system XOI, the left and right focus of the ellipse C1 x2/A2 plus y2/B2 equals 1, a greater than b greater than 0, are f1 and f2, respectively. Where f2 is also the focal point of parabola C2, y2 equals 4x, point M is the focus of C1 and C2 in the first quadrant, and at mf2 equals 5/3. Find the equation for C2. After writing this question, Lu Zhou made a gesture of asking. Han Mingqi's eyebrows jumped slightly, and she just said a big sentence. She did not expect Lu Zhou to test her on the spot. Biting her teeth, she picked up the pen and thought about it for a long time. The result has been 10 minutes, and only the first step is solved. Which is obtained by C2, y2 equals 4x, f2, 1, 0. After waiting for about 10 minutes, Lu Zhou looked at the watch and smiled and said, "At the time of the college entrance examination, you are only allowed to think for 10 minutes on a single question. Now, you can only get it at most 3 points. Hey!" Han Mingqi bit his teeth and looked dissatisfied. However, the solution is like this. Sometimes the more urgent you are, the more you can't solve it. Lu Zhou smiled and turned a paper from the pile of materials next to it, pointing to the position of the penultimate big question, and continued, "And the most important thing is that this question is you on this paper." "Missed. You bully me." Han Mingqi lost his pen and said in an angry manner, "I know I am stupid. I am just teaching you, and I have never said that you are stupid. On the contrary, I am very optimistic about your intelligence, so please don't be arrogant." Lu Zhou picked up the pen she dropped and wrote the rest on the A4 paper. The process, the key to this problem is to determine the value of m, so the second step must be set m, x1, y1, and according to mf2 equals 5/3, and m2 on the parabola C2 conditional solution. Our second goal is to find the half focal length of the ellipse C1, untie this step, and the rest of the questions become a matter of understanding the equations. Lu Zhou wrote the key to each step on paper and clarified the ideas for solving the problem. At first, Han Mingqi was impatient, but then he stared at the paper and gradually became serious. In the end, there was a glimpse of her face. The small mouth slightly moved. Han Mingqi, who was staring at the draft paper intently, frowned, and thoughtfully said, "It turned out to be. Your teacher must have said it, but you have never heard it." "Our teacher. I didn't tell you in detail," Han Mingqi said in a reluctant manner. "Lu Zhola, you can say this to your math teacher, let me see if I can mad at him." Han Mingqi's teeth were itchy, but he couldn't help but snorted. "No wonder my sister said you, talking very mean." "Lu Zhou? Someone is saying bad things behind me? I can't hear it." Lu Zhou coughed, broke the topic, and picked up the pen while saying, "This question is a typical intersection point to solve the elliptic equation problem. I believe that the next time you encounter this type of question, you can at least get half of the points." "There are still half of the points?" Han Mingqi asked with a sigh of relief. "There is still half of the points in the second question." This kind of question is usually combined with the vector question in the college entrance examination, so there is usually a second question. As he said, Lu Zhou continued to write behind the stem. The point n on the plane satisfies the vector mn equals vector mf1 plus vector mf2, the line L is parallel to mn, and C1 intersects 2 points A and B. If the vector OA asterisk OB equals 0, the equation of the straight line L is obtained. At the moment of seeing the title, Han Mingqi was completely forced, and looked at Lu Zhou with helplessness. However, Lu Zhou did not look at her, but sat at the bedside and picked up the exercise book on the side to find the next example. "You try to do it first, I can't do it, I will teach you again, time is 15 minutes, let's get started." Worse than the first question, this time Han Mingqi only wrote a solution, and the rest of the things were not correct. I don't know if it was because of a sister who was almost a big sister. Lu Zhou didn't feel very impatient, and did not ridicule her. She was also sent a sub-question, but patiently explained her ideas and processes. Looking at the steps on the draft paper, Han Mingqi widened his eyes and whispered, "It's amazing. The process of my study is to sum up the experience from the mistakes. I hope that you will find out the questions that you would not normally find. It is best to copy them on the book yourself, and then I will explain it to you every week." Compared with Han Mingqi, he said casually, "The wrong question is to learn mathematics, even for all sciences. If you want to learn science, you must prepare. Just like ADC goes out with Dolan, the assistant has to take the eyes, it is basic. Operating." Han Mingqi's eyes lit up and immediately came to the interest. He interjected, "You also play? Which area?" "My Nurse Thief 6. Blackberries. I add your friend. Give me your queue number." "Hey!" Lu Zhou reached out and knocked on her forehead. She looked at her forehead and said with a sigh of relief, "I still play games, wait for you to test the mathematics for 100 points this month." Chapter 36 Lu Gu, Something Big. At 6 o'clock in the evening, according to the agreement, Lu Zhou went to the kitchen and tied the apron to start cooking. The little girl also followed his fart. The back of the stock entered the kitchen, standing next to him, looking quite interested. The refrigerator is filled with a lot of ingredients, which should be bought by Ms. Yang. There are tofu, tenderloin, and some fresh vegetables. Not only that, salt, pepper, and so on, which were originally used up, also added some. It seems that she acquiesced in the act of borrowing her stove. After all, she did not want her daughter to eat junk food and takeaway every day. But why don't you ask for a babysitter? For Lu Zhou, it doesn't matter. It is better to be able to solve dinner at the customer's home. Anyway, you don't have to spend your own money. After asking about Han Mingqi to eat chili, he began to cook. "Han Mingqi, have you been a tutor before?" Lu Zhou replied as he poured oil into the hot pot, "The first time." Han Mingqi's eyes widened and he accidentally said, "Hey? I think you taught very well." "Yes? Maybe it was because I used to help my sister to do it occasionally. The minced meat was fried, the tofu was added to the pot, and the lid was covered, turned into a small fire and slowly stewed. Lu Zhou turned to the side of the dish. Plate, start tomatoes. What he has to do is mapo tofu. As for tomatoes, it is prepared for the next tomato scrambled eggs. Do you still have a sister? Han Mengqi accidentally looked at Lu Zhou. How old is she? Like you, I am also in high school. After this summer, I will be a sophomore. Moved close to the pot and moved the little nose, Han Mengqi looked intoxicated and immediately sighed. I really envy. What is enviable? My sister's creature is very troublesome. Han Mengqi asked with a head, do you hate your sister? Lu Zhou thought about it and shook his head. That is not. She is my family. How can I hate it? It is better to say that because it is a family member, it is also willing to trouble again. Sure enough, I still envy. Han Mengqi grinned. If I have a brother, then I will be fine. What is it? Is it the party that wants to be troublesome? Lu Zhou rolled his eyes. Standing next to me, watching the bubbles in the pot, Han Mengqi did not speak for a while. Suddenly whimsy asked, you said, if my mother divorced my father, will you give me another brother? Lu Zhou thought about it and said, I don't know, but even if it is born, it is also a younger brother and sister. And, do you want to look forward to the divorce of the old lady? Simply can't understand. Han Mengqi's face was red, and she realized that she had asked a very stupid question, spit out her tongue and stopped talking. The food was served on the table. This time, the boat was cooked for 3 cups of rice. It was not worried about eating enough. Sitting at the table, Han Mengqi ate a large amount of mapo tofu, and the white forehead was full of fine sweat beads. The neckline was all fragrant. The sweat was not wet, and it was still so cool. Looking at this restless little girl, Lu Zhou smiled and said, you are like your sister, I like to eat chili. Han Mengqi, who was about to take a mouthful, opened his mouth and took the spoon and licked his head. Well, my sister doesn't like spicy food. Lu Zhou? Han Mengqi licked his head and looked at Lu Zhou with a strange look. What happened? Nothing? Lu Zhou smiled. Please ask her for dinner next time, and find a chance to apologize. After eating, Lu Zhou packed up the tableware and slammed his attention to Han Mengqi, who was alone in the house, and then he left. Called a drop outside the community and returned straight to the school. When Lu Zhou got off at the school gate, she just received Ms. Yang's WeChat transfer. Transfer 1,000. As well as Yang Donghao, thank you. Seeing the thank you moment, Lu Zhou squatted slightly, then smiled, and the finger poked the screen and replied, you are welcome. Just as he was about to put the phone in his pocket, suddenly a phone call came over. When I saw that the caller was Lu Rui, Lu Zhou was happy. The heart said that this kid was forgotten to bring the key, and then pressed the button. However, just as he was preparing to tease the boy, the eager voice came from the phone. Lu Gu, something big. After this happened, Lu Rui told him the first time. Although I always feel that this guy is a little gloating, but he did not say anything, and did not make it worse. Lu Zhou is too lazy to control him. What matters now is, what is going on in this report? Lu Zhou, who rushed back to the bedroom, took Lu Rui's mobile phone and stared at the bib article on the screen. On the academic atmosphere of Huaghua Contemporary University, starting from an undergraduate's thesis. In the article, I first talked about the great environment of Chinese academics, from mathematics to physics, from computer to morality, and the last sentence brought the topic to China. Why can't I get the big proposition of great scientists like Einstein and Newton? On. Anyone who has written an article knows that the bigger the proposition, the more confusing it is, and the professionalism is no longer needed. Then there is a set of spring and autumn brushstrokes. The next dragon snake walks around, does not talk about the academic value of the text, and re-steps on 9 SCIs in a month, or in the same journal, so that an undergraduate student is depicted as an academic cancer that does not learn to be artless and only steals and slips on the paper. Yes, he used the term academic cancer. Finally, he named the undergraduate from Jinda, surnamed Liu. The author is a scholar, a commentator, a science writer, and a well-known folk scholar. Behind the avatar, there is a logo of the big V of the collar. Good guys, there are millions of fans. However, Lu Zhou looked awkward. Who is this person? Lao Tzu, when you are innocent, what do you mean by me? Can't publish a paper exchanged on the basis of the matter? Didn't eat your rice? Drink your home tap water? Obviously, I didn't realize the seriousness of the problem. Lu Rui smiled and ran a few words on the side. When will you be a computer? Can you send SCI? There is another sentence he did not say, only said in his heart, I will send 2 more questions in the next day. When you watch the film, you can learn it easily, can't you? You control me? Lu Zhou glanced at the kid. Lu Rui saw that Lu Zhou was in a bad mood and immediately closed his mouth and did not speak. Taking a deep breath, Lu Zhou calmed down and asked, where did you see it? He does not believe that this kid is boring to go to pay attention to what well-known education commentators and popular science writers. The computer science department of a mathematical modeling training group was forwarded in the circle of friends. I just saw it. Of course, I didn't turn it. Lu Rui quickly clarified. Lu Zhou ignored him and continued to stare at the collar. Lu Rui sees that Lu Zhou does not speak, and he tries to ask, what? Lu Zhou couldn't think of it. After all, he didn't even have a bib account. He just heard that there was a bib, but he never played. Lu Zhou, help me to marry him. Lu Rui, hey, wait, why don't you be yourself? Lu Zhou, I don't have a collar. Lu Rui. In the end, Lu Zhou and Lu Rui discussed it and decided not to take care of the spray. How about spraying me? Xiaoya, my bird is not a bird, let you go alone to sing a one-man show. Who cares about who cares for you? Then, Lu Zhou took the computer bag and went to the library to study. However, after all, he still thought things simple. Because he is not just a land boat, there is another layer of identity, that is, gold college students. Chapter 37 I agree. The Jinling University conference room held an ad hoc meeting, which was presided over by the principal Su Jian, and asked the leaders of the Software Institute to be present. Many professors were originally in the lab, and the result was called by a telephone. The core of the meeting is very simple. One of the things that is discussed is an article that has been raging on the bib on the academic atmosphere of the Chinese contemporary campus from an undergraduate thesis. The article mentioned that an undergraduate student issued 9 computer SCI papers in a month, which was used as an entry point to criticize the academic atmosphere of the higher education institutions in China, criticized the lax review of a journal, and named the person. Undergraduates are from Jinda. This is simply baking the golden frame on the fire. During the meeting, an old professor of the Software Institute pushed the glasses and stood up and said warmly, I have seen the 9 papers. In fact, the writing is very good, the undergraduates can write such a the paper is not easy. It is said that his irrigation is really far-fetched. The quality of many computer journal submissions is not as good as that of him. The education commentator named Zhu Fengkai may not understand any information technology at all, maybe we communicate with him. If you point out his mistake, you should be able to let him delete the post. If the paper is sent more, it will be rejected. Many professors are confused in their hearts, and this meeting is simply unexplained. Not realistic. I wish this guy, there are a few waters in his stomach. He doesn't know himself? You look at his title, education commentator, science writer, which one can sit in a pot with us? The secretary at the conference table shook his head and said, the people are clearly pointing to the porcelain. What are you talking about? This is really not a good deal. First of all, the students did not have any faults. It is impossible to dispose of the students in the 10,000-step school. But now, on the other hand, a unilateral condemnation has been formed. The whole thing is also funny. It is completely an outsider who uses his superiority in social status to point his finger. As for the motives, several school leaders also don't understand. Fortunately, it is not the time to fill in the volunteers before January, otherwise the hearts of all of you here will be there. But in any case, this incident has already had a serious impact on the reputation of the school. President Su's face was a bit unsightly. After about half a minute of silence, he slowly said, "Now is not a good question written by the paper, but the community has questioned the academic atmosphere of our school. Our urgent task now is to answer questioning and clarifying to all sectors of society. On the other hand, we have to figure out what is going on." After an afternoon of discussion, the meeting finally made two decisions. On the one hand, for the reputation of the school, the public opinion on the impact of this blog post was launched, and the announcement issued a notice to clarify the academic value of the paper. At the same time, the lawyer wrote a warning and asked for an apology. On the other hand, the leaders of each department are required to find out the undergraduate student named Lu, and ask what is the specific situation. 9 SCIs a month, the difference is double-digit, it sounds really magical. Although the professors of the software institutes here have also had the experience of watering, after all, the gold content of the computer papers is there, but no one is so crazy. However, at this time, the leaders of the schools were still unclear. In fact, Lu Zhou actually sent 10 articles, but the other one was not a computer, but a mathematics. Bib, comment area. Where an undergraduate student published 9 SCI, deceived the ghost, this stuff has such a good hair. I feel that I can do it on my own. Dog head. Support Jew teacher. Fight against academic cancer. Correct this unhealthy trend. Fist. As an international student at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, it is said that such a phenomenon is completely impossible in the United States. I don't even think about it. The contributors must have been exploiting the pseudo-audit mechanism of some domestic newspapers. Sorrow, what kind of students are cultivated in our university? What is the use of researchers who only write papers? Can the paper become an atomic bomb? Even undergraduates can write so much. It is conceivable that the academic circles of our country have become ill-advised. Save the provinces and provinces, you can try to write 9 papers a month without writing. If you can't do it, don't be jealous. What are the few things in the trough? Is there a normal IQ comment that is standing by me? 20,000 reposts, 10,000 comments, countless likes. Sitting in the empty classroom brushing the collar, Lu Zhou looked more and more angry, but there is no good way. Everyone really doesn't care about the truth. Everyone just wants to see what they want to see. For example, the authority was overthrown, the products under the exam-oriented education was overthrown, the science bowls were in the private sector, and the veil of hypocrisy in the academic world was debunked. As for whether the paper really is worthless to the surname, will the individual take a look with his own eyes? Non-existent. In order to spray these sprays, Lu Zhou also registered a collar specially. As a result, the comments made by this party were smashed into the sea, and there was no such thing as a compliment. Maybe, this is the sadness of the small transparent belly. After a few silent thoughts, Lu Zhou turned off the screen of the mobile phone as usual and reached out to grab the hair. I thought I chose the simplest task, but I didn't expect to have such a big pit in it. In fact, he also blamed him for neglecting. At that time, if he published an article with a pseudonym, no one would notice it. But things are already like this, even if you regret it, it's useless. Just then, a call hit his mobile phone. Pick it up and see it, it was the old Tang. Lu Zhou's expression is a bit weird. I really can't think of the reasons why Lao Tang has something to look for. Doesn't the heart say that it's related to the paper? shouldn't it? With an uncertain mood, Lu Zhou connected the phone. Hey. Small land, busy? Listening to the sound is quite calm. Lu Zhou fixed his mind and said, self-study in the classroom. Is there anything? Professor Tang paused for a while and continued, come to my office when it is convenient. Just now? Well, just now. After finishing the things, Lu Zhou carried his computer and books and went straight to Professor Tang's office. When he went in, he found that Director Lu of the Department of Applied Mathematics and Director Zhang of the Department of Computer Science were also here. After seeing Lu Zhou, the three professors smiled first, then they looked at each other subtly and exchanged their eyes. Finally, Professor Tang sighed and opened the door to see the mountain. Lu Zhou, I asked you were fine. Lu Zhou said, Profess you. Professor Tang continued to ask, after you published the mathematics paper, did you vote on the side journal? I know most of it is awkward. Lu Zhou sighed and replied truthfully, yes. Director Zhang looked at the director of the side, and he said helplessly, sure enough, to listen to the surname Lu, I wondered that there are few surnames in our department. I have asked, don't talk about writing a thesis, even how to contribute do not know. Professor Tang was anxious, and did not believe in evil and asked, are you sending a mathematics paper? Yes. Lu Zhou nodded honestly, but then added a small whisper, I also sent other papers, about artificial intelligence and GIS. Professor Tang's eyes are coming out quickly, you. What are you going to send a computer paper again? Have you been studying the Mersenne prime number a few days ago? I found that the newspaper submitted the money to the manuscript, and one had to have 150. Sorry to see Professor Tang, Lu Zhou whispered, then I will split the things I have researched into 9 copies and write them into papers. No. Can't you? Professor Tang. Director Lu. Director Zhang. Is there a problem? Of course, no problem. After all, the school encourages students to send more papers. It is strange to send a paper for the cost of the manuscript, but it is not a bad thing. But this incident has a problem. The office was mired in silence, and finally Director Lu coughed and said in a friendly tone, that. Lu, is your paper written by yourself? Of course, Lu Zhou nodded. And I wrote it in the library. This does not really lie, because it is not enough to redeem the paper from the system. If he can't understand the knowledge inside, he can't start writing. At most, he can copy the algorithm. In order to complete these papers, he has more than 100 articles to read, not to mention those professional books. So don't say what is the monitoring, even if you are on the spot to check a few questions about artificial intelligence and GIS systems, he can answer the questions. Of course, if you ask some questions that are out of scope, ask about the application of artificial intelligence in other fields, it may be a little overhang. However, if there is a system in place, it is not a difficult thing to exchange points on the spot. At most, it is a waste of points. The director of the next Lu did not know what to say. Finally, Director Zhang of the Software Institute stood up and smiled. He said, Director Lu did not mean anything else, but we did not expect that you are not only in mathematics. There is such a high opinion on information technology. I have seen your C language score, 95 points is already very good. We certainly believe that the paper is written by yourself, but now some people do not believe, and put this picking out the fuss. Have you ever been to the collar? In fact, although most of the artificial intelligence is written in C++, there is no direct correlation between the C language test scores and artificial intelligence, because the teacher does not teach in-depth things other than the basic use of the C++ language. However, the other way around, people who can write such a paper, the basics of the C language test will not be too bad. The score of 95 points is also satisfied with the expectations of Director Zhang. Are you talking about that article? Lu Zhou asked. Yes. Staring at Lu Zhou's eyes, Director Zhang nodded. Have you seen it? I have seen it, although I was so angry that I had to keep my demeanor in front of outsiders. Lu Zhou waved his hand and said, I don't bother with the whole thing. General knowledge with him. Although I said this, I can't wait to slap him. Lu, I have to correct you. Director Lu looked at Lu Zhou seriously. You are not just an individual. You are a student of our school and represent the reputation of our school. We are not academically immoral. The behavior will not allow anyone to maliciously discredit our students. I hope that you will take a correct attitude and take a serious look at this incident. Director Lu, but I have no way? I personally believe that he did not care about me. Lu Zhou helplessly. In fact, Director Lu did not mean anything else, but I hope that your attitude should not be so negative, Director Zhang said in a moderate tone. The public opinion, our school will make a public response, but we hope that you can cooperate with us. In the right place for yourself and for the school. Can you? It turned out to be for me. Why am I still saying it? Lu Zhou sighed and nodded. I agree. Chapter 38 Charcoal in the Snow. In Shenzhen, Shunfeng Group Building, in the president's office, Wang Wei, who is leaning against the office chair, is brushing the screen of the mobile phone. It's a lunch break, and after each meal he will take half an hour to relax, look at the hot search on the collar, or look at today's headlines. After all, like them, companies that work closely with the internet, it is also necessary to pay attention to current events. Jinda undergraduate students published 9 SCI papers. Is the undergraduate student so powerful now? Wang Wei smiled and shook his head. The hot search, which appeared in the first place, is an article by well-known science writer Zhu Fangkai. Seeing the name of this person, Wang Wei's brow slightly wrinkled, and the first impression was not very good. This wishing party is considered a celebrity. It is famous for being a monk in the collar. It has nothing to do with it. It is called Zhu Dazue. For such a clown who is sensational, this kind of doer has never been like it. In particular, this person likes to criticize the education of Huagua. Whenever he talks about this point of view, he always takes the high school education of his Wang to come up with something to prove his argument. Although Wang Wei does not mind the identity of his high school students, he will go to any school to donate money with his financial resources. How difficult is it to mix a degree with an honorary doctor? However, it was annoying to hang his high school students all day long. After all, no one likes to be revealed again and again. Seeing the name of this person, Wang Wei has no interest in opening an article. The article does not need to look at it, nothing more than a set of spring and autumn brushstrokes. From the 9 papers of undergraduates to talk about the Chinese academic world? How old are you? Just then, the door knocked at the door of the office. Come in. The incoming name is Liang Shenghao, the technical director of the company's UAV Logistics Research and Development Center. He graduated from the California Institute of Technology with a double doctorate in logistics management and computer science. And his age is only in his early 30s. The concept of drone logistics has been spurred by the recent advances in drone technology. In order to keep up with the trend of the times, Shunfeng is the leading enterprise in domestic private logistics companies, and naturally refuses to fall in this field. Therefore, it has established a drone logistics project in cooperation with Dajiang UAV, and invested 500 million in Shenzhen. A new R&D center has been built. Of course, due to the influence of hardware conditions, it is still very difficult to realize the distribution of drones in the short term. Wang Wei naturally knows this, so this R&D center is nominally a UAV logistics R&D center, but there are not many researchers engaged in UAV logistics R&D. The main R&D projects are concentrated in smart logistics. In the direction. That is, warehouse location and macro sales expectations driven by big data, as well as improved logistics center automated sorting technology and so on. Going to the desk, Liang Shenghao put a computer journal on the table and smiled and said, Wang, I have helped you find someone. Oh? Wang Wei put down his mobile phone and squinted at the journal on the table. He smiled and said, "Modern communications and geographic information technology? You didn't tell me the last time. There are too many papers in computer journals. I subscribe to 2 books myself? I have always subscribed to computer-related journals, especially a few core publications on artificial intelligence research, but I have rarely paid attention to domestic journals." Pushing the glasses, Liang Shenghao continued, "I also lost my hot search. Just see it, otherwise these papers may be buried in the garbage." "What should you say is not?" Wang Wei's expression is a bit strange. "Yes, the undergraduate students sent 9 papers. I looked at it. The ideas and algorithms mentioned in it are very interesting. Just yo! Undergraduates have such a great ability to make his doctors hired overseas feel interesting?" Wang Wei came to the interest and sat up and asked, "What is it?" "Just his research has certain, advanced." Discarding the use of words, Liang Shenghao continued, "The drone logistics is still only a concept. No drone produced by a company can reach the drone the hard standard of goods. So the mainstream logistics companies in the world, the research on the field of drone logistics, is still on the hardware." Wang Wei nodded and continued to ask, "I know this, then? And the content discussed in his paper is based on the feasibility of drone delivery. For example, his paper suggests that the concept of logistics honeycomb is built in the city and docked with the sorting center. The drone is introduced into the GI system, automatically finds the way in the case of unmanned operation, recognizes the delivery address through the camera, confirms the receiving object based on the face recognition technology, confirms the receipt by gesture, and the state in which the drone is intercepted. Automatically upload alarm data." Having said that, Liang Shenghao stopped. The index finger gently tapped on the desk. Wang Wei was thinking. After a while, he said, "So, he just put forward a concept? If you just put forward the concept, then there is nothing to say. As long as you will do PPT, anyone can casually slap on the big proposition of artificial intelligence. I can only say that he has some understanding of this aspect. If there is only such a degree of strength, let alone the one that has passed him. Even the HR that he sent to the school will not pass." "It's not just a concept," Liang Shenghao shook his head. "It's also about algorithms, mainly about face recognition and GI systems, and that's where I'm optimistic about his abilities. Especially he's in face recognition. A few algorithms written in a piece, although slightly embarrassing from my point of view, can still be said to be quite groundbreaking. Even if our research center directly took it to continue development is no problem. It's not just an idea. This Luzhou is still based on this idea, so the meaning is completely different. It's like a person saying, 'I want to build a house here,' while another person circled the ground and placed 2 bricks on it. The value created by 2 people is fundamentally different. As for the progress of this undergraduate research has been achieved to a few percent. In fact, Wang Wei does not care, any research needs a process. The more high-value research projects, the more expensive the investment is needed." Wang Wei did not speak, but picked up the computer journal and turned it over to the pages of the corner. Unmanned aircraft logistics R&D prospects and framework discussion. A pixel point analysis algorithm based on artificial intelligence. Optimization algorithm for dynamic image recognition based on artificial intelligence. An automatic measurement method for human body feature size based on artificial intelligence. It's true that water is a bit watery, but even then it's impossible to hide the added value of these papers. Seeing that the president does not speak, Liang Shenghao continued, "These algorithms are a pity in the publication of the paper in the journal. I suggest that he be given an offer in the past and directly dig such talents into our company. We will continue to study by investing in them. No hurry." Wang Wei waved his hand. Liang Shenghao frowned. "Do you care about his academic qualifications?" IMHO, even with his current ability to show, even graduate students who specialize in artificial intelligence application research cannot do better than him. And drone logistics, this piece, although we can't use it in the short term, it is sooner or later to enter this field. From now on, the talent reserve is better than going to others to grab someone later. As a young discipline, computers and other fields are different. Although the qualifications are still very important when recruiting, this criterion is not practical for some technical bulls who have made achievements. After all, they belong to special talents, and generally do not appear in the talent market, but usually appear on the list of well-known headhunting companies. This does not require you to teach me, this person only looks at the ability, does not ask the source, you are not unclear. Wang Wei smiled and threw the journal on the table. This offer is not in a hurry. In the past, let's put a pressure on it. Anyway, at present, we are only engaged in drone logistics, and I am not afraid that he will be dug away by his peers. Liang Shenghao gave a slight glimpse, just wanted to say a few words, but even if he understood the deep meaning of the president, his eyes lit up. It turned out to be. Still, president is high. For the young people who are bloody, just because of such filth, the research results that they have made are worthless, and they must have suffered a grievance. Let the party be the first to jump on the clown, continue to smash, and polish the temper of the young man named Lu Zhou, and wait for him to stop, and then the Shunfeng group will raise the horse and send a 500,000 annual salary offer, affirming his research value. Then he must not be desperate to follow the wind for a lifetime? A position with a high annual salary is always in the next company. So many companies engage in corporate culture, engage in employee benefits, and engage in employee stocks, all in order to retain talent. The key to retaining talent is to make talents look good on the company's prospects. Another is to let talents have feelings for the company. In a sense, the latter is even more important than the former. Leaning on the office chair, Wang Wei said with a smile, "This journal will be put here first, I will remember things, you should go to your first." Okay. Liang Shenghao nodded and turned and left the office. Chapter 39 Lawyer's Letter, Find Out, Third More. I wish you a very good mood today. He used to fire the air in the sky, but he didn't expect to accidentally find a hot search first. Although both Jinling University and the editorial department of Modern Communication and Geographic Information Technology responded, there was no problem in the paper, but the self-certification of the object being questioned could not allow the people to buy it. This is not, Jinling University is no more, the lawyer's letter has been sent. In the lawyer's letter, Jin Dajing said that there is no problem in the paper, not only asking him to withdraw his speech immediately, but also asking him to apologize for what he said before, otherwise King General will retain the power to sue. In addition, Huan Ling, a professor of Jinling University who has already locked the comments, published a bib and presented a reply from several academic editors responsible for reviewing the journal Modern Communication and Geographic Information Technology, proving that the academic value of the paper exists. This is to let some netizens who are not too busy to talk about some reason, and began to reflect on whether they have been brought to the rhythm. However, does he wish to be afraid of a big mouth? What marketing number can you play in a school official? The lawyer's letter is good. Isn't it just a lawsuit? Anyway, it is not the first time to eat. He is clamoring that he can't keep up the heat. In just 2 days, he has risen nearly 400,000 attention, and now he has already broken through the 3 million mark. The advertising fee has turned over a little bit. At that time, I will speculate on this lawyer's letter, and I am afraid that I will break through 4 million. Therefore, Zhu Fang did not pay attention to this lawyer's letter at all. Not only that, but he immediately opened the computer, landed on the web version of the caller, and began editing the second blog post. Or, the words of battle. The hypocrite of anger and anger, from a lawyer's letter. Looking at the title of the article with satisfaction, I wished that I would continue to type the keyboard and start filling the text according to the prepared template. Jinling University gave a reply, the paper is no problem, very official, and very bureaucratic. Returning 10,000 steps, we think about it with our brains, even if there is no problem with the paper. How can an undergraduate student who is only a freshman publish 9 SCI papers in a month? Who can prove that these papers are what did he write? I think it is plagiarism. Or someone else is a ghostwriter. A university discovered the academic fraud, but the first time was not to investigate the students involved, but to try to seal the mouth of the prosecutor through a lawyer's letter. This approach makes every citizen who cares about education feel chilling. The background of this student is not very general. If I have offended a big man, I am sorry to say sorry to you. But I will not apologize. Why should I apologize for a very correct thing? I am also a researcher myself. I think it will be completed in a month. The paper is impossible. At the same time, I am still an education commentator. I feel that I have the power to stand up for the public and to maintain doubts. I want to apologize, unless I let Lu and I face the quality, answer all my questions, but he dares? When playing the word Lu Mao, Zhu Feng stopped, his eyes suddenly turned, his mouth sullenly sinister smile, pressed the backspace key to eliminate, replaced with the name of a boat classmates. Laozi not only points out the surname of this person. I also name the name of this person. Click to send. I just pressed the send button and sat on the computer chair, tilted my legs and picked up my feet. It was such a lame moment that the comments and praises came out. Shocked, actually a freshman. Last name Lu Mingzhou, the original undergraduate student of Nyo is called Lu Zhou. This is a real hammer. Sorrow for our education. Support Jew teacher. Fight against academic fraud. Fist. If it is in country X, once it is found to be academically fraudulent, it will be taken away by the police. Those who say that the paper is okay, what Jinan University is sure to help their students speak, after all, for their academic reputation. But I see this student, it's a big deal, it's finished, smile. Ha 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 ha. Looking at the soaring search volume, I wish you all happy and crazy. Just then, the phone on the table rang. Clearing the dice, he picked up the phone and pressed the button. Hey. Hello, Mr. Zhu, here is the Academic Affairs Office of Jinling University. Oh, quite, I got it on the phone? First, let me say, I am not your student. If you have something to talk about, you can just put it in your fart. I took a cigarette from the cigarette case and wished the party to be there. On the mouth, you can ignite. Xu Fang's arrogant attitude made the teacher at the other end of the phone slightly squat, but she continued to restrain herself. I'll just say it straight away, your unreasonable accusation has caused problems for our students. We hope that you take this issue seriously and apologize for your words and deeds. I just laughed and played the ash. I said, I am troubled. I don't think there is any trouble. You can of course come to question what I said wrong, but you can't limit my power to speak. What do you say? This is my freedom. Yu was angered by the attitude of Feng Kai. The teacher just said a word, but quickly stopped. You can never underestimate the shamelessness of a rogue if he records the phone and edits it. Tomorrow's headlines are only becoming a threatening reporter for a university. Seeing that the irritated teacher did not continue to speak, I wished that the party had just slammed, and the dark road was a pity. I changed my hand and held the phone and continued. Oh, let us not waste time. I want to apologize unless you can prove to me 2 points. One is that the paper is really useful, not in the water. Note, it is a more authoritative proof, you prove yourself what you are. Second, the paper is indeed written by him. If you cannot prove these 2 points, then I will continue to adhere to my point of view. For the sake of the academic world, fight to the end. After that, Xu Fang did not say anything, hung up the phone. These days, Lu Zhou felt that he had become a giant panda. He did not know who had leaked his WeChat. Suddenly, he had a bunch of people and added his own WeChat. Ask for a essay. Want to consult about Sci matters, can you pass it seriously? Seeking to write Sci papers, the price is good. It seems that the actual person still has it. although the way they express their support is somewhat inexplicable. Of course, there are quite a few more inexplicable embarrassments. It is estimated that it is the fan of Mr. Zhu, and it is still the kind of fanaticism to a certain realm. In fact, I used to it. Lu Zhou also looked at it, because these sprays turned over and over again, so 2 words, no creativity. As for his family, they don't play the bib, and they can't see these negative news. To say how much influence he has on his life, it is actually very small. Even before yesterday, he had nothing to do with Han Mingqi's gimmicks. No one on the street recognized him as the Lu Zhou. As for the university, there were not many people because of the summer vacation. At this time, Lu Zhou suddenly noticed that Chen Yushan sent a message to himself. Chen Yushan, I haven't seen you in the library recently. Are you okay? Chen Yushan, that person is simply too odious. You are so hard to write. Chen Yushan, do you want to come out at night? I invite you to dinner? Seeing that there are people who care about themselves so much, Lu Zhou can't help but warm up, finger poke on the screen, reply, change the day, I have to match the interview with the alloy linger daily for a while, I don't know when the time can be finished. Chen Yushan, you want to go to the newspaper? Lu Zhou, although not because of something good. Lu Zhou waited for a while. Chen Yushan sent 2 replies. I believe you. Come on. Okay. Lu Zhou smiled and looked at the time on the phone. It's almost time to get there. In the lecture hall, when Lu Zhou arrived, in addition to Director Lu, the other leaders of the entire college were in it. Because of the Lu Zhou papers, these professors had a very good impression of him. When Lu Zhou and they greeted each other, several leaders also smiled and nodded friendly. Students in their own school have no problem, of course, they are consistent. The reporter of Jinling Daily is preparing to interview the equipment. Taking advantage of this space, Director Lu went to the side of the Lu Zhou and pulled him to the side. He said, is it ready? I will ask you a question later. You only answer the answer. The problem is okay. I know. Lu Zhou nodded. Director Lu did not say anything and patted him on the shoulder. Let's go. The interview begins. Sitting on the bench in the classroom, facing the camera and the microphone, Lu Zhou accidentally found himself more calm than he thought. The female reporter with a ponytail smiled slightly at him. After getting a signal that she could start, she asked in the general voice of the announcer, hello, I am a reporter of Jinling Daily. You can interview you. May I ask you? How to complete 9 SCIs in 1 month? The expected problem. Lu Zhou thought for a moment and replied, actually, I personally feel that there is nothing difficult. 9 SCIs are about the application of artificial intelligence in UAV logistics. This is a relatively frontier field. I think it's not a hard thing to produce results. What's more, I have studied it for a while, but only recently started writing papers. The reporter Miss Sister nodded and gave him an encouraging look, and then continued to start the second question. What do you want to say to Mr. Zhu about the questioning of your paper? I think that irrigation is a false proposition. I can't say that my paper is irrigating because he knows nothing about computer technology. Has he read my paper seriously? Has he verified the algorithm I proposed in the paper? Maybe I have never read it, or I can't even read it. Lu Zhou said helplessly. These words I wish I would not like to listen to. I always call myself a scientific researcher. The reporter smiled and continued to ask, but a freshman, or an undergraduate who was about to enter the sophomore on SCIE published papers, and still published 9 articles in a month, it is somewhat ridiculous, and this is the focus of public questioning. So Mr. Zhu also proposed that the paper may be copied, or not from the hands of himself. Those are unfounded, Lu Zhou shrugged and tried to restrain himself. From the first math paper I published, every paper I finished in the library, if necessary, I will apply to the school to present the monitoring data. It's not necessary to monitor the data. You mentioned that you have published a mathematics paper before. Is this the case? The reporter was keenly aware of the news points in Lu Zhou's words and immediately excavated them. This thing can't be found at all, and it's better to let others dig out as a material to attack yourself. Thinking about it, Lu Zhou nodded and generously admitted, yes, not just computer papers, I have published 2 papers in the Foreign Core Journal Theory and Applied Mathematics newsletter, and one of them the paper was published before the 9 computer papers. So the 9 papers in a month are actually not accurate. It should be 10 papers a month. When I heard this sentence, the reporter's eyes lit up, and Director Lu's face was almost dark, and he desperately turned his eyes to Lu Zhou, indicating that he should not bring the topic to the place that is not good for him. However, Lu Zhou did not intentionally look at him. Since others have chosen a high-profile offense, this time low-key is useless, only the same high-profile attack, it is possible to pull back a city. After all, playing this kind of battle. The debate is not a debate game, let alone the dirty water poured over from the opposite side, which is itself difficult to prove. I said that there are special academic editors who can prove the professionalism of my thesis. You can also jump out to doubt the authority of this academic editor, and doubt that schools and journals will cover up for their reputation. As for the hope of eating melons, the masses learn to think independently. It is better to expect watermelon to learn to think easier. Regardless of the truth, the theory of overwhelming superiority will be arbitrarily determined for everything. So Lu Zhou has already thought about it. Ordinary people can't do it, but genius is not an ordinary person. Since you have to smear me into an academic cancer that will only fill the water in the paper, then I will pack myself into a genius. The reporter nodded and was about to ask the next question. At this moment, there was a sudden knock on the door outside the classroom. The interview was interrupted, and Director Lu slightly frowned. He was about to ask what was going on. The teacher who came in with a happy voice could not wait to speak. Director Lu. The reception room of our hospital received a letter of thanks from New York University. The recipient is Lu Zhou. Chapter 40 Simply Fooling Around. Hello, dear Lu Zhou, here is the Courant Institute of Mathematical Sciences at New York University. First of all, thank you for your contribution in the Journal Theory and Applied Mathematics newsletter. The conclusions you made in the article Optimal Inversion Theory for Linear Operators and Linear Functionals have produced key inspirations for the bottlenecks we encountered in our cooperation with the Paul Schell Institute in Switzerland. That is a project on seismic wave backspectrum analysis, which will be applied to the field of geological resource exploration and seismic research. The specific details relate to the inconvenience of confidentiality contracts, but we assure you that your research results are used for peaceful purposes. When I learned that you were only 19 years old, Professor Rodwell and Professor Lee of our institute were very surprised and quite admire your talent in mathematics. While expressing your gratitude for your research, we also sincerely invite you. If you are interested in coming to the US to study undergraduate and master's degrees, please be sure to contact us, and the New York University campus is open to you. Shangjing City, next to the Wadayaku Vocational College, is an old-fashioned apartment building. Spread out on the table is the Jinling Daily, which quoted a letter from New York University, excerpted some of the fragments, and reviewed the controversy that occurred on the bib some time ago. As for the origin of this newspaper, he was sent by the old classmate of the principal of Jinling University. Also sent together is a copy of the original letter of the thank you letter. It's just a mess. After reading the newspaper, I took off the eyes on the bridge of my nose. The old man with gray hair shook his head, and the fingers resting on the table were shaking. At this time, a middle-aged man walked into the study. When he saw the expression on the old gentleman's face, he could not help but ask, "Dad, what made you angry like this? Look at it yourself." The old Mr. Index Finger knocked on the newspaper. Seeing the cover of the newspaper, the face of the middle-aged man appeared a trace of sorrow. And retired at home, all day long, the dog is not the same as the old man who plays chess. He usually touches the internet frequently. It is natural to hear about these hot events. Even yesterday, he talked to his colleagues about this. Regardless of whether the paper is really problematic, an expert who claims to be a folk scholar has caught an undergraduate student, and the means of enthusiasm is really a point. Too small to say, it is to move the right and wrong, who is quite entangled. Going bigger, it is persecuting intellectuals, and their hearts are awkward. Do you know that thing? The middle-aged man asked with a smile. A layman is pointing his finger at the side. Isn't this what it is? Is it just pointing up? Is it necessary to hang a sign on the chest to go to the street? I can't stand it anymore. You know I think of it. What? I remembered more than 40 years ago. The turbid pupils seemed to have fallen into memories of the past. The old man opened his mouth and suddenly sighed and shook his head. Forget it, don't say it, it's all gone. Then, he looked at the newspaper again, citing a blog post about the blogger named Xu Fengkai. This article is wonderful to write. It is quite a legacy of the youngsters of the year, huh? The old gentleman snorted and held the arm of the chair with both hands and stood up from the chair. The middle-aged man asked, "Dad, are you going out?" "I have to eat dinner soon." The old gentleman waved his hand and walked to the door. "Don't eat, now, I am going to sit at the old classmate's house. This breath is not out, my heart is really uncomfortable." The thank you letter published in the Jinling Daily brought the theory to the other direction. Can a talent recognized by New York University be an academic cancer with nowhere? The people who were originally skeptical about Lu Zhou began to reflect on this. New York University's rankings are among the top 30 in the world. It is said that Jean De has been able to cover up his own people for the reputation of the school. But the foreigners are unreasonable and follow the run across the Pacific Ocean. And what kind of Swiss research? It sounds very high profile. As soon as this report came out, I wished that Fang's nose would be discouraged. He couldn't sit still, jumped out and published the third blog post overnight. This time, he is no longer entangled in the academic value of the paper. Even if you can prove that the paper is okay, you can't prove that the paper is what you wrote. A student who has not graduated from an undergraduate course, can he write such a paper? Who can prove? Can Jinling University prove it? Just because you have been to the library several times? I have been to a library more than you have heard. How can I write 10 papers in less than a month? You said that you are a genius, I don't believe it. Seeing this blog post by Xu Feng, Lu Zhou would like to say something to him, because you are stupid. Unfortunately, the other party did not give him this opportunity. The debate has developed to the present, and there have been some meanings of shrewd women's streets. However, when Lu Zhou thought that this controversy would continue to be sown, suddenly a report published in the Huaguo Youth Daily broke the stalemate. The title of the article is Domineering. Heroes don't ask for the source, they are not high. The article does not mention the controversy on the network some time ago. It only reports an ordinary college student. He has published 11 SCI papers published this year and 2 Wodaeku University professors' objective evaluations of these papers. There is also a thank you letter from the other side of the ocean. And his name is Lu Zhou. This report was not only published on the paper, but also published in the official newspaper of the Huaguo Youth Daily. In addition, it was reprinted by many media outlets such as Renren Daily. This time, Lu Zhou was once again pushed into the hot search. But the nature is totally different. Staring at the screen of the mobile phone, I wished that the big eyes were burning in the anger, but the cold sweat could not stop rushing down. He suddenly realized that he seemed to play a bit big. No one used to care about him. He was awkward at random, and he was the same small character as him, or slightly stronger than him, but he was still far away from the slap in the face. But now, the official media obviously intends to publicize Lu Zhou as an outstanding university student in the new era and set it as an example for contemporary college students. And he wished someone's arguments just standing on the opposite side of the propaganda. This is a bit serious. How to do? Put it? But the fans can't buy it, and the powder that rises up is hard to say. I don't think so. I wish you a little bit afraid, the next one to be named is him. In front of the above propaganda, no matter how many fans you have, it is no different from the grasshoppers. Really want to shoot him, that is, a slap in the face. Just then, his cell phone rang. The caller is also an education commentator named Zhong Bowen. This guy occasionally writes some articles, but the temper is a little gentle, and the point of view is not as radical as Zhu Dazue. The insiders call him the old clock, a kind and good person. Pillars, just to stop it. This thing, I will see it when I see it, you will continue to go down, afraid that it will be a problem. Old Zhang Yu said with a heavy heart. Old clock, not that I don't want to stop, it is difficult to ride a tiger. Xu Feng only sighed. The old clock is heartbroken, do you think those 985 are so irritating? Are you bullying other fans? Is this a question of the number of fans? You say you, who is not good, you have to go to a university, who has few alumni on it. What? I didn't think about Jinling University, that is, the paper with the little nephew said 2 sentences. Whoever sees 10 papers a month will feel abnormal? Who thinks that their reaction is so big? I think there must be a problem. Xu Fengwei argued. I don't think your brain is normal, the old clock couldn't help but squirt him. You think about it, can you be a normal person with an undergraduate student who sends 10 papers a month? Think about it like this. It seems to be also. But now it's too late to regret it. Then what do you say about me? Xu Feng sighed. This is a good solution. Others just let you apologize. You apologize and admit your mistakes. This is not the case. Lao Zhong said on the phone. Impossible, I would rather go to court. How much money I have to pay for a lawsuit? If I think it is, I will lose more. The expression was a little struggling, and finally I wished that I still shook my head. At most, I will talk less. It is impossible to apologize. It is impossible to apologize in this life. At the end of the cold treatment, it is impossible to go to court. What storm has he not seen? He wrote that when drinking Longjing tea to cause cancer, even the local government and government officials had eaten, and in the end it was only lost 600,000. Finally, can you take him? Can the court enforce his loss of money and force him to apologize? The old bell sighed and shook his head. I don't persuade you anymore, so I can do it myself. After that, he hung up. Chapter 41. Get down at Courier. Shunfeng Building, President's Office. It is a lunch break. I was originally planning to send charcoal in the snow, but I didn't expect it to become a icing on the cake. Looking at the hot search on the screen, Wang Wei smiled and shook his head, and gave the blog post that everyone reprinted a piece of praise. At this time, the door knocked at the door. Wang Wei did not look up and said casually, "Please come in." Incoming is the head of the Human Resources Department. Wang, the offer you gave, will you wait until the weekend? Wang Wei thought for a moment and said, "Let's send it now, and it doesn't make sense to wait." This farce unexpectedly shocked the Everyone Daily, which was beyond his expectations, but when this happened, he did not feel too surprised. Politics Z is the basic literacy that a businessman must possess. From the beginning of the conference 2 years ago, the above meaning is already clear. The internet has never been a place of extra-legal, and it is not the same as arbitrarily. Like Xu Fengkai, relying on hype for social hotspots, arrogant words, and relying on unwarranted marketing numbers, the days are bound to become more and more difficult. Not to mention that he brought a bad social impact. In the absence of any evidence, use their own social influence to publicly discredit a positive college student, and rely on the speculation of 1 month, 10 papers and academic cancer, which are unwarranted, to gain the so-called heat. What is the difference between this and the youngsters? Now I wish the party was scared, and it was not awkward. I began to think about low-key treatment. But how easy is it? This raised hand is always going to be taken, just look at the multiple shots of this slap. If that big-mouthed acquaintance, consciously pumping his own slap in the face, and confessing to the 3 cups, he was mistaken. Maybe this slap in the palm of his hand and changed it. At the end, he really put it down. However, this man is obviously not a smart person. Wang Wei thought about it, suddenly smiled, his finger poked on the screen, and smoothly forwarded the blog post of Ren Ren Daily, and attached a line of text. Little brother, annual salary of 500,000, do you want to go to work in the wind? Dog head. Click. Send. The comment area and the private letter can be foreseen to blow up the pot. From the beginning of this public opinion storm, to the Huaguo Youth Daily, it only took less than a week. Lu Zhou did not expect that, in the end, it ended in such a dramatic way. The forwarding of the media, such as the Everyone Daily, has completely changed the direction of the rumors. The people who watched the movie and watched the audience, after seeing the official public clarification, have joined the slogan of Zhu Dazue. An undergraduate mathematics paper was recognized by the University of New York and the Paul Schell Institute in Switzerland, and computer papers were favored by the market value of 100 billion companies. However, such a good student has been smeared into an academic cancer? It's a magic. Now, do you still like the old dog? I have said that, those papers are definitely no problem. I wish the old dog a daily Shrewd Street, look at it. To school, I can't write 2 articles a year. Sit down, basic operation. Dog head. I feel that 4 years of college reading white. As an international student at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, this phenomenon is very common in us. We generally call these people curve wrecker curve, meaning curve destroyers, because their performance always destroys the normal distribution of normal distribution. Curve. Juvenile is strong, the country is strong, give everyone a daily praise. Fist, fist. The most difficult thing for Lu Zhou to laugh at is that he did not know who had dug his collar from the vast sea of people, so that he received more than 200 private letters seeking to write a thesis. Then, the new number that had just been registered for a long time, the number of fans changed from single digits to 50,000, which made him unexpected. On the other side, the propaganda caliber was fired, and Xu Fang was completely a tortoise, and did not delete the collar, nor expressed his attitude. As for an apology, it is naturally impossible. But when is the turtle useful? Even if you are a tortoise shell made of iron, the above person wants to take you as a typical shot, and that is the same shot. Xu Fang will never think that his 3rd blog post of the Shrewd Street style has become the last blog post of his account. When he turned on the computer, logged in, and wanted to see how much his fans had lost, he was surprised to find out. His account was closed by the collar. When I saw the news of the closure of the news, I only felt that my eyes were suddenly black, and I almost fainted. The whole man was kneeling on the chair and he looked at the computer screen. More than 3 million fans. In an instant, it has become nothing. What made him feel bad was not only those fans who paid attention to him, but also the advertising flow of 500,000 a month. Just say value, his account number is more than 10 million. The heartache is like a drop of blood, and my heart is furious. I just picked up the phone and called the Bib customer service and transferred to the manual service. As soon as the phone was connected, he shouted, "Why did you seal my collar? Which rule I made? I tell you, you don't explain it to me today, I will complain to you." The human customer service listened calmly to his jealousy, and then said politely, "Hello, please, is your collar account?" Panting, I wished that I had not yet reported the name, and calmed down and said, "I wish you a party, just call this. Please wait a moment." After a while, the human customer service continued, "Hello, sir. Your caller is making a decision to close the account according to the Bib service use agreement because of the release of harmful information. I wish the party was angry, interrupted the customer service, and the words were fierce. I violated the regulations. I legally exercise my power of speech, why should I stop it? I warn you, immediately unblock me, otherwise I will go the court sued. However, for the words of the party's angry anger, the bib customer service did not seem to be heard. It was still a polite voice, smiling, and replied, "Sorry, the violation is determined by the Public Security Network Supervision Department, and the station has no right to unblock. Please be sure to appeal through judicial channels." The Public Security Network Supervision Department decided. The station has no right to unblock. Please be sure to pass the judicial channel. Every sentence is like the ruthless mockery of him in this world. I almost didn't have a blood spray on the keyboard. However, the doom does not seem to end like this. Just after he hangs up the phone, another phone immediately hit his cell phone. When the button is pressed, the party will answer with a voice that is unrequited, "Hey! EMS Express, come downstairs and get a parcel." Express delivery? I haven't bought online recently. I wish you only squatted and frowned. What express? It's a document. I can help you look at it, it seems to be a file bag, said the courier, standing next to the van, holding a phone on his shoulder and smashing the package. Jinling City. People's Court? The phone is you are right, hurry up and take it. I wished that the party silently hung up the phone and threw it on the table. The whole person leaned back in the chair, and he took out the cigarette case, and the trembling fingers reached in and smoked the cigarette. Through the smog of smoke, look at the reflection yourself in the phone screen. Suddenly, he felt that he was on the screen, just like he was a few decades old. Chapter 42. I Want to Be a Scientist. What Lu Zhou didn't expect was that he was only a joke when he saw someone under the collar that was forwarded by the boss, and he actually received the offer from Shunfeng Group. Because there is no his mailbox, this offer is directly delivered to the school's transmission room, and the natural use is also a smooth delivery. And the most unfortunate thing is that when the transfer room hit his mobile phone and told him to pick up the pieces in the past, he didn't even think about what offer, and he directly removed the pieces there. They saw it. Perhaps someone has a job search experience in the wind. In short, the offer was recognized. Think of the thing that was pushed to the hot search a few days ago. Everyone knows this time, the original king of the wind is not a joke. This is good. Lu Zhou is not only on the collar, but also in the circle of friends in the school is even more screened. The forwarding of various worshipping cattle and worshipping tyrants makes him think that it is difficult to keep a low profile. Although in the Jinda area, it is not uncommon to learn to master, but it has not been seen by a few people who have been forced to this level. The freshman got the offer of 500,000 annual salary. If the enchanting graduate, then it will be. Even some graduated alumni are feeling that these 4 years of books are simply white. I learned the most popular direction, took a big certificate, worked hard in the workplace for 3 or 5 years, jumped 7 or 8 times, and finally took the 20 to 30k pre-tax monthly salary. Look at the mirror again, people to middle age, almost to thank. The annual salary of 500,000 is a figure that is enough for most people to look up. However, at the moment, Lu Zhou is somewhat upset. He is a bit entangled now. What should I do with this offer? Just when I received this offer yesterday, he has already read it several times. It must be said that the conditions set by Shunfeng Group are quite attractive, and promised him an annual salary of 500,000, as well as equity incentives after 3 years. Honestly, seeing this salary, Lu Zhou is really heartwarming. I don't want to be tempted. I will have 500,000 a year. In the future, there will be various salary increases and equity incentives. After 3 or 5 years, I have a house car. I will find a white fume that is worthy of his handsomeness. Life is a winner. However, thinking of his own pothole system, Lu Zhou suddenly silenced. Although the system pits him thousands of times, he always feels that the value of owning this system should be much more than that. At least, it's not 500,000 yuan to buy out. Elbow. Lu Gu, your offer, have you decided? Lu Rui originally wanted to call the elbow, but I don't know why, the words are on the lips, and I am suppressed by the life-winning life of the inside. I changed my mouth. Lu Zhou looked at Lu Rui, silent for a while, and suddenly said, "Are you envious now?" Lu Rui took the time and immediately said, "Is this nonsense? Who is not envious? Is it necessary to ask such a question?" Lu Zhou sighed, but I, ready to refuse. Lu Rui? Although he knew that the elbow had to be forced, he couldn't help but his mouth and couldn't help but ask. "What are you?" "A good opportunity." Lu Zhou Wang Tian said, "Because this is not the life I want." When I saw Lu Rui, he suddenly figured it out. The annual salary of 500,000 is enough for many people to look up, but that is only the goal of ordinary people. Not to mention that it is 500,000, even if it is a million-year salary, the offer of the world's top 100 or even the top 10 is essentially the same. Since you have a system, why do you still have to work for others? Lu Zhou completely figured it out. There is no such thing as working, and I will not work in this life. Lu Rui was speechless and asked, "Which life have you thought about?" "No, I mean, have money, do you think about life like this?" "I want to be a scientist." Lu Rui. "I am a fat tiger, I want to fight." After all, someone sent a serious email. Lu Zhou felt that if he used the email address on the offer to reply, it would still be too solemn. So he thought about it and finally decided to pick up the phone during the lunch break and make a phone call according to the number on the offer, euphemistically expressing his refusal. After listening to his rhetoric, the opposite side was silent for about 10 seconds, and suddenly said, "Is it too little? Then you come to the deep city, I will report the round-trip ticket, we can talk in person." Lu Zhou? Is HR so overbearing now? Seeing that Lu Zhou did not speak, the person at the other end of the phone cleared his throat and said softly, "I introduce Wang Wei under my introduction." Lying in the trough? The phone left on the offer is not the Human Resources Department? This president is very leisurely. If you let Wang Wei know what Lu Zhou is thinking at the moment, I don't know if he will vomit blood. I didn't feel shocked because I called myself on the Forbes list on Forbes's wealth list. Lu Zhou took a deep breath and continued, "It's not a matter of money and less money. I feel that I have learned a lot and there are still many things to be learning. So, although your proposal is tempting, I am currently unsuccessful in my employment. I am really sorry." However, the opposite did not give up. In the tone of an elder, continue to say, "A lot of things can be learned at work, and they are not necessarily in the ivory tower. I believe that you have come here and can learn more. More things that you are interested in. And to be honest, I think you can write such an algorithm now. There are not many things that the university can give you. What you need is resources and practical opportunities, and these are difficult for the school. For you, but I can." Having said that, he paused and smiled and continued, "If you are worried that academic qualifications will hinder your future promotion, you don't have to worry. Education is used to screen mediocrity, special talents. Not applicable, my person is more interested in ability, performance, not his grade point." Lu Zhou sighed and secretly admired. It is worthwhile to kill the cows on the Forbes fortune list from scratch. This kind of temperament, this spirit of eagerness and thirst, is replaced by 2 months ago. I am afraid that I will feel the grace of my knowledge, and I will worship it as a big brother. Right? It seems that there are still a lot of things that I have to learn. Sorry, Lu Zhou shook his head and said clearly. Although I am very grateful to you for looking at me so high, I have no plans to find employment now and in the future. I hope that we will meet as a partner next time. The phone was obviously squatting, and then he laughed out without any disguise. Ah, that's really exciting. The rejection is so thorough, and the rest of the nature has nothing to say. Hanging up the phone, Wang Wei smiled and shook his head and threw the phone on the table. This kid is very interesting to talk. Become a partner of Shunfeng Group? The tone is not small. If you want to go to this step, think about how to get through angel financing and talk about it. There are too many technicians to start their own businesses, and too many are killed on the beach. Without the favor of capital, there is no technology at all, and there is no chance to realize the technology at all. It's just those resignations that come from the name of entrepreneurship. He has seen how many copies he has seen. Chapter 43 have to be spared and spared? Non-existent. In the afternoon, it was still the latter classroom, and Lu Zhou accepted an interview with the Huagua Youth Daily. Speaking of it, this is already 2 interviews he received in a month. Moreover, this interview is different from the last time. The reporter of the Huagua Youth Daily, and he said that the content of the interview will not only appear in the newspaper, but the video may also be on the internet. It is precisely because of this, after the interview began, Lu Zhou was a little nervous. Interviewing him is a beautiful young lady, the voice is very good, probably a level with the announcer. The reporter smiled slightly and said, "Hello, classmates, can you start?" Lu Zhou nodded, "Yes, you ask." "Don't be so nervous, it's just a very simple question." The reporter smiled slightly, nodding his head to indicate that the photographer could start, and then put on a professional tone, and continued, "First, I want to interview you. How do you usually do?" "Learning? Is there anything wrong?" Lu Zhou thought for a moment and said, "There is nothing special about it. Usually I am a normal bubble library. Normal learning is not significantly different from other students." "Yes?" "It seems that Lu is a type that is more genius." The reporter smiled and continued to ask, "In our interviews with other students, I heard that you still have part-time jobs. How do you take care of your work while studying?" Lu Zhou said with a smile, "Part-time is mainly due to family conditions. I believe that as long as the time allocation is coordinated, it is still possible to take care of both." Although his mind is exactly the opposite. Part-time does not affect learning? Deceived. The reporter asked, "I heard that your sister is in high school?" Lu Zhou said, "Yes, after this summer vacation, I will be a sophomore." The reporter smiled slightly and continued, "I would like to ask your sister, and all the students who are preparing for the college entrance examination, do you have anything to say?" Lu Zhou looked at the camera and smiled in the sunshine. "Come on, I am waiting for you at Jinda." Over. The process is so short and the interview is over. Except that the last question is the soft wide that the school requires to implant, the other answers are his true answer. After the interview, the reporters of the Huagua Youth Daily began to clean up the equipment with the help of the staff of the school. After returning, they will also write today's report for interviews with other students. For Jinling University, this debate can be said to be a great victory. Not only did he clean up his own grievances, but he also praised the name in the media. Which university can train such a cow undergraduate? Whether it is cultivated by the school or not, it is always a relief for the school. At the last school leadership meeting, the president Su Jian repeatedly named Lu Zhou twice, which is to let the leaders of several colleges rise for a while. In particular, Director Lu, from the opening to the end of the conference, was full of red light, and he was not happy to close his mouth. What is political performance for faculty leaders? This is political achievements. Lu Zhou took the mineral water handed by the staff and took a sip, just to see Director Lu walked over to him. After taking a picture of Lu Zhou's shoulder, Director Lu said with a smile, "The performance was just right. In addition, the school's leader and I called and told me to tell you about the part-time job of distributing flyers and courier sorting. Try not to do it as much as possible. There are difficulties in life, and the school has a scholarship. This is almost already implied, the next scholarship is you." Lu Zhou cautiously asked, "So, can tutoring be?" "Of course, I can support my hands." Director Lu said with a smile, "The school does not prevent you from doing part-time work. It is just, when choosing a part-time job, it is still a matter of considering the type of work. It is not a waste of time to do those hard work. In fact, the most important thing is to be afraid of being told gossip. If someone jumps out of the angle, how can the Tutsao school make such a good college student go to the street to send flyers, mascots, scholarships, and so on, and then who to look for? Upon hearing the words of Director Lu Zhou breathed a sigh of relief. Let him continue to do tutoring. The scholarship will die for 10,000 yuan, or it will be a one-off. It is really not necessary for him to earn more tutoring. Right, there is one more thing, Director Lu cleared his throat and said with a smile. The one that has influenced your normal life some time ago, our school has decided to formally sue him. The lawyer is Professor Wang Haisheng from the law school. Let's not tell him that he is going to lose money, at least let him pay the price he deserves. You may need to testify in court at that time. You have no opinion? I would like to ask a university professor to go to court, and there is no one in this face. There may be a stop in the court of Jinling Court, and several of them in the court are his students. Lu Zhou thinks that there is a sense of picture when he thinks about it. Without saying anything, Lu Zhou shot his chest and said, I have no opinion. If necessary, please inform me to be present. It is advisable to chase after the poor, not to learn the overlord. Have to be spared and spared? Non-existent. For this kind of flies, you have to shoot in the dead. Before Lu Zhou did not mention the matter, there was no money and no energy to go to court. Now the school helps him to come and find a place. Where will he refuse? I can't wait to go to court now. After the interview, Lu Zhou went to the experimental building. Yesterday, after he said that he had received the offer and talked with Professor Tang asked him to come to the office today and said that he wanted to talk to him about it. The offer of the 500,000 year salary, did you really push it off? After listening to Lu Zhou's choice, Professor Tang still couldn't believe it because the kid's personality was visible at a glance. Moreover, that is 500,000. Yesterday, 2 graduate students in his office chatted about it and whispered there how bad luck had fallen on them. Not to mention the annual salary of 500,000, and half of them have decisively rolled away. Teacher, I have already considered it clearly. I want to dedicate my youth to the scientific research. Money can't erode my dreams. Lu Zhou said in a proper way. Professor Tang suddenly discovered that this kid has a bad problem besides like money. That is not honest, too much to brag about it. But always. This doesn't seem to be a bad thing? At the very least, he can get results, which is much more useful than those who can only brag about it. I am very pleased that you can make such a wise decision. Your future is definitely not just a 500,000 annual salary. I originally intended to persuade you, but now it seems that it is not used. After a pause, Professor Tang continued, and, about the invitation of the New York University, although standing in the position of a professor at Jinling University, I hope that you will stay. But standing in the position of a teacher, I must tell you, New York University. The invitation letter is an opportunity for you. You should consider it clearly and make a decision. If it is a good student, it doesn't matter if you go to stay with the school. But for Lu Zhou, a special talent who can produce results, the school naturally hopes that he can stay in the country and stay in the school. After all, the undergraduate can contribute to the SCI core journals, and may have become a graduate student. Even the Fields Prize has been won? Going to study in the US? It will take a lot of money to hear it. Not to mention language and cultural habits are also a big problem. Lu Zhou thought for a while, and finally shook his head and said with a smile, I still can't. I think Jinling University is very good, and I told my sister that I have to wait for her here. Professor Tang's face also showed a happy smile. You can think so well. The school leader asked me to do your ideological work. It seems that I can't use it now. If you stay in our gold, I don't dare to pack tickets, and the scholarships and insurance research in the next 3 years are still stable. Lu Zhou said with a smile, that is really, thank you very much. These are all right, Professor Tang nodded and smiled. Okay, I have nothing to say. Go back and write a letter to New York University, then prepare your modeling contest. I hope to see your name on the list of Gui. Lujo smiled and nodded, well, sure. Chapter 44 Resentment from a Single Dog. Morning, the library. Lu Zhou, who has finally been freed from the turmoil, has come to study here as always. As usual, I met Chen Xuejie, who was preparing for the postgraduate exam. When discussing math topics, I just talked about what happened some time ago. When he heard that Lu Zhou refused the offer, Chen Yushan widened his eyes. You rejected the offer of the wind? That is the offer of 500,000 annual salary. Unlike his style. Yeah, don't I go to school, run the city to give people a job? Lu Zhou rolled his eyes. That doesn't kill my old man. Oh, well, if you pick up, you can't continue to go to college. Chen Yushan nodded and poked his chin with a pen. That's still not going. It's important to get a diploma. Lu Zhou smiled. In his opinion, the diploma is really not important. However, from the perspective of the tasks assigned by the system, it is more convenient to complete it in a school. I want to see what books I can find in the library, and the literature of Haunet can be downloaded for free, and I can't talk to the professor. God knows that after he leaves the school gate, this broken system will give him some incredible tasks. Before I raise the level, I still stay honestly. Anyway, he wants to start a business with a high-tech route. Is there a place more suitable for scientific research than a school? Chen Yushan, yes, my aunt asked me to ask if there is any space at night. Lu Zhou, is it free? What happened? Chen Yushan, she wants us to have a meal. Eat a meal? Why? Lu Zhou looked at Chen Yushan inexplicably. Nothing is unreliable, why don't you want to eat for no reason? Of course, if someone insists on asking, he will definitely not refuse. Chen Yushan said with a smile, did you not always help my cousin to tutor? This month's monthly test results came out. Her math results were unexpectedly good. My aunt wanted to invite you to dinner, thank you. Of course, as a referrer, I also have a credit, so I definitely want to go. Lu Zhou asked with a smile, how many points did she take? 116. I heard that after the score came down, I was happy with her. My aunt is also, I haven't seen her laughing for a long time. Chen Yushan's mouth curled up and said, can't see you teach mathematics or there is a set. High school mathematics. Review outline, wrong title, 3-year college entrance examination 3-year simulation. With these 3 big pieces, I will take the time to learn and the scores will not be too bad. As for the high scores, it still depends on talent. Some people are naturally sensitive to numbers, and you can't do anything. It's hard to catch up with hard work. For example, Lu Zhou used to have a cow in the next high school class. The 2-dimensional equations can be seen at a glance without using a pen. Every time the math teacher talks about the papers, when it comes to those stupid points, they will mention the freak like them. Han Mingqi's words, I can see that there are still some talents to study science, at least I have taught her things again, and will not go wrong when I test her. I believe that as long as she is willing to learn positively, the problem of catching up is still not big. Lu Zhou smiled and continued, maybe because your cousin and my sister are almost the same age, the children in this age group, the important thing is to communicate. Do you still have a sister? Chen Yushan's eyes lit up. Just then, there was a heavy cough in the front row. A strong grievance floated, and the 2 men closed their mouths. That is the resentment from a single dog. Chen Yushan spit out her tongue, drafting the manuscript, and moved the stool back to her position. It's not very good to say that there is laughter in the library. Even a small voice will affect other people's learning. Lu Zhou realized this time, and smiled embarrassedly, stopped talking, and continued to pick up the books in his hands. Last night, I broke the last topology, and the textbook on mathematics on the list was finished. The next subject waiting for him to conquer is informatics. In the list given by the system, there are not many books on the field of informatics, and there are only 3 books in total. One of them involves a completely new algorithm, and the other 2 are mainly advanced knowledge of C++. The only trouble is that if you want to learn advanced programming knowledge, it is difficult to read the book, and you have to eat it together with a lot of literature. It is not an easy task to pick out something truly valuable from the vast computer papers of the sea. It is also this moment that Lu Zhou has profoundly realized how abhorrently the true academic cancer that is madly watered in journals. In the evening, Lu Zhou packed up things and went to the school gate with Chen Yushan. A white Maserati stopped at the side of the road, and the girl in summer was standing at the door of the open car. After seeing the two, Han Mingqi raised his toes and waved in the direction of the two. Speaking of it, this is the first time Lu Zhou has seen Ms. Yang's car. This high-end model really surprised him. It is worthwhile to be a rich person who starts a company. Just like a car, I am afraid that I can get a house for ordinary people. Upon meeting, Han Mingqi hugged her sister's arm and said with a smile, "Sister, you finally came out, waiting for you for a long time." This little girl is probably the kind that is passionate to acquaintances and very refusing to strangers. At least Lu Zhou has never seen her so cheerful in front of her, so unprepared. Of course, it may be because the monthly test is good, plus the summer vacation for 20 days, the little girl will be a bit smug. At this time, Ms. Yang also opened the door and walked down from the car. When she saw Lu Zhou, she smiled and nodded. "Mr. Lu, Meng Qi's mathematics, thank you." "You're welcome, this is what I should do." Lu Zhou smiled. Speaking of this is the first time he saw Ms. Yang's face with a smile, not a courtesy smile. However, the tension between the mother and the daughter does not seem to ease much. At least when she saw her mother, Han Mingqi condensed her smile and did not look at her. Did not care about her daughter's coldness to her. Ms. Yang and her niece greeted each other, then smiled and said, "Get on the bus," and turned back to the car. Han Mingqi took the lead in occupying the back seat. Chen Yushan and Lu Zhou looked at each other and exchanged opinions for a moment. Lu Zhou, who is sitting in front? Chen Yushan, or I am going. Lu Zhou, let's go. Chen Yushan opened the door and sat in the front row, while Lu Zhou was sitting next to Han Mingqi. The car started and slowly got on the road. Han Mingqi looked at Lu Zhou and looked at it. The corner of his mouth curled up and cleared his throat. "Hey, tell you a good news." I feel that this sentence is probably talking to myself. Lu Zhou smiled and asked, "What good news?" Han Mingqi's eyes turned. "Well, I won't tell you first. You guess my monthly test score." "How many maths?" 116? Cut, venting the problem, not counting. "It must be the sister told you, right?" Han Mingqi looked up and dissatisfied with a small mouth, sitting in the front row of Chen Yushan's shoulders kept shaking. It was obvious that there was a sneer. "If you don't count, it's not awkward, we don't gamble." Lu Zhou looked helpless. "Meng Qi." Ms. Yang, who was driving, whispered. Han Mingqi still pouted, but he did not speak. It can be seen that this girl is still somewhat awkward to her mother. But think about it too. When I meet an aging mother who has installed more than a dozen cameras at home, is it personal? Because of this mother and daughter, the atmosphere in the car is somewhat fascinating. In addition to Chen Yushan occasionally chatting with her aunt, Han Mingqi basically just stared at the window with her side, no more words. At this time, Ms. Yang, who was driving, suddenly asked, "I heard that you pushed off the offer of SF Group." Lu Zhou squatted slightly and then smiled. "Well, yes." "Even you know it?" Ms. Yang asked, "I plan to start a business?" Lu Zhou said, "There is indeed this plan, but it is still based on academics." Ms. Yang nodded and continued, "If you have any good ideas and need financing, you can call me. Although I can't help a lot, I can help you introduce a few angel investors." "Of course, can you make it? The key is to see if your project itself has a flash, and how BP and PPT do it." Lu Zhou was sitting in danger and listening very seriously. These things are the experience of successful people, and it is difficult to teach him in class. However, Han Mengqi does not seem to like the mother's preaching. He snorted softly and whispered, "Because you are off work, you can't talk less about work." The daughter's words made Ms. Yang slightly stunned. In the car, I fell silent again. Chapter 45, Thinking About Fear. The car stopped. Unexpectedly, Lu Zhou thought that Ms. Yang would take them to the place that seemed to be unusual, and the destination was in a small street far from the city. The marble-decorated facade, located in the depths of its ugly streets, was unexpectedly not buried in the row of small shops, but was set off to stand out from the crowd. Perhaps this is the style of the rich? Lu Zhou is not very understanding. After getting out of the car, Ms. Yang walked in front and took a group of people to walk inside the restaurant. The decor of the restaurant, with a low profile outside the restaurant, is completely different from the world. Under the marble statue at the entrance, the water flows through it, and various potted plants complement the Western landscape, bringing out a sense of beauty between China and the West. Lu Zhou can now be sure that in such a deep alley to open such a Western restaurant, the owner of this restaurant is not particularly rich. It is no place to spend more money. 4 people. Please, please. The waiter made a gesture of respect and walked with a group of people to the deck on the second floor. Han Mengqi is still not willing to sit with her mother, sitting strong next to Lu Zhou. Chen Yushan was still sitting next to her aunt when she was in the car. After the group entered the seat on the deck, the waiter brought a glass of lemonade to each of the 4 people and placed 2 menus on the table. After opening the menu, Ms. Yang smiled and said, "The taste of this restaurant is very good, especially quiet. There is no ambiguity in the city. In places like Jinling City, it is not easy to find such a restaurant. I recommend it here. The steak, if the steak doesn't suit the taste, the paella is also quite good. Please, please, please don't be polite today. Then I will be welcome." Lu Zhou smiled cautiously, looking at the menu, but his eyebrows jumped. Hold the grass, good Nima expensive. What kind of 888 steak, or come to the fried rice, hold the grass. Are there hundreds of fried rice? Slaughter, this is. However, looking at Ms. Yang's expression, it seems that she did not feel anything wrong. Lu Zhou can't help but feel the emotion. It is worthy of being a rich man, feeling that the concept of consumption and himself are not in a dimension. Han Mengqi was not polite with her mother. She grabbed the menu in Lu Zhou and quickly flipped it over. She pointed to the picture above and said, "I want a Philippine apple with steak. And this ice cream." Chen Yushan also had a natural meal. It's the turn of the boat. Lu Zhou thought about it and finally chose Spanish paella. First, I have never eaten anyway, and I don't want to be too inky. The second is that for him, eating with a knife and fork is still too particular. He is a habitual person, and it is better not to lose people. As for Ms. Yang, she only ordered a salad. Looking at the weight on the picture, Lu Zhou could not help but wonder if this thing can really be full? Perhaps it was because there were not many people in the restaurant, and the dishes soon came up. Looking at the steaming seafood risotto, Lu Zhou can't help but move his index finger. Especially the green mussels and scallops sprinkled in garlic, it looks quite delicious. Sitting next to Han Mengqi, he had not started the spoon and quickly stole a piece of green mussel. Lu Zhou brows and jumps, but does not want to see her, so pretending not to see. However, Han Mengqi's small movement apparently did not escape her mother's eyes. Mengqi. Sure enough, Ms. Yang reprimanded. The smile on Han Mengqi's face faded and he snorted and looked to the side. Yang. Ms., I don't think it's necessary to be so strict. Han Mengqi may be just a joke. Lu Zhou smiled and mediated. This is a polite question. Ms. Yang did not give in and said seriously. Lu Zhou looked helpless and said nothing. When others educate their children, he really has nothing to say. At most, there is some sympathy. After the dinner started, the atmosphere was a bit silent. Feeling the Cold War between the mother and the daughter, Lu Zhou and Chen Yushan looked at each other and saw helplessness from each other's eyes. Chen Yushan, sorry, I don't know if it will become like this. Lu Zhou, it doesn't matter, I actually expected it. Okay? Lu Zhou suddenly found that he seemed to have mastered a new skill. Can you communicate with people just by looking at your eyes? What is this? How many tacit understandings have been cultivated in the library with my eyes? Still system. In order to confirm this, Lu Zhou looked at Han Mengqi. It seems useless. Being stared by Lu Zhou was uncomfortable. Han Mengqi's face was red and he went back and said, "Look, what are you doing?" "Oh, nothing, just think that you are eating very fragrant." Realizing his abruptness, Lu Zhou quickly regained his sight and found a reason. Fortunately, Ms. Yang got up and took a call from the seat, not paying attention to the little tricks of the two. Otherwise, I always feel that it is not so good to be seen by the severe woman. In short, Han Mengqi actually believed in Lu Zhou's reason, throwing a small piece of steak into his mouth, chewing, and vaguely said, "Well, it's okay, you haven't done it yet." I was a little embarrassed to be praised. Lu Zhou smiled and said modestly, "If you praise me so much, there is no benefit. I have never said a lie to this person. If you don't believe me, there is no way." Han Mengqi rolled his eyes. "You will still cook?" Chen Yushan looked at the opposite side of the boat, stunned in surprise, "Can't see it." Of course, he can do delicious. Especially that, what is it? Mapo tofu, anyway, super delicious. Han Mengqi has not answered the question before. That expression is like showing off. "It's very spicy when I hear it," Chen Yushan shrank her neck. The last time Lu Zhou took her to eat spicy food, she gave her a spicy shadow. At this time, Ms. Yang returned to the deck, and next to her was a man who looked very refined. "Mengqi, don't say hello to my uncle?" The man smiled. "Uncle is good, my uncle will see you again." Han Mengqi did not lift his head, and said awkwardly, "You are this child." Ms. Yang sighed and looked at the man with a slight apology. "Sorry, Mengqi is now, for everyone." "Nothing." The man smiled slyly and greeted Chen Yushan, nodded, then looked at Lu Zhou, and suddenly his eyes lit up. "Are you Lu?" Lu Zhou was a little surprised. He didn't know when he was so famous. He was recognized by a man. Obviously, even if he is on campus, few people can recognize him. Although he was confused how he knew his name, Lu Zhou stood up subconsciously and politely grasped his hand. "Hello, may you? I am the manager of this restaurant, and also a friend of Ms. Yang." The man smiled and shook hands with Lu Zhoushan's hand, then released. The boy is not bad, even the total offer of Wang refused. It's just that the school is busy and feels powerless. Lu Zhou's words were deliberate, but his heart was voicing. Isn't that pushing an offer, which is already the first few? Dhu Haifeng Du Haifeng, knowing, we'll have a chance to talk later. Handed a business card to Lu Zhou's hand, Du Haifeng said with a smile, "You should eat it first, I will not bother you." It may be because Han Mengqi's coldness made him feel uncomfortable, or perhaps because he had something to do. In short, he really didn't stay here, he turned and left. Sitting back to the deck, Lu Zhou picked up the business card and looked at it. The shareholder of Haifeng Capital? In short, this business card is closed first. There is no more harm than a road. If he wants to start a business in the future, he really needs contacts in this area. Seeing that Lu Zhou accepted the man's business card, Han Mengqi seemed to be somewhat unhappy. Captured the change of this expression, Lu Zhou heart randomly analyzed a wave. Is this Mr. Du, and the relationship with Ms. Yang is not normal? Everyone is an adult, one is a woman who is unfortunate but has a good family style, and the other is a mature man with a talent. Even if there are some stories in the domestic TV series that are popular, it seems not very strange. Some are difficult to evaluate. Emotional things, once involved in the family, everything will become complicated. Lu Zhou does not want to intervene in the lives of others too much. He is still very clear on this point. Han Mingqi glanced at the mother and lowered his voice. He whispered to the side of the boat and said, "This guy is not a good person, you have to be careful." Okay. Because of the misunderstanding, Lu Zhou looked at her with a caring look, and might even have some sympathy. Although the father is not recommended, but the parents really want to remarry, the child will still be in conflict? Seeing that Lu Zhou obviously did not take what he said, Han Mingqi was anxious and said, "I mean it." Lu Zhou looked at her strangely, "I don't believe you." "You," biting his teeth, it seems that he decided to go out. Han Mingqi's eyes swayed from side to side, suddenly looked to one side, lowered his voice and continued, "I saw this uncle do. He likes men." Lu Zhou? The last sentence is too shocking. Think of the phrase, "the boy is good." Scared Lu Zhou almost did not throw the business card in the pocket out of the window. Chapter 46 Night Brush Python. After dinner, Ms. Yang drove Lu Zhou and Chen Yushan back to the school. Before leaving, Han Mingqi reluctantly said goodbye. Starting tomorrow, her summer vacation is about to begin. According to Ms. Yang, she will go to Shanghai in the summer vacation and stay until the end of the month on her father's side. During this time, it is naturally impossible to make up the class. The next time you make up the class, you have to wait until September to continue. Walking on the tree-lined path leading to the dormitory, Chen Yushan asked her face, "I am going to go to the bedroom to recite the words. What about you?" Lu Zhou thought about it and said, "I will go to the library and sit for a while." Chen Yushan said with emotion, "School brother, you were so the freshman year, so the pressure on the school sister is really great." Lu Zhou smiled and said modestly, "It's not a special effort. I don't have to stay alone, there is one in my bedroom." Chen Yushan looked at the sky and sighed, now the new and new are changing. Is it? The two separated up in the vicinity of the dormitory building. Lu Zhou first went to the library, packed up the things on the table, and then went to the empty classroom of the teaching building. Turned on the light and found a seat to sit down. Lu Zhou poured the contents of the backpack on the table and looked at the wall clock in front of the classroom. It is exactly 8 o'clock. Now taking a focused capsule, it's absolutely effective for 5 hours, and the end of the drug is exactly 1 o'clock. According to the results of previous tests, the limit state can be maintained until 5 in the morning. Wake up is about 12 o'clock, just go to the cafeteria for a lunch, then go to the school computer room. Unscrewed the mineral water bottle, Lu Zhou took a deep breath and took a capsule from the pill bottle in his hand and threw it into his mouth to drink it. The feeling of climbing like an ant, once again crawling from the back of the head to the eyebrows, everything in the field of vision has become more clear than ever. It's like opening a hang. No, he has already opened it. 1 minute and 1 second was not willing to waste. Lu Zhou quickly took out the introduction to the Python language on the table. After reading the catalog, I went to the first page and swept along the lines above. There is a joke that tells us that the best way for a group of weak programs to make a big hit is to shout a scream in front of this group of programs, which programming language is the most popular. Then they will probably be divided into C++, Java, Python and so on, and then they will fight a lot, and they have to stop and kill. Therefore, it is meaningless to argue which language is pros and cons, only the most appropriate language, and not the best language. A good programmer can't master only one language. It's like a general. It's not enough to command infantry. You have to command highly mobile cavalry, long-range support archers. As for tanks, cannons, and airplanes, they may be stored in the system's database, but now he is not in contact. Functionally speaking, C++ is more like a Swiss Army knife. It has strong operability and is almost omnipotent. You can use it to do some fine work, but in the face of some large engineering things, it is not so handy. For example, if you want to build a car, you may have to build it from the wheel. In contrast, Python is similar to Java and is an interpreted language that is itself a wheel. If you want to build a car quickly, choosing Python is undoubtedly the best choice, because it is simple and rude. It is the cavalry in the code world. Because the code itself is highly readable, users don't have to spend too much time on grammar. It can realize the user's ideas in the shortest time. For example, if you want to make a web page, using Python will be much easier than using C++, and it will look more concise. For Lu Zhou, who has mastered the basic skills of C++, it is not too difficult to overcome Python. It only takes time to keep the basic knowledge in mind. As for the actual operation and method summary, it can be put into tomorrow. Even without the help of the capsule, he believes that he can do well. The next day, Lu Zhou, who was kneeling on the table, opened his eyes in confusion, and there were red marks on his face. As in the previous times, when the brain overloaded to the critical point, he finally fainted himself, and the process of falling asleep was omitted. This feeling is really cool, and it is more enjoyable than drinking and drinking. On one side, the brain is constantly filled with knowledge at a speed visible to the naked eye. On the other hand, the spirit is highly excited to the limit. It is like the cultivation of immortals to the late stage of the robbery. It is only a step away from the robbery. Only the after effects are obvious, especially the problem of sleeping position, half of the fart. The stock is suspended, so that when he stood up, the thigh on the right side was almost unaware, almost did not fall on the ground. It seems that I have to apply for a bed in the classroom with the school. Oh, it seems unrealistic. Holding the desk stabilized, Lu Zhou stunned the groggy brain. Task progress November 30th? Yesterday, he had finished the whole book Introduction to Python. Although the whole Python language is not proficient, the basic use is more than enough. What time is it? Looked up and looked at the wall clock. Lu Zhou's face changed. Oops, it's 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and the cafeteria will be closed at this time. I want to go out to school to eat. I am afraid that I will starve to death on the road. The look changed, and Lu Zhou finally sighed. Forget it, take a bowl of noon at noon and face the payment. Yesterday I just ate the taste of the mountain, and I just ate the simplicity of today. Going to the supermarket to buy a bucket of noodles, Lu Zhou wandered back to the school building. The water heater has a teaching building, it can be used by swiping, and it is free. The only uncomfortable thing is that when the water is out, it is fast and slow, and it is easy to burn. With the soaked noodles, I found a classroom on the first floor. Lu Zhou was sitting in the first row, and no image sucked. A bowl of noodles, there is something in the stomach. Lu Zhou wiped his mouth and was about to get up and take the garbage out. He heard a heavy cough coming from the back. Ha! Is there someone in the classroom? Lu Zhou's expression was awkward because he didn't notice it when he came in. Go back and have a look. Skillful. Actually, Wang classmates. Lu Zhou went to say hello and smiled and said, "You didn't go home?" Wang Xiaodong did not speak, and he looked at the expression, "Do you still ask?" Then, the topic is naturally interrupted. Some subtle flaws. Lu Zhou is preparing to say hello, but at this time, Wang Xiaodong is eye-catching to note that the side of the book exposed from his shoulder bag is exactly what he has seen. The eyebrows can't help but pick the pick. Wang Xiaodong asked, "Are you reading the programming book?" "Ha? Doesn't this guy play the collar and not look at the circle of friends?" Lu Zhou looked at the schoolmaster with a strange look. When the last Huagui Youth Daily came to Jinda for an interview, he and the 9 computer papers should be screened. Is there anyone else who is surprised at programming? However, it is strange to say that Lu Zhou did not feel that there was anything wrong with it. He was originally a relatively low-key type, so he just smiled and said modestly, "Well, I've been interested in it recently, just look at it. Python language? This is really a good language, especially suitable for programming beginners. If you are a freshman now, you should have already finished C++. If you want to have a deeper understanding of programming, it is a good choice to start with Python. What about the book list? There is no study plan. When I talked about what I was good at, Wang Xiaodong's rare words increased. Hey, I just take a look, there is no plan. Lu Zhou suddenly felt that this guy's enthusiasm was too difficult to cope with. That can't be done. Language is an esoteric knowledge. Only systematic learning can make the foundation strong. I recommend a few books to you, and the library can borrow them. If you are interested, you can go and see. As he said, and regardless of whether Lu Zhou agreed, he took a pen and wrote a long list of books on the draft paper. Looking at the list of books written on the draft paper, Lu Zhou numbscalp, I can't help but think, this guy and Lin Yuxiang stay together, is this style? Also, she can afford it. Of course, he is very grateful for the book provided by Mr. Shueba, but it is hard to say whether he has a chance to use it. If you have something you don't understand, you can ask me. Pushing the glasses, Wang Xiaodong said with no expression. For sure. Lu Zhouyu talked a few words, and slipped away after eating the instant noodle bucket. Chapter 47 Develop an App Training. The room was quite deserted and I couldn't see a person. After all, this is the summer vacation, the generals of the postgraduate examinations generally do not use computers. Going over and turning on the air conditioner, Lu Zhou casually found a machine to sit down, enter his own student number and password, and skillfully log into the computer. The reason why I chose the school's computer room is mainly because the programs written in the Python language are mainly run under the Linux system. Learning the Python language directly under the Linux environment can be said to be twofold. Lu Zhou's own second-hand notebook is too junk. The paper has to be suspended for a while in a PDF format. It's awkward, and everyone else is starting to line up. He only stands on the spring, and the dual system or virtual machine is not used. Want. Although the books are very clear, I didn't expect this thing to be so troublesome to use. Sure enough, the things on paper are completely different from the actual operation. I still have to practice by trying to learn things. The first time I used the Linux system, I only felt that my eyes were scratching. After watching the instructions borrowed from the library for a while, I was able to figure out the doorway. I have to say that it is reasonable for other people's Windows system to occupy such a large market share. The full pattern operating system can be easily used even if it has not touched the computer's white. However, the Linux system is different. It is basically a command line mode of operation, and everything can be done through the keyboard. Fortunately, the school is equipped with a distribution with a desktop environment, or if you have a boat, you really don't know what the mouse is. Of course, the advantages of Linux are also obvious. The superior customizability and security make it more suitable for servers and other fields than Windows systems. And once you are familiar with the command line operation, the efficiency will be several times higher than the Windows system. Therefore, many companies will ask when they are recruiting programmers at the front and back of the server, whether they will use Linux. Familiar with the basic operation of the Linux system, Lu Zhou opened the Python software, opened the book, and sat in front of the computer in a daze. Speaking of, one of the uses of Python is to write web crawlers. If you want to test the results of your learning, it is best to start from this. But what is a crawler? Lu Zhou could not help but fall into meditation. Climb the blog on the collar? Crawl the post of the post? It seems quite boring. The key is that the data that climbed down was useless in your hand, and there was no place to put it. Suddenly, his heart moved, somehow recalled the painful experience of going home every time. Not because of his computer card, but because the UI design of the official website of the Ministry of Railways is really anti-human. Use crawler technology to crawl the stations, trains, and ticket information of the 12306 website. This seems to be possible. At the thought of this, Lu Zhou was no longer tempered, and immediately began to work. After all, as a typical application example of the Python language, the template of the crawler program is mentioned in the book, and the algorithm has been improved to different degrees for different situations. Of course, 12306 is not a general BBS forum after all. It is not difficult to use this as a practice target for beginners. However, it is not only small, but for Lu Shuaba, who has already thoroughly read the whole book, the problem is not big. The reptile itself is not too technically difficult, and the entire program is fixed in less than 30 lines of code, perfect for running without bugs. Then it's followed by grabbing. Copy the URL of the website behind the code, select the ship to run, and generate the data into the pre-built folder. Immediately after the fan of the chassis began to hum, the computer became stuck, and the line-by-line code flashed from the black dialog box and was quickly sorted into the form. Looking at the folder that is constantly being filled, I feel in the heart of Lu Zhou, leaning against the chair. The Python language is really convenient, so it's no wonder that so many big cows recommend this stuff. Looking at the information that the line of data flashed, Lu Zhou really had the illusion of adding hackers. But of course, it's just an illusion, and I can't even talk about it. After all, this stuff and the hacking technique are completely out of reach. It is not illegal to crawl public information from the server. At most, there is a suspicion of crowding out other server resources, which will be hated by the major webmasters. Therefore, many small websites will be equipped with anti-reptile programs. The technical high point will either make you climb anything or climb down the garbled characters. The low technical content can also be monitored by the number of visits. Your IP. However, the 12,306 website is obviously not so stingy. Think about a monopoly giant that doesn't even care about the user experience. Will you care about the server resources? As long as you don't toss the server of lousy to the streets, who will take care of you? Looking at the data of the trains that are constantly piled up in the folder, Lu Zhou's eyes turned and wondered if he would use it to do something? Be a booking ticket website? It seems that some of them have taken off their pants and fart. Suddenly, Lu Zhou's heart moved. Or be an online booking app? When this tentative idea came out, it took root in his heart uncontrollably. Although there are many third-party booking apps on the web, the official booking app is really not. If he can make a difference, sell it to interested operators, maybe even earn some living expenses. As soon as the issue of money was involved, Lu Zhou suddenly got to the heart, and his mind began to figure out. Technically, it is very difficult to independently complete the development of an app from front-end to back-end. It is far from being able to write a simple crawler program, but it is not impossible. What's more, the algorithm that can't be solved can still ask the system. The consumption of the integral query data itself is also a learning process. When he completed the reward task and unlocked the branch of the artificial intelligence LV0 technology, these valuable experiences will definitely come in handy. It's just that you have to spend a lot of money to buy and maintain a server. It's a big expense to run the server's electricity bill and various maintenance costs. And his card has less than 10,000 pieces. I am afraid it is difficult to burn a small flame. After biting his teeth, Lu Zhou decided to overcome these problems. Even the annual salary of 500,000 has been abandoned. What else can't be done? Even if you rush to the street, it's fine to be a master. So, Lu Zhou closed the program, and did not rush to start changing the code, but opened the Word document, just like the outline of the paper, began to design the application development process outline. The train ticket query must crawl real-time data, the performance requirements of the server are very high, and the code must be as simple as possible. The interface can be simple, but the information must be accurate and comprehensive. You can refer to the mainstream third-party booking app, but it must not be completely similar. There must be innovation. Written here, Lu Zhou's index finger gently rubbed the keyboard, thinking for a long time, and then began to hit the keyboard. The first is to automatically grab the ticket. This should not be innovative. A long time ago, Cheetah 360 browsers already have this feature. But hang up and automatically brush the ticket. It seems that I haven't seen it yet. When I thought about the winter vacation last year, the booking was booked late, and several animals in the dormitory sat in front of the computer and pressed F5 for half an hour before they brushed out. A few tickets to go back. Lujo deeply felt that it is not easy for the masses of hardworking people to go home for the new year. By constantly refreshing the official website data, there are certain metaphysical probabilities that will brush out some votes, some of which are refunds from other users, and some Lujo are not sure how to come out, but this function can be considered. For example, setting a time period in several train times, the server will automatically help the user to automatically refresh the data and submit the order at the moment when the remaining ticket appears. As for the several snatching softwares he has seen so far, it seems that this feature is not yet available. And in terms of algorithms, it doesn't seem to be very difficult to implement. Thinking of this, Lujo looked up at the wall clock. It is 1 p.m. now. Save the Word document. Lujo slammed his sleeves and put his hands on the keyboard. Get started. Chapter 48. I was able to make a fortune by writing a thesis. Busy for a whole day, at 10 o'clock in the evening, Lujo copied the program into the U-disk and shut down the computer. It is impossible to explode the liver continuously. I just started to brush up this Python yesterday, and I have to go to bed early this night. After all, he still wants to live for a few more years. According to the original plan, tomorrow he is preparing to follow the system recommended book list and begin to study the advanced knowledge of C++. But now it seems that his plan has to make some minor adjustments. For example, if you don't delay the normal task, look at 2 advanced usage books on the Python language. I didn't expect this book to come in handy so quickly. Looking at the draft paper that Wang Shuachang had hard to give himself, Lujo said quietly in his heart, "Good people are safe in their lives." The summer vacation has passed very quickly, and in the blink of an eye it is in mid-August. I don't know if it is a system that secretly engages in ghosts. Recently, Lujo found that he was more and more addicted to learning and could not extricate himself. Lu Rue said that he was konjac, but Lujo did not feel it. He agrees that learning is a boring thing, but the process of acquiring knowledge is happy. This sentence sounds contradictory, but it is not. After all, not all learning behaviors are able to acquire knowledge. When a person spends a few hours facing the textbook, the line does not look into it. It is also boring to change the monk who chanting every day. But if you can look at every word, every line of knowledge, and fully understand, feel the process from scratch, even if no one urges, it will naturally indulge in. Up to now, the system's reward task has been completed to 25/30ths, leaving only the last 5 mechanical engineering and IC design and other professional books. If you let Lujo look at it 2 months ago, it must be incomprehensible, but if it is now, with the theoretical foundations of the 2 courses of mathematics and physics to support, just by getting started as a standard, he thinks the problem should be small. On the other hand, the focus of Lujo's main attack is still in informatics. How to say that the level of information science LV1 is also the price he spent so much, it is a pity to not use it. It took nearly a month before and after, and the development of the app was finally completed, and the final bug was checked. This process is far more difficult than he imagined, but fortunately he was eventually overcome by him. As a result, Lujo's app development experience has also achieved a breakthrough from 0 to 1. The name of the app is called the Campus Train. As the name suggests, the focus is on the promotion of the student groups of major universities. No money, please special original paintings. The app interface is very general, the picture material is free material found on the internet, but the style is simple and smooth. In order to learn the development of Android programs, he also learned some heap development tools and saw a lot of programming videos of technical big cows, and these jobs are all done by the time he squeezed out. As for the porting of the iOS platform, Lujo really didn't have the energy to do it, or wait until later. The problem now is that you need to find a server with good quality. If there is no server, it can only be used on the computer to let the friends in the 201 bedroom use one, and it can't talk about what benefits the society. When Lu Zhou was worried about the server, Lao Tang suddenly called him to the office. When he entered the office, Professor Tang smiled and gestured to him to sit casually, and then he asked with joy, "How have you been recently?" "It's very good. What is the teacher?" Lu Zhou said with a smile. Professor Tang smiled and continued, "I am going to September, and Director Lu wants me to come to you and find out what is going on. It's okay to prepare, anyway, I think I should have no problem here, just look at how the other two teammates are prepared." Lu Zhou replied with a smile. "That's good, this game is an opportunity. I hope you can grasp it. I will not ask more about this. Your teacher Lu knows this aspect better than me. If there is no place, even if he asks him, said here." Professor Tang paused and looked at Lu Zhou and said with a smile, "Is it studying recently? Is it a new name? God! This has been discovered by you." Lu Zhou looked at Professor Tang in surprise and asked, "How did you know?" "I just asked this question casually." "Your kid really didn't let me worry." Professor Tang leaned back on the office chair, unscrewed the mug and drank his mouth. "Let's say, what is this time? This is not a research result worth mentioning." Lu Zhou smiled embarrassedly. "I just heard that my classmates complained that it is not easy to buy a train ticket during the peak season of school holidays. I tried to write a ticket app." Lu Zhou's answer was to ask Professor Tang to squat and ask, frowning, "How did you start to research the computer?" He originally thought that Lu Zhou had made any research results quietly during this period of time. As a result, he did not expect that Lu Zhou had no drums in mathematics during this time, and he ran to the drums and computers. "When I last met, I was still asking him questions about Mason's prime number. This is not a stick of the East one Shantou, this is not a monkey glutinous rice." Lu Zhou is also very puzzled. How can even Professor Tang be like this? Is his mathematical talent completely obscured by the talent on the computer? It is obvious that most of the month ago, the Huagua youth daily praised him for his all-round talent. "Hey, haven't I always been researching computers?" Lu Zhou tried to correct it. Professor Tang, slightly stunned, as if he had thought about it, he smiled and coughed and asked, "Would you like to switch to computer science next semester?" Lu Zhou shook his head and said, "There is no such plan yet. I think it is very important to learn mathematics very well. It is very helpful for other subjects, and even if it is replaced by other departments, it may not be suitable for me." In this sentence, he said that there is no fake. When learning about the big things and the basis of organic and inorganic chemistry in the past, the knowledge of mathematics really came in handy. Computers are also a hot profession. If you want to switch to a major, I don't object. Although according to my personal point of view, if you can continue to delve into this aspect of mathematics, there will be more. I have taught so many years. Books, your talent is rare, Professor Tang sighed. Of course, I also know that you are not the kind of person who can withstand the temper, can sit in the lab and do research. It is too impetuous. Lu Zhou is somewhat unpredictable, and Lao Tang is criticizing himself or praise himself. Or is it a pity? Forget it, don't say this, you will comprehend yourself. Professor Tang sighed and shook his head. I am looking for you today, mainly because I want to talk to you about the paper and see if you have any new ones recently. The result, I did not expect that you ran to the drum computer this month, I am asking for it. Lu Zhou's eyebrows jumped, and my heart said that I had a lot of papers. You are afraid that I will fill the water. I didn't use this pen in January. You didn't complain that I didn't do anything right, and I was wrong with it. Of course, if you think so, you can't say that. Lu Zhou coughed and said with a smile, Teacher, mathematics. I have done so well, I have tried my best. Professor Tang waved his hand and did not refute it. He placed the mug on his desk, that line, just like this, you can leave a bank card number and you can go back here. Bank card number? Lu Zhou squatted. Looking at the surprised expression on the student's face, Professor Tang squinted and smiled. How? You look so surprised, haven't you heard of this? Hey, what's the matter? Lu Zhou brows and jumps, there is a bad feeling. A few days ago, the school opened a meeting, saying that it is necessary to vigorously support individual scientific research activities, encourage students to innovate in knowledge. Let us go back to statistics. How many SCIs were published by the colleges in the last school year, said Professor Tang. For a moment, smiled and continued, in a nutshell, it is to send money. How does this money come out? According to the influence factor of the SCI paper submission journal. I don't know how much it is, in total, no less than 5,000. 5,000. The heart sucked a cold breath, and Lu Zhou looked serious. Teacher, I suddenly have a few good ideas. Is it still time to go back and send SCI? Get out of the way, Professor Tang said with a smile, it's late. I don't know why, looking at Lu Zhou's look like this, his heart is cold and cool. Can't tell the pain. Chapter 49 Losing Big. The Big Loss. Log into the school's official website and watch the announcement that I don't know when to update it. Who can think of it, can write a paper to make a fortune? That is, the leadership has opened a meeting. The reward rules announced by the official website are as follows. Reward amount equals if plus 1 asterisk 5,000 yuan. If well understood, it is the impact factor of the journal. For example, the impact factor of the Theory and Applied Mathematics newsletter is 3.130. He published 2 mathematical papers in the journal, and the school will give him a total of 41,300 yuan. And according to Professor Tang, this bonus will be paid in the form of scientific research awards. According to Article 4, the first item of the individual income tax law, there is no tax payment. As for the other 9 papers, because they are published in the general journal, although they are also SCI, there are also influencing factors, but I am sorry, not within the scope of the reward. Seeing this, Lu Zhou was distressed. Judging from his evaluation of the president of a listed company, his 9 papers are undoubtedly valuable, but in order to greet the small fee of 150 pieces of the draft fee, he gave himself a pit. It's useless to regret now. But if you think about it, it's hard to say whether it's a loss or a profit. If it is not published in the general public, and reviewed by a more professional academic editor, his paper may not stand out from many papers and pass so quickly. The reason why he was able to get the S+ evaluation and unlock the system's reward task was largely due to the speed of the publication. Anyway, the server's money is falling, probably? Idle, are you looking at you? Seeing Lu Zhou rarely went to the library to study, but sitting in the bedroom and staring at the computer screen, Lu Rui curiously scraped together. After such a long time, this guy's name for himself has finally changed from Lu Gu. It seems that any heat is a period of time. Nothing, Lu Zhou sighed. I just lost my money and flew away. What little money? SCI papers reward? Lying in the trough, bad. Lu Rui eyes wide open, shouting, how much can you get? Probably get 1 or 2,000. When Lu Zhou decided to be modest, he made a double discount. I didn't expect it, even if I made a discount, I still scared the guy. Silence for a while, Lu Rui did not speak. For a long time, he sighed and said infinitely, idle, I don't say anything, please treat me this evening. Lu Zhou thought about it and thought it made sense. After all, when I said it was good, I don't want to forget each other, not to be rich, but a meal is indispensable. Although he saw the money opened, he was not the kind of person who slammed the door. So, he took Lu Rui to the snack street near the school gate and picked a spicy restaurant to sit down. After the selected mala tang came up, Lu Rui, a person who didn't like to drink alcohol, rarely called 2 bottles of beer. One person opened a bottle. After mala tang came up, Lu Rui suddenly said, how is the feeling of staying in school during this summer vacation? While biting the beanstick, Lu Zhou thought about it and replied, all right, It's quite fulfilling. I really envy you, Lu Rui sighed. I feel that I am getting stupid and I can't see anything. Seriously, he regretted reporting this mathematical modeling contest. Although the round of selection in the school was honored, the school arranged the training of teammates and teachers, but after the real training began, he found out how far he was from the real cattle. For example, the junior high school student in his group has already won 2 national second prizes. Participating in this competition is to think about rushing before graduation and heading for the country. With that cow, he is exactly like a younger brother with a thigh. However, such a cow still modestly said that he was too shallow. Later, Lu Rui heard that in addition to the teams organized by these schools, there are also a number of regular troops formed in the courtyards. That is the real gathering of cattle. Only those cows don't train with them, so they usually can't see them. Now Lu Rui understands that the team where Lu Zhou is located should be the legendary regular army. After knowing this news, his heart was both emotional and complicated. Because the gap is too big, he even began to doubt himself, and there is no need to taboo this sudden rise of roommates. And Lu Rui touched the next cup. Lu Zhou said casually, "It is you who yourself is too tired." No way, people who are better than me are working so hard, don't work hard. After slamming the beer, Lu Rui took a sigh of relief. It seemed that he wanted to smother the chest and vomit it into the deep night sky. The long night is drifting away. However, Lu Zhou, who drank a little wine, did not understand his embarrassment. And when people drink, they like to talk. I remember, this is not the case. Lu Rui took the time and thought that Lu Zhou had any high opinions. He could not help but ask, "Is that what you said?" Lu Zhou had a cellar and didn't think much, since people who are better than you are still working hard. What good is your effort? Lu Rui. The last 2 people drank a total of 7 bottles, 5 of which were drunk by Lu Rui alone. Lu Rui, the kid himself, is not the type that can drink alcohol, and it belongs to the kind of stuffy gourd that is drunk and not snoring. When I got the last cup, the whole person slammed on the table and scared the boat. I also scared the seller who sold the mala, and thought that I had entered the fake wine. Later, I turned the boy over and found that he was talking nonsense there. Lu Zhou and the store owner were relieved. After the account was settled, Lu Rui's hen, who had dumped the drink, returned to the dormitory. Lu Zhou really did not have the strength to put him on the ladder. He immediately pulled a mat from his cabinet and laid it on the ground. Give him a floor. Then he waited for him to lie on the mat and handed him a blanket. It's no problem to do this step. Turned on the air conditioner and sat in the chair. Lu Zhou unscrewed the mineral water bottle and took a sigh of relief. This road can make him tired. Lu Rui is a good boy. When people lie down, they start to squat and sleep without knowing how fragrant. When you wake up tomorrow morning, you will not die. Lu Zhou shook his head, opened the computer, landed on the online shopping site, and began to search for the right server. According to Lao Tang, the finance of the school will hit the card at the latest tomorrow. I have chosen it today. I can place an order directly after the money arrives at the account tomorrow. If possible, he wants to buy a good quality as much as possible. It is not entirely for the ticket sending app that the practitioner has made, but also for the task reward of unlocking the artificial intelligence LV0. What happens when I upgrade the artificial intelligence LV0 to LV1 with points? This will be the first branch of the technology that he unlocks after getting this system. In this regard, Lu Zhou's heart is full of expectations. However, when he saw the price of the server, his face was black. Dell 2U rack mount chassis, 56-core 112 threads 256G memory, comes with 12 8T hardboards. 270,000. Go away. Lenovo IBM dual controller storage array using Storewise real-time compression technology, 64G cache 88GB fiber interface, 24 3.5-inch disc. Quote. 40,000? This seems to be good. Grasp the grass, see a zero. I can't afford it. Turn to page, it is the price. I am. How is it so expensive? Lu Zhou ranked the order according to the price, and found that there are tens of thousands of servers at low prices, but I can't know if I can handle the operation. Moreover, he is not likely to take all his money to buy a server. Maintain the operation of the server, but also spend money. When I was unable to make up my mind, Lu Zhou suddenly thought of the computer science of the group. Yeah, why not ask him? Looking at the time is still early, Lu Zhou immediately took out his mobile phone and made a phone call. Chapter 50. I don't know how to use it. You wrote a reptile in Python? After listening to Lu Zhou's statement, Wang Xiaodong holding his mobile phone frowned. Lu Zhou explained, accurately, it is the ticket app. I am going to buy a server to try. You have any good suggestions? Don't be tossed. Wang Xiaodong unsatisfactorily interrupted Lu Zhou's words and said, will you take a server? Do you have a place to put it? You can try it in the bedroom. It won't run for half a minute. The whole floor is accompanied. You pull the brakes together. Is there such an exaggeration? But listening to his tone, I always feel what he tried. Across the phone, Wang Xiaodong continued to say indifferently, if you want to make some pocket money, you can pick up some outsourcing projects. There is no need to work hard to run the app. If you have free money to play, you can try to rent a cloud server. You can save money by dumping the server yourself. The electricity fee, the noise of the network, and the heat dissipation do not require you to worry about it. There are charges according to the flow, and there are also hours or monthly subscriptions. Can it still be like this? Lu Zhou squatted. So I said that the layman is so busy, Wang Xiaodong sighed and patiently continued. And, the app you developed is best to register a domain name. I don't think you have considered it. Can't use server IP directly? Lu Zhou asked. No, Wang Xiaodong replied decisively. For example, if you developed an app on the iOS system, if you write a fixed server IP address in the code, once the cloud service operator replaces the server device, you not only need to repackage and upload the App Store, but also it may be cut directly to more than half of the users. After all, not everyone will open the automatic update. Holding the grass? Good insurance. Lu Zhou really did not hear this. After a pause, Wang Xiaodong continued, and the most important thing is that your crawler program needs to collect data from a third-party website, and may be blocked by the website operator. This problem can be avoided with a cloud server. After all, like Ali, the level of operators, the IP pool is an astronomical number, and it also saves you the trouble of engaging in virtual IP. Once I talked about the field that I was good at, the accident of the schoolmaster became a slogan, and it was said to be an endless stream. This made Lu Zhou think of the bright comrades in their bedroom. Once he talked about the play of the Enchantress, he could speak for half an hour. Of course, these things that Wang Xiaodong said are still quite valuable. Lu Zhou not only listened very carefully, but also took a small notebook and remembered. If it is from the 12306 website, the crawler itself can't consume too much server resources, especially now that it is in the promotion stage for small and medium-sized enterprises, and there is a big price discount. I think you can rent a package at the beginning. 1 million PPS server will do, more than 300 pieces a month is enough. When the user traffic goes up, you can directly upgrade the service, which is more convenient than tossing the server yourself. Holding the grass, learning to do is not a schoolmaster. Lu Zhou felt that he had such a phone call and saved at least tens of thousands of dollars. Of course, my server still has to buy, but it can be delayed for a while, waiting for his money to turn around. Thank you, please ask for dinner the next day. Lu Zhou solemnly thanked. More. The topic changed from computer to eating. Wang Xiaodong's enthusiasm for speaking suddenly returned to zero, and he returned to the state of cherishing the word like gold. However, just as Lu Zhou was ready to ask questions, he did not bother to continue to chat. After saying thank you again, he hung up. Holding the mouse, Lu Zhou landed on the Alibaba Cloud page and began searching for services. Indeed, as Wang Xiaodong said, Alibaba Cloud is currently doing promotion, and the server has considerable discounts. A million PPS server monthly rent as long as 300 yuan, including 100G free SSD cloud disk, plus 200 yuan can be upgraded 1 terabyte, excess part per G data 0.3 yuan/month charge. CPU and intranet bandwidth and packet transmission and receiving capacity all can upgrade their services independently, 50% discount within 3 years. This price can be said to be quite favorable. If there is no accident, he can control the expenses of the operating app within 1,000 yuan in the short term. If the user breaks through the expected amount, he only needs to pay for the upgrade service. That's it. The next step is to promote the app, and it is necessary to catch up before the start of the school season. Lu Zhou thought. Go post and advertise, promote in the new group. In short, the primary goal is to make the flow user volume. Filled in the application for renting the server, Lu Zhou went to the bathroom to take a shower, dried his hair and returned to the bedroom. However, just as he was about to climb the ladder to sleep, he suddenly smelled a pungent smell. Looking back, I saw Lu Rui, who was lying on the side, spitting a sneak peek. Lying in the trough. Is this kid not sleeping well? Why did you spit it up? Lu Zhou did not have time to hesitate. He immediately jumped off the ladder and took Lu Rui to the toilet. Go away. I can still drink. Lu Rui stumbled out and said, reaching out and pushing his own boat. When I saw this reaction, Lu Zhou suddenly panicked and quickly said, I am fucking, Rui good, you have to hold me back. I warn you, I just took a shower. Vomit. Lu Zhou. This bath was washed in white, and I felt that I couldn't sleep. The stomach in the bedroom was sour, it was sour and sour. Lu Zhou vowed that this was his last time drinking with Lu Rui. In the end, Lu Rui vomited and awake, and looked at the clothes of the land and the clothes of Lu Zhou, and said a few times, sorry. Turn off the air conditioner, and the two people cleaned up the debris together and opened the front and rear doors to ventilate. After finishing this, Lu Zhou took a shower again. After he came out, he said that he was holding his mat and decisively slipped into the squad's bedroom and went to the ground. This ghost weather, no air conditioning, can't sleep. The next day, Lu Zhou got a bed. When returning to the bedroom, Lu Rui was still fighting in bed. Lu Zhou did not take care of him, went straight to his position and opened the computer. The cloud server that was applied for was quickly put in place. After uploading the data, the web crawler started working, and the data of the 12306 official website, the station ticket information and other information were climbed down and sorted and summarized. Anyone can save the local account password and use it online. Achieve one-click ticket purchase, sale reminder, automatic ticket purchase, regular brush ticket and so on. This has some features, and it is quite convenient. Although the light blue interface is monotonous, it is at least not annoying. Now that my mobile phone got up and down, Lu Zhou randomly selected a station to test it again, and found that the normal order was completely okay, and finally cancelled the order at the payment ring node. Then he spent another whole day. He followed the process to put the app on the Android market, Baidu Mobile Assistant, 360 Assistant and other domestic large Android software download platform. Through the developer backstage, looking at the number of downloads that were stable at 0, Lu Zhou sighed. Sure enough, the operation app is not so good, the wine is not fragrant, and the alley is deep. No user is a big problem. The free promotion of several platform applications does not know when it will come down. Shaking his head, Lu Zhou turned off his laptop and stuffed the book he was looking at today into his bag. No matter what, try to operate for about half a year, it is really a matter of accumulating experience. Chapter 51 Sudden Inspiration. The time is coming soon in late August, and colleges and universities will soon be welcoming the start of the new school year. The last batch of seniors who stayed in the school to retake the exams also dragged their suitcases onto the society and waved their own youth. And a group of fresh, tender and energetic high school students are about to flood into the university campus, opening a new chapter called Youth. Immediately, it will be the most lively moment of the year. The members of the student union returned to school and began to meet busy to prepare for the new job.